The Night in the Great World of American TV Series. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 326 Investigation and Gluttony. Thank you very much for your help. Kai walked out while thanking the man next to him. Don't be polite. Compared to the favor we owe you, this is nothing. The person talking to Kai was Hank Boyette, the chief of the 21st Precinct of the Chicago Police Department. He had worked with Kai before and had a good impression of each other, especially since Chief Hank had tried to win over Kai to join the 21st Precinct, but Kai refused. I have asked someone to pay attention to this case. We will notify you as soon as there is any news. Kai nodded and thanked again, then walked to Susie and patted her shoulder gently. Let's go back to the hotel first. Susie looked at Kai with red eyes and nodded gently. Although Susie thought her mother was an irresponsible bastard, she was still her mother no matter what. Besides, no matter how irresponsible her mother was, she had never thought of abandoning her daughter, Susie. Even in terms of material life, her mother had always given Susie the best. In the past, Susie always hated her mother. She hated that she always left her and wandered around with various men. She hated that she always had to attend endless parties and social events, but had no time to attend her parents' meetings and school performances. She hated that she was always missing and never by her side when she needed her. She always wanted to get rid of her mother and swore that she would never be like her in the future. Maybe what Susie thought was right, but which child has not thought so at some point? Children always think that they don't get enough and their parents never understand them. They will even try every means to get rid of their parents. But when it really comes to a certain time, they will find that they are not as strong as they thought. For example, Susie now, she has sworn more than once that when her irresponsible mother dies. But when she knew that her mother was really missing, she immediately felt lost and helpless. The older children grow up, the less they rely on their parents. Even when they grow up, they will feel that their parents are nagging and impatient to even say a few more words to their parents. But that's because they know in their hearts that they are there. Even if my attitude is bad, they can tolerate it, because they are there. No matter how I am outside, I always feel at ease in my heart, because they are there. But when my parents really leave, you will find out how happy it is that they are there. She will be fine. Right, this is Susie's biggest wish. Maybe after her mother comes back, she will continue to hate that irresponsible mother, but now, she needs that person to be there, so that she has someone to hate. She will be fine. As a policeman, Kai has faced such inquiries countless times before. But in the past, based on the duties of the police, Kai always told the family the worst situation. For this, he was criticized by his superiors. But Kai always believed that this is what the police should do. The duty of the police is to protect the lives and property of the people by any means. As for other things, it is best to seek truth from facts. This time, Kai couldn't do things according to his previous habits. Seeing Susie standing there pitifully, Kai really couldn't bear to say those cruel guesses. Kai now understood that when the family members asked this question, they were not actually asking for his assurance, but just wanted to be comforted in their confusion. Thinking about it now, Kai felt that he was really a jerk before. But to be honest, it has been 5 days since Susie's mother disappeared. According to this time, unless Susie's mother left Chicago by herself, the chance of her being intact is very, very small. According to Kai's experience in handling cases in his previous life, no matter whether Susie's mother was kidnapped by coercion or encountered other irresistible situations, now, whether it is the kidnapper or someone else, it seems that there is no need to keep her. Of course, this is just Kai's personal experience, and other situations are also possible, but the chance of being killed is a little higher. How does the saying go? It is easier to get things done if you have someone in the court. After Kai visited Chief Hank, the efficiency of the police immediately improved by several levels. The Chicago Police Department specially sent a pair of detectives to handle this missing case. I don't know if it is for the convenience of communication. This time the partner sent by the Chicago Police Department is still Kai's acquaintance. Officer Kim Burgess and Detective Haley Upton are two famous beautiful police officers in the 21st Bureau of Chicago. Kim used to be a patrolman in the 21st Bureau. After the doppelganger Solomon raided the 21st Bureau, she was promoted to the intelligence group by Hank because of her bravery in combat. She became a police officer in the intelligence group. Perhaps the loss of the 21st Bureau was too great this time, so even young people in their early 20s like Kim stepped up and were promoted from patrolmen to detectives. Haley was also promoted to a higher level and officially became a detective. In fact, since the gangs have been fighting for hegemony, the Chicago police have been in a state of shortage of manpower. More and more police officers have resigned because of the danger of their work. After all, the salary of the police is not high. As the risk factor increases, the number of people who resign naturally increases. Therefore, in order to attract young people to supplement the police force, the Chicago police had to lower the entry standards and vigorously promote young people to encourage young people to join this industry. This does work. Many young people have joined the police industry in order to find a job. After all, the unemployment rate in Chicago is still very high. It is really difficult for young people to find a decent job. But the disadvantages are also obvious. Those young people who have just joined the police are extremely lacking in both psychology and ability, which has reduced the overall ability of the Chicago police. This has also led to the worsening of Chicago's public security. The worse the public security, the more dangerous the police job is, so more people leave, so the police are short of manpower and can only absorb newcomers. Too many newcomers lead to a decline in the police's workability, so the public security becomes worse, which has become a vicious circle. Fortunately, Kim and Haley's workability is worthy of recognition, and they can be regarded as future stars. Seeing Kai again, the two beauties are also very happy. At the beginning, the two girls saw Kai's fighting ability with their own eyes and admired him very much. So when they heard that Kai came to Chicago to handle the case this time, the two beauties immediately asked Hank to apply to assist in this case. Yes, it is to assist. Hank has told Kai that he can investigate this case personally, and the two beauties will help him and deal with some unnecessary troubles, such as showing his ID. Don't say Kai has no law enforcement power in Chicago. In fact, if Kai wants, Hank can even find the mayor of Chicago directly and give Kai special authorization. Chicago Police Department is directly under the jurisdiction of the mayor, and the mayor of Chicago sometimes also serves as the chief police officer. There is no way the Chicago police are short of people. But what they lack is not the grassroots police officers, but the strong men with excellent business ability like Kai. Kai has already registered in the upper echelons of the Chicago Police Department. For these policemen, Kai's existence is like James in the NBA. Chicago really wants Kai to bring his talent to Chicago. Besides, Kai did a great favor to the Chicago police at the beginning. Others helped Chicago voluntarily, and in the end, they gave all the credit to the Chicago police. Just for this, the Chicago police will give Kai face. After a brief greeting with the two beautiful women, Kai started to get down to business. We found out that Maria received 3 calls before she disappeared through the phone number of the missing person you provided. This is the source of the 3 calls. This is the benefit of having connections. If there were no connections, the Chicago Police Department would not use resources to directly check the call records from the telecom operator. Americans are very particular about privacy. Generally, telecom operators will not disclose customer call records at will unless the police strongly requested or it involves a murder case. Maria is the name of Susie's mother. Maria is still missing. Unless the police have a strong desire, telecom operators will not disclose user privacy. Kai took the information from Jin and flipped through it. It was all of Maria's call records in the past month. He found that one of the 3 phones had the most calls with Maria. Kai first pointed to the phone and asked, "Have you found the owner of this phone?" "Yes, it's a virtual operator number. The holder is also a broker. He is a little famous in Chicago's upper class." "Very good, let's start with this person." With the full cooperation of the Chicago police, the efficiency of the work was soaring, and soon the broker named Ed Brubaco was taken to the police station. This guy is called a broker, but it's actually a bit of a compliment. He is at most a public hanger-on. When those rich people want to find beautiful girls to hold some parties that are not suitable for children, they will find him. Of course, he also deals in some contraband. But compared with the real brokers, it is far from it. To put it bluntly, it is a pimp, just a little higher than those street thugs. When Ed Brubaker was arrested and taken to the police station, he was not panicked at all. For an old fox like him, the police station is like his own home. He has been arrested for illegal possession of banned drugs more than once or twice. When Kai saw him, this guy was sitting in the interrogation room with his legs crossed and picking his teeth with a toothpick. Seeing this guy's appearance, Kai knew that the general interrogation method would not work on him. So Kai tilted his head to Haley and said, "Turn off the camera." Jin was a little puzzled. This kid was still too young and had a strong sense of justice. He was still at the stage of procedural justice and didn't know those means at all. In fact, if everything really follows procedural justice, then the police will never be able to beat criminals. Sometimes you have to use means. Haley has been a police officer for a longer time than Jin, so she understands what Kai is going to do. In fact, to deal with such old foxes, you really have to use black means. Because they are not afraid of white ones, hiring a lawyer is indeed very expensive, but Ed Brubaker can afford it. Kai took Haley into the interrogation room. The pimp's eyes lit up when he saw Haley. From his professional point of view, this girl could definitely survive, especially with her cold face. Many special lovers like this kind of iceberg beauty. But before he could say anything, Kai threw a document to him. "Let's not talk nonsense. I just want to ask, why did you call Maria?" Ed Brubaker was not surprised by Kai's directness. He knew what kind of bird he was. It would be strange if the police were polite to him. "Maria? What Maria? I don't know this person." "Don't know? If you don't know someone, you call dozens of people in a week. Can't we just chat casually? Phone sex, have you heard of it? I posted my phone number all over Chicago, and many girls like to call me. How could people like them be honest with the police?" Of course he knew who Maria was, but apart from anything else, if he confessed his relationship with Maria, he would not be able to hide those things about organizing parties that were not suitable for children and selling illegal drugs. Although he was familiar with prison, who the hell wanted to just go back home? Kai shook his head and said nothing. He took out a gun and threw it on the table. "Do you know how to play?" Kai said to Haley. "I've heard of it, but I've never done it," Haley said cooperatively. "What about you?" Kai turned his head and looked at Ed Brubaker. Ed Brubaker was a little panicked when he saw that the male policeman had played such a big game without saying a word. He had been in the underworld for a long time, so he naturally knew what it meant to grab a gun and attack a police officer in the interrogation room and then be shot dead. This routine was very popular in the 1980s and 1990s, and the police at that time liked to play like this. Anyway, even if the suspect was shot dead, at most a report would be made and then he would be put in cold storage for a few months. As long as there is no decisive evidence, there is basically nothing to worry about. But now it is the new century, and there are still policemen playing so blatantly? "Hey, don't scare me. I was brought here to cooperate with the investigation, not to be arrested. You have no reason to do this, otherwise, how can it be said that those who break the law know the law better than those who abide by the law?" This guy has obviously been in and out of the police station too many times, and he knows everything about the police. "Oh, I almost forgot about that." Kai pretended to be surprised and said, "Thank you for reminding me." After that, Kai threw out a small bag of white powder. "Just found it on you. Don't worry, I'm very familiar with the forensic doctor. He will write in your autopsy report that you had taken drugs before being questioned." Looking at the white powder and listening to Kai talking about his autopsy report, Ed Brubaker was really a little panicked. The more people like them are, the more they know the cruelty of this world. Don't say that the police framed someone for breaking the law. For people like them, if the police really want to frame someone, they will basically be right. With his criminal records, as long as they are presented, whether it is the public or the jury, do they need to guess whether they believe him or the police? I say. Isn't it okay for me to say it? Ed Brubaker was actually not sure if this policeman was really that cruel. But what if? His little thing would only take a few months to a year at most. If he spent some money to find a better lawyer, he might not even have to go to jail. Since the police were pressing so hard, why should he resist? Then things would be simple. Kai gestured to Kim at the other end of the interrogation room, asking her to turn on the monitor. Ed Brubaker said everything he should say. He did know Maria. He was one of Maria's partners. Maria was a good person, and the girls under her were beautiful. For Ed Brubaker, this was also a rare resource. So he and Maria had been communicating frequently in recent days. He was one of the reasons why Maria came to Chicago to develop. Before Maria disappeared, he did talk to Maria, and the content of the conversation was nothing more than that. I introduced him to a client that day. I really didn't do anything else. Ed Brubaker knew about Maria's disappearance, but separations and deaths were so common for them. Who knew if Maria ran away to avoid debt, or if she took too many drugs and died directly. So he didn't take it seriously at all. What kind of client? I don't know. Kai looked over immediately. I really don't know. Someone called me that day and wanted a woman who was flirty, mature, and offered a high price. So I introduced Maria to him. You don't know? Didn't you send Maria to the client that day? Although Maria no longer works on the front line, she sometimes makes guest appearances. Anyway, they both make money, and there is not much difference between working for her and working for the girls under her. I really don't know. I just sent Maria to the Horn Hotel and left. In their line of work, they get commission for introducing business. Generally speaking, they will keep an eye on the girls' work, but Maria is different. She has a good reputation. He will not refuse this little money, not to mention that they have so many cooperations. Ed Brubaker does not believe that Maria will refuse his share, so after sending Maria to the place, he left. I really don't know where Maria went afterwards. It was only later that I found out that Maria was missing. While Ed Brubaker was explaining, Kai kept monitoring his expression, small movements and heartbeat. He found that he was not lying. Super perception is very useful in many cases. If Ed Brubaker could hide this from Kai, he could just go for the Oscar for Best Actor. Why would he do this? Do you recognize these two phone numbers? Kai took out two other phone numbers. Ed Brubaker confessed everything, so there was no need to hide this. No, Kai nodded, then stood up and walked out. Let's go to the Bugle Inn. Huh? What about me? What should I do? Ed Brubaker was a little confused when he saw the police just leave. Jin, arrange for someone to prosecute this idiot. He just confessed all the crimes. Prison education is useless for such people, but it is better to lock them up than to let them go outside. The Bugle Inn is near the South Chinatown area of Chicago. The public security here is much better than that of the South City of Chicago, referring to the area south of 60th Street, but it is much worse than that of the city center. There are often robberies at night. Some less formal hotels will settle here. When Kai and his friends found this hotel, they found that it had stopped operating. Jin and Haley learned about the situation and found out that the hotel was planning to renovate recently, so it stopped operating. So they called the owner of the Horn Inn based on the information from the local police station, but the phone was always on the line. They made more than a dozen calls, but it was still the same. So Kai followed the information given by the police station and went to the owner's residence. But when they found the owner's residence, they found that his door was full of various bills and letters. It seemed that no one had taken these things for a while. When Kai walked to the door, he immediately asked Jin to notify the police station, and then he and Haley broke the door. Just now, Kai asked a smell of blood and rot. There was a body inside. Shortly after breaking into the door, Haley rushed out wildly, holding the mailbox and vomiting wildly. There was indeed a dead person inside, and the death was extremely miserable. The innkeeper died in front of his own dining table. The body was highly decomposed. His hands and feet were tied to the chair with wire, and his upper body fell on the dining table, which was full of rotten food. The boss was a fat man, but his belly was obviously too big, which was very inconsistent with his body shape. Combined with the food piled on the table, it was obvious that he had eaten a lot before his death. Kai took out his gun and compared the deep and shallow scars and bruises on the fat man's body with the round marks on his head. He found that they were quite consistent, which showed that someone had forced him to eat like this with a gun. Soon the local police station came over immediately, blocked the scene, and conducted an on-site investigation. After a preliminary investigation, the cause of death of the fat boss was due to severe infection after internal bleeding, which led to organ failure. This shows that the victim died very slowly, a very cruel death. But this is not good news for the case Kai wants to investigate. Kai walked around the room again and found that there were signs of moving under the refrigerator. The fat man obviously didn't like to clean the house. There was obvious dust accumulation around the refrigerator. From the traces of dust, it can be seen that the refrigerator was moved and then moved back to its original position. Kai moved the refrigerator away and found that someone had written a word gluttony on the back of the refrigerator with grease. Although he didn't understand why the murderer left such a clue, it also confirmed Kai's previous guess that the fat boss was starved to death. Gluttony in English specifically refers to gluttony among the 7 deadly sins, referring to wasting food like a glutton or overindulging appetite, alcoholism, and excessive pursuit of pleasure. Kai didn't know what the murderer meant, but it was obviously not an ordinary homicide. From the traces at the scene, It can be inferred that the murderer stayed here for a long time. If it was just a simple murder, the murderer could have used a more concise and clear method. After all, staying at the crime scene for one more second would be more risky for the murderer himself. But he chose this most troublesome method. You have to know that if a person wants to eat and eat to death, it will not be done in a few minutes. If the victim's resistance and some stress reactions are added, it will take at least several hours, or even longer. This made Kai feel that the murderer's motive was definitely not revenge, love, or money. He had a deeper reason. Chapter 327 Murder and Chili Pepper. Since the location of the murder was not within the jurisdiction of the 21st Bureau, Kim and Haley were not qualified to take over the case. Soon, a pair of detectives, one old and one young, one black and one white, arrived at the scene to take over the case. The old black policeman seemed to be very famous. When he appeared, the policemen present all greeted him, including Haley. Kim was a little shy and did not come forward, but from her facial expression, it can be seen that she also knew the black detective. Kai asked curiously and found out that the black detective was also a celebrity in Chicago. His name is William Somerset, a criminal police officer of the Chicago Police Department and a homicide expert. He has been a policeman for 42 years. Over the years, his crime-solving rate has been the highest in the entire Chicago Police Department. However, this legend is about to come to an end. He is old. In the past 2 years, everyone knows that William no longer has the drive he had when he was young. He began to muddle through, but most people can understand him. He is already 65 years old and should have retired long ago. The police force is a job that only youth can afford. Like Kai in his previous life, the frontline detectives of the criminal investigation team were all young people in their 30s, and those in their 40s were old comrades. Older people really couldn't bear the intensity of the work. It is a legend that William can still work on the front line at the age of 65. But those who really know William know that William actually still has gas in his tank. His regular life for decades has made his physical condition not bad, but his heart is tired. For many years, he has been working hard almost every minute, but he has also seen and felt too much misfortune, which makes him feel extremely tired. No one can understand his feelings. He used to work diligently and bring criminals to justice as much as possible, but in the end he found that everything he did could not change the city at all. William once said, "In this city, if a woman encounters a robbery, she has to shout for help, because someone will help her with the fire, but if she asks for help, residents are afraid of getting in trouble." This sentence is also the reason why William wants to leave the police station. Because the people here have lost their original humanity concept. Everyone began to become numb, and the police were just staff members who dealt with dumb corpses. Whenever there was a case or an illegal thing, the police seemed to act as the ones who dealt with the aftermath. Their work could not improve society or change people. What a great sorrow it was. William felt that what he had insisted on and fought for in his life had become worthless. "Hi, Jin, how are you doing recently?" After William greeted the others, he even greeted Jin on purpose. This old black policeman could actually remember the names of everyone present. Seeing the legend of the police greet him, Jin was a little flattered. But the white policeman next to William was a little impatient. That was a person who was completely opposite to William. William was black, he was white, and William was just a kind-faced old man. But he was a mighty and tall man. William always had a kind smile on his face, but he always frowned and looked very impatient. "Hello, Kai. I know you. The case you handled last time in the 21st Bureau was really great. I have always wanted to meet you, but I didn't expect it to be under such circumstances." William obviously knew Kai's deeds, but for some reason, William did not say much about Kai's great achievements. This is not because the Chicago police are jealous of Kai's achievements, but on the contrary, it is to protect Kai in a sense. For police officers, especially those on the front line, being famous is not a good thing, especially for police officers like Kai who have lives on their hands. Their information is strictly confidential to prevent some resentful people from retaliating. "Hello, I have heard of you, William." For an old senior who has worked on the front line for 40 years, Kai needs to maintain respect no matter what. "Okay, we should talk about the case. The police station doesn't pay us salaries for us to chat." Unexpectedly, the white policeman didn't intend to let them continue chatting. His attitude made everyone present frown. But William had a good mentality. He didn't care what the young man said, but took the initiative to help him introduce himself. "His name is David Mills. and he's here to take over from me." Kai nodded, as a greeting. Then he gave a brief description of the case. William and Mills listened very carefully, and Mills even took out a small notebook and wrote down the important points. Seeing his serious attitude, Kai felt much better about him. To Kai, it didn't matter if a policeman was a little bit bad at dealing with people. After all, policemen were not socialites, so it was good enough for them to handle cases seriously. William was also very serious, but as he listened, his face changed. He was a real old criminal policeman, and he had a natural sense of the subsequent development of many cases. Trouble, indeed. The murderer obviously had his own purpose. "This is not a simple homicide, why do you say that?" Mills asked immediately. Kai glanced at Mills, and then said, "The murderer didn't just want to kill the victim. If he just wanted to kill the victim, one shot would solve the problem. There was no need to be so troublesome, and there was no need to leave a mark at the scene." When Kai said this, he also pointed to the words on the back of the refrigerator. He seems to be expressing something, and the victim is just a tool for him to express his own views. From this point of view, I even suspect that the murderer and the victim themselves have no emotional connection. This kind of case is the most difficult to handle, because once the murderer and the victim have no connection, it means that the investigators cannot solve the case from the victim's interpersonal relationship. In homicide cases, almost 90% of the cases occur in the victim's interpersonal network. After thinking about it, Kai also threw out another speculation. "Gluttony, what can you think of?" "Don't think too much. What is your first reaction?" "7 deadly sins," William said in a low voice. "That's right. If that means that there will be more murders." At this point, Kai's mood was a little heavy. Don't forget that Susie's mother had contact with the victim in front of him before she disappeared. Now that the innkeeper is dead, what about Maria? More importantly, there is another crime in the 7 deadly sins, lust. And Maria's occupation. Maria's disappearance at this critical point cannot help but make Kai think more. Kai did not stay at the scene for long. After all, this is someone else's case. And he can't always stay there. Back at the hotel, Kai had just opened his door when Susie ran out from the opposite room. Seeing Susie's expectant expression, Kai really didn't know what kind of expression he should give her. Seeing Kai's somewhat embarrassed look, Susie didn't say anything, but returned to the room disappointedly. Since Maria disappeared, Susie has become like this, unusually silent. She used to like to pester Kai, but now, she only speaks 3 words to Kai at most every day, and usually Kai speaks first, while she remains silent. Kai is very worried about her mental state, afraid that she will become the same as before. But he doesn't have any better solution. Kai also arranged for Kim and Haley to counsel her, but it was useless. Just when Kai was in distress, William and Mills also got into a quarrel. William didn't want to take this case, he was going to retire in a few days, and he didn't want Mills to take this case, because he was too young, and his hot-tempered and impatient personality was his fatal flaw. Mills was very disappointed. He was very excited when he learned that he was going to take over the legendary William class in the police world. Because William has always been a benchmark in the industry. Although Mills has a bad temper, he still has a strong sense of justice in his heart for the social chaos he sees, and hopes to do his best to improve people's sins and dark sides. Now he sees that William, a benchmark in the industry, has begun to be afraid of crime, which makes him very disappointed. He moved to Chicago from Springfield with his wife Tracy, not to live here. At first, Tracy did not agree to come to this chaotic city, but Mills thought that only here could he take over some important cases, so after his persuasion, Tracy agreed. Now William's behavior makes Mills feel cheated. The two parted unhappily. Mills returned home and found his wife preparing dinner. Mills had just arrived in Chicago and came a little hurriedly, so he didn't have time to find a house properly, so the place they live now is not good. It is next to the Chicago subway. Every time a train passes through, the whole house shakes. But Tracy never complained. On the contrary, she was very optimistic and said that they would not need an alarm clock. Seeing Tracy busy, Mills immediately softened, not at all aggressive at work. "Hey, Tracy, what day is today?" "Such a sumptuous meal," Mills asked in surprise when he saw the steak Tracy brought out. Although Mills was like this, he remembered all their anniversaries clearly. Today was definitely not an anniversary. Could it be the first hand-holding day? Mills thought about it and found that it was very close, but they had never celebrated this day before. What happened today? I invited 2 important guests today, so it must be a little more sumptuous." Tracy didn't even raise her head, and said casually while busy. "Who?" Mills asked casually while teasing his 2 dogs. He actually didn't want Tracy to stay at home all day. They started dating in high school and separated in the middle. He went to the army and Tracy went to college. But the distance did not affect their feelings. When Tracy graduated and Mills retired, they got married, and everything went smoothly. Mills never asked Tracy to stay at home and be a full-time wife. In Mills' view, Tracy graduated from a prestigious university and could have a better future. There was no need for her to stay at home and serve him, a poor policeman. But Tracy told him that she liked this kind of life. Mills knew that Tracy was worried about him. She was worried that he would not have hot meals when he returned home, and that no one would greet him at home. She wanted Mills to understand that she would always wait for him to come home. "Pepper is here," she came to Chicago. "Isn't she in Los Angeles?" Pepper is Mills' college classmate. Speaking of the 2 of them, Mills also felt that the world was really wonderful. There were 2 people in this world who were so similar. Pepper was from Connecticut and Tracy was from Illinois. The 2 had no idea of each other's existence until they met at Yale University and became classmates and roommates. However, after graduation, Tracy chose family, while Pepper went to Los Angeles to make a living. It is said that Pepper has now become the president's secretary of the famous Stark Industries. It is said that Stark Industries is going to hold an industrial expo in the old factory area of Chicago. Pepper is here to inspect and make preparations. When Mills heard this, although he did not show it on his face, he could not help but feel an indescribable guilt in his heart. Pepper and Tracy are almost the same. They are both outstanding graduates of prestigious universities, with the same height and appearance. Pepper is now in a successful career and is in high spirits. But for him, Tracy. "Are you listening to me?" Tracy has been talking, but there was no response for a long time, so she shouted loudly. "What?" I said. "I also invited William." "Who?" "Your partner." "William, why did you invite him?" "Because he is your partner." "Mills. You need to have a good relationship with your colleagues. I hope someone can take care of you instead of me when you are working." Is this reason enough? Tracy did not even leave the kitchen, and directly said the reason inside. The most important reason why Tracy wanted to accompany Mills was Mills' temper. He is kind and has a sense of justice. But he was too impatient, and always had bad relationships with his colleagues because of work. For example, in Springfield before, he not only beat up his colleagues because of a case, but also scolded his superior. If it weren't for his excellent business ability, he would have been kicked out of the police station long ago, but even so, he sat on the bench in the police station for 3 years. It was not until one of his comrades learned about his situation and helped him to Chicago that he got rid of the previous dilemma. "But, dear, listen, silly, except for work, you have to listen to me in everything, you promised." Tracy knew that Mills was not good at dealing with interpersonal relationships. So she made 3 rules with Mills, otherwise she would not agree to move to Chicago. Okay, silly, he never broke his promise to her. This is the only thing he can give her. Soon an old black man and a beautiful career woman with a strong aura knocked on the door of Mills' house together. There is no need to say more about a few pleasantries, because those words can't be avoided. "Pepper, this is William, he is Mills' colleague." "William, this is Pepper, my college classmate and roommate." "College classmates? Aren't you sisters?" William is very humorous, and he is not the type who pretends to be humorous. On the contrary, he is rigorous, mature, and serious. But somehow, he has a natural sense of humor. This sentence, which is obviously not surprising, is particularly interesting with his expression and tone. The 2 girls were amused, but Mills was confused. He couldn't figure out what was funny. Pepper is a very capable woman. She doesn't beat around the bush when she speaks and does things, and she is very good at interpersonal communication. Without her and William's leadership, the dinner party, which was a little stiff because of Mills' temper, immediately became lively, and Mills temporarily put aside his prejudice against William. "Did you grow up in Minnesota?" During the chat, Pepper suddenly learned that William actually grew up in Minnesota, which made her feel very surprised. "Yes. But I don't like it there. There, people's discrimination against blacks is almost open. My parents fled from the South to the North, wanting to find a place to live without discrimination. But they obviously chose the wrong place. I never felt friendly and warm there during my childhood and youth." "What? Are you from Minnesota too?" "Oh. I'm sorry, it's okay. That was more than 40 years ago. Tell me about yourself. Why are you so surprised? I'm not from Minnesota. I was born in New Haven, Connecticut, but I finished high school in Minnesota. My father is in the insurance industry and was transferred to Minnesota that year because of work. Connecticut is one of the safest and richest states in the United States, and it is also the most prosperous insurance industry in the United States. It is not surprising that Pepper's father is in the insurance industry. Where did you go to high school? Windham City, really? It's a nice town with beautiful farms around it. The four people chatted more and more happily, and the atmosphere reached its peak after a subway car drove over. Mills was deceived. Every time his real estate agent took him to see a house, he only let them stay for 5 minutes. So Mills had no idea that the subway would pass by them and make the house feel like an earthquake. This made William laugh, and then the two girls laughed. Mills saw everyone laughing and laughed too. After dinner, the ladies continued to chat, and the men talked about work. But before they could chat for a few words, a phone call came. Another murder happened in their jurisdiction. The men had to go on an emergency mission. The party had to end here. Mills planned to send Pepper to the hotel first, and then they would go to the scene. But Pepper obviously didn't have enough with her old classmates, so she suggested that Tracy, who was alone at home, go to the hotel with her and spend a ladies' night. Mills agreed with both hands. He didn't want Tracy to stay at home all the time. So it became that they would send the two ladies to the hotel together first, and then they would go to the scene. At the same time, Jin also called Kai and told him that another murder had happened. Chicago is a big city, very big. There are murders here every day. Logically, this kind of thing has nothing to do with Kai. But Jin told Kai on the phone that a word written in blood appeared at the scene of the murder. Greed. Kai got up immediately and planned to rush to the scene of the crime. Just when he arrived at the door of the hotel, he happened to meet Mills and others who were sending Pepper and Tracy to the hotel. Pepper booked the same hotel as Kai. Mills and others did not expect to meet Kai here. As soon as they saw Kai's appearance, they knew that Kai had also received the news. So after saying hello, they naturally talked about the case. Before that, Kai noticed two women who looked exactly the same beside Mills, but he didn't care. Are you Adam? But he was recognized. Kai turned around and looked at the beautiful career woman who spoke. He was thinking, or he was looking through Adam's memory, trying to find her information. By the way, Kai, I remember that you worked near Windham City, right? Pepper used to study at Sam High School in Windham City. William felt that Pepper was a little embarrassed, so he immediately assisted. After all, Kai's expression showed that he hadn't remembered who Pepper was. Pepper and Sam High School were enough keywords for Kai to search Adam's memory. Pepper's full name is Pepper Potts, and Pepper means pepper. In addition, as a transfer student, in order to prevent being bullied, Pepper had a hot temper when she was in school, so she got this nickname. Of course, this is not the point. There is a reason why Pepper can recognize Adam, whose appearance has changed a lot, at the first time. That is, Adam is Pepper's first love. Adam was a handsome guy back then, and he was also a top student and a football quarterback. He was definitely the school hunk, and Pepper was also a celebrity, so the two naturally came together. But Adam is a devout believer and attaches great importance to chastity, so their relationship is really pure first love, and each gave each other their first kiss. Kai didn't expect it to be so bloody. The heroine in Seven Deadly Sins and Pepper Potts are the same actor. To be honest, Pepper Potts' appearance at that time was really much better than it is now. As for William and Sloane, in terms of identity, they were originally going to arrange it, but finally gave up because the two were too different. I like both of these two movie characters. Chapter 328 Greed and Capturing First Love. After meeting Adam's first love, Kai almost ran away with William and fled the scene. There was no way, it was too embarrassing. It was Adam who was unforgettable with Pepper, not Kai. But the problem was that Kai was in Adam's name. First love is always unforgettable. Adam and Pepper are no exception. In the senior year of high school, Pepper's parents had to move back to Connecticut for work, and the two children almost eloped. But they were stopped by Pepper's father. That time, Adam was almost shot to death by Pepper's father with a double-barreled shotgun. Really, Pepper's father really shot at that time. Of course, looking back now, Pepper's father was obviously aiming at a target 10 meters away from Adam. But the problem was that Adam was still young at that time. According to his memory at that time, Adam was almost scared to death. Then, like all little boys, Adam was scared, so much so that when Pepper left that year, he didn't see him for the last time. What's more amazing is that Adam never fell in love again. It's not that he couldn't forget Pepper. After all, in modern society, it wouldn't cost much to find Pepper, not to mention that Adam's family was not short of money. Kai guessed that Adam was frightened by the shot of Pepper's father. He had a psychological shadow. But no matter what, looking at the way Pepper looked at him, Kai felt very uncomfortable. It seemed that he had done something bad and felt guilty. But it was obviously a fair deal between him and Adam. Adam was dying at that time, and he wanted to avenge himself and his comrades. Kai helped him fulfill his wish, but the price was his body. William and Mills were a little confused. Although they had not been in contact with Kai for a long time, they could feel that Kai was a very reliable man, not talkative, calm and steady. Like now, like a junior high school student who was in love for the first time, he ran away when he saw the girl he liked. They were very uncomfortable. Seeing Kai running away, Pepper was stunned at first, and then seemed to think of something and laughed. The smile was very happy and very gorgeous. But immediately, Pepper felt a strange gaze staring at her. Turning her head, Tracy was looking at her with a gossipy look on her face. "Tell me the truth, what is your relationship with it, Adam?" "No way. We are just ordinary high school classmates." Pepper always felt that although her first love was not perfect, it was pure enough and interesting enough. But then again, whose first love is not full of regrets? People like Tracy and Mills are rare. Really, Tracy didn't believe it. She raised her hands and pretended to tickle Pepper. Pepper felt that it was too embarrassing to play this trick in front of the hotel at her age, so she immediately begged for mercy. Okay, I'll tell you. He is my first boyfriend." "Really?" Tracy was glowing. "Everyone loves gossip. Especially when it is gossip about your best friend. Then how did you break up?" "He's pretty handsome." "What? Did he cheat?" Pepper was reluctant to share that past. After all, her dad used a shotgun to scare her boyfriend to the point of peeing his pants. It was not something to be proud of. So she immediately changed the subject. "By the way, Tracy, have you seen Mills at work?" "No. Mills doesn't want me to know about those things." Sure enough, Tracy's attention was immediately diverted. In Tracy's life, Mills always comes first. Tracy rarely learns about the specific content of his work from Mills. He never talks about those cases with Tracy when he gets home. Then do you want to see what Mills looks like when he's working? Seeing that Tracy's attention was diverted, Pepper was relieved. Unlike Tracy, who focuses on her family, Pepper has been smooth sailing in recent years, but even so, workplace intrigue is inevitable. This kind of trick is easy to use. Of course, this is also related to Tracy's understanding. She can see that Pepper doesn't seem to want to talk about those things, so she just goes with the flow. In fact, just at that moment, Tracy's mind had deduced countless soap opera-style love, such as the scumbag changing his heart, the girl meeting a better one, and a series of melodramatic plots such as amnesia in a car accident, the hero being mistakenly diagnosed with cancer, etc. Anyway, there is no rush, there is plenty of time to slowly dig. Sometimes it is more interesting to take it slowly than to know the truth all at once. And Tracy is indeed interested in Pepper's proposal. Is it bad? Will this disturb Mills? No. Let's see. Okay then. When William and Kai went to the scene, he wanted to ask Kai several times why he was so confused, but he held back in the end. Because it was Kai's private matter, and he and Kai were not that familiar. It's not good to ask casually. Mills was more impatient, and he asked, "Do you know Pepper?" Kai thought about it and felt that it seemed that he couldn't hide it. So he simply admitted it. "We were high school classmates." As for falling in love, Kai couldn't say it. Because it was really not his own business, it was Adam's fault. "Oh," Mills said meaningfully, and the information contained in it was comparable to Tracy's imagination. There is always something about men and women. Kai didn't want to talk about that, but caught the topic and said, "The one next to Pepper is." The two women looked exactly the same. Kai was so busy with Pepper's affairs at first that he didn't pay attention to them. Now he changed the subject and just talked about this. "That's my wife. Pepper has a sister." This was Kai's first reaction. Because except for twin sisters, it is difficult to look so similar. But according to Adam's memory, Pepper should be an only child. Mills and William laughed now, and Mills also understood why Tracy and Pepper laughed when they heard William say the same thing. Soon Kai and the others arrived at the scene. In the office of a law firm, a man was kneeling on the ground in blood, wearing only a pair of underwear, with his head resting on a pile of books. He was tied up, but his right hand was released, holding a butcher knife in his hand. There was a scale next to him, with a 1-pound weight on one side and a piece of meat on the other side. It was not difficult to see from the scene that the piece of meat was from the deceased. At the same time, there was a note placed next to the scale with a paragraph on it. 1 pound of human flesh, no more, no less, no cartilage, no hard bones, just fresh meat. Holding the paper, William read softly. From the Merchant of Venice. Kay frowned. Although he didn't know the sentence, he knew the Merchant of Venice. He seemed to have learned it in school before. William continued to read. As long as the meat is cut, he can get freedom. At this time, Mills came over. The technicians found a lot of sweat on the chair over there. Of course, anyone who is forced to cut a piece of meat from his body with a gun will also be sweating all over. Kay squinted his eyes and observed the crime scene. The murderer wanted him to take his time and decide which piece of flesh to cut. Kay pointed to a photo on the wall and said, "Who is the woman in this photo?" It was a photo of a woman, and in the photo, the woman's eyes were circled with blood. "That's Gould's wife." Mills flipped through the on-site investigation records and said. Gould was the name of the deceased. He was one of the most famous defense lawyers in Chicago. He specialized in defending wealthy criminals and made a lot of money. His name was well known throughout the Chicago law enforcement system. He was one of the most hated people by all police officers. Why do you think the murderer did this? The murderer was extremely cunning and left no traces at the scene. He would only do what he thought was necessary, and he would not do anything else. So Kay didn't think that he just left this to disgust the police officers who were handling the case. Just like before, after Kay left, Mills and William found a note left by the murderer in the home of the first victim, which had already foreshadowed the next target. Is it because this woman saw something? Mills speculated. Impossible, but William decisively rejected this guess. If this woman really saw something, it wouldn't be a corpse now. This murderer is very cautious. Kay heard Mills's guess, but he didn't rush to overturn it. Instead, he said thoughtfully, "What did she see?" After thinking about it, Kay saw the wall opposite the photo. There was a painting hanging there. An abstract painting. From the last life to this life, Kay didn't have much artistic talent. Anyway, he couldn't understand what was good about those abstract paintings. For example, this one was full of chaotic color blocks and vertical and horizontal lines. It was fancy and looked like that, but what was good about it? In any case, Kay would never be willing to spend tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands to buy such a painting. Thinking about these things, Kay came to the picture. Kay didn't study the content of the painting, and he couldn't study it clearly. He just stared at the frame. He found that there were traces of being moved behind the frame. It seemed that the painting had been hanging here for a long time. The wall covered by the frame was a little different in color from the surrounding walls, because no one would be bored enough to clean the back of the frame. This painting has been moved. After hearing what Kay said, Mills immediately asked technicians to inspect the frame, canvas and the back of the frame. But still nothing was found. "He is playing tricks on us," Mills couldn't help it. The murderer kept setting up puzzles to trick them. Kay looked at Mills with a little displeasure because he didn't behave like a qualified policeman. Mr. Mills, as a policeman, the most basic quality is to keep a cool head. Getting angry has no effect on your work. Faced with Kay's obvious reprimand, Mills wanted to refute, but seeing Kay's stern and oppressive eyes, he didn't know why he was scared in an instant. Mills is not a timid person. The medals he received in the army are the best annotation, but facing Kay, he found that he really didn't dare to say anything. After teaching Mills a lesson, Kay continued to observe the frame. Then he found that there was something wrong with the frame. This frame was mounted on the wall upside down because there was a trace of a nail hanging on the frame. The picture frame has been moved. Then Kay thought of something and said to the technician beside him, "Check the wall." Soon, the technician found fingerprints on the wall behind the picture frame, and there were more than one. After the technician irradiated all the fingerprints with ultraviolet light, all the fingerprints formed two words. "Help me, save me." Now that guy has absolutely nowhere to escape. Mills was very excited. At this moment, a scream interrupted Mills' excitement. Everyone turned their heads and found that two women who looked exactly the same had entered the crime scene at some point. Seeing these two women, Kay's first reaction was to look at Mills and William. He didn't expect there would be such amateur policemen. Are Chicago policemen all pigs? They actually let two unrelated women enter the crime scene that was still under investigation? If this happened in his previous life, everyone from the criminal investigation team leader to the person in charge would have to leave. This is a serious dereliction of duty. Even during the trial, it will become a powerful proof for the defense. This will make the judge determine that the evidence of the on-site investigation is unreliable, thus allowing the criminal to go unpunished. Mills and William were also confused. They never expected that two women would come here. Mr. Mills. Although I am not a Chicago police officer and have no jurisdiction over you, I still have to remind you. You are in big trouble. Now, immediately. Immediately. Take your ladies away from here. Mills' face immediately turned red. His bad temper was one thing, but whether he was reasonable or not was another. It was the first time that Tracy saw Mills so embarrassed. She was frightened and at a loss, her face pale. Of course, this was also partly because she was scared by the dead. Pepper was uncomfortable when she saw her best friend being frightened by Adam. Although Pepper was just a secretary, as the assistant of the world's #1 playboy Tony Stark, she was in a privileged class. Maybe they made a mistake by appearing at the crime scene. But Pepper was sure that she could suppress this matter and let it never happen. Don't worry, Tracy, it's okay. I will find someone to settle it all. After saying that, Pepper turned her head and looked at Kai. The expression on her face was definitely not happy. She herself did not expect that Kai would give her a cold face when he saw her again. Pepper's words and expression made Kai frown even deeper. In his opinion, handling a case is an extremely serious matter. To uphold justice for the innocent and punish the evil is the most sacred thing, but Pepper's words are completely insulting to everyone here. Kai waved his hand and asked Jen and Haley to come over. Catch her, the charges are ready. And tell others to be careful of the traces left by these two ladies. If they find that the evidence at the scene has been destroyed, then sue them again. Jin opened his mouth wide. What? Didn't you learn the rules of protecting the scene in the police school? Jin saw Kai's face become stern, and immediately threw aside Pepper's identity as the most famous secretary in the United States. Adam, Pepper was really angry. Her identity does not only represent herself. But Kai doesn't care about this. Indeed, Pepper and Adam have a relationship. But the question is, what the hell does this have to do with Kai? If it were normal, in order to avoid embarrassment, Kai would naturally stay as far away from this woman as possible. But what time is it now? Let's not talk about the case itself, just say that it is related to Susie's mother, so Kai has to take it seriously. More importantly, Kai looked down on Pepper's style. What does she think of the police? Their family's security guard? So just like that, our Stark Group's president's secretary was sent to the police station's detention room by her old lover on the first day she met her old lover. When the two female police officers handcuffed Tracy and Pepper, Tracy was panicked, and Pepper felt betrayed. She still couldn't believe that Adam would do this to her. Mills opened his mouth and wanted to say something. But in the end, he didn't dare to say it. He only dared to chase after Tracy and go back to the police station. In addition, who let them in just now? Go back and find your immediate superior. Kai is not a Chicago policeman, and even most of the police present don't know who he is. But when Kai gave orders with a tiger face, everyone at the scene subconsciously obeyed in panic, fearing that they would be rebuked. But in fact, they didn't know what they were afraid of. Okay, let's continue. Kai ignored the others. Instead, he continued to talk about the case with William. William hesitated and wanted to plead for mercy. Seeing that William couldn't work it all like this, Kai could only tell the truth. Don't worry about them. Remember, I'm not a Chicago police officer. The reason is simple. Kai is not a Chicago police officer, and the orders he issued are naturally a piece of waste paper. He just simply doesn't like irrelevant people entering the crime scene and Pepper's indifferent attitude. He just wanted to scare the two women. Of course, if the Chicago police insisted on prosecuting them, Kai couldn't do anything. He really didn't know them well. But William knew what he meant, and it depended on how he and Mills operated. In fact, except for the fingerprints on the wall, there was not even a footprint on the ground at the scene, so there was no evidence to destroy. With William's position in the Chicago Police Department, he could get it done with just one sentence. Of course, the behavior of these two women is indeed not worth promoting. By the way, where were we just now? I just said that this is the murderer's fingerprint. What do you think? I can't say. Although we have only found 2 cases, this does not match the criminal mark shown by the murderer. The so-called criminal marking behavior refers to a special behavior carried out by the criminal to satisfy a certain psychological or emotional need. It is a special and obvious criminal's habit of committing crimes. The criminal's psychology and criminal motive pointed out by the crime scene marking behavior provide clues for investigation, which is helpful for the analysis of serial cases and joint investigation. The gluttony case and this greed case have several characteristics. The scene seems messy, but in fact there are no available clues and evidence. Not to mention hair fingerprints, all traces of the murderer have been cleaned up at the scene. In this regard, the 2 cases are almost exactly the same. All fingerprints at the scene have been wiped clean, except for those on the wall. Secondly, the murderer does not seem to simply want to kill the 2 victims. What he did is more like punishment, and it is related to religion. Finally, the murderer seems to be intentionally giving instructions, that is, a notice of murder. Just like the note left in the first case. Although there is a note here, the content of the note is not foreshadowed. I thought so too. If it goes as expected, this should be a notice left by the murderer. Are you saying this is the fingerprint of the next victim? Very likely. Just when Kai was studying the case, the Chicago Police Department was already in an uproar. Kai really didn't know that Pepper was Tony Stark's secretary. The arrest of Tony Stark's secretary caused an uproar in the upper echelons of the Chicago Police Department, especially when Stark Industries was just about to hold an industrial expo in Chicago. You know, next year's Industrial Expo has become the most important event in Chicago in recent years, and it has an extraordinary influence on Chicago's economy. If it were anyone else, perhaps the Chicago government and police would not think that someone would have any impact on such a major event because of the arrest of a small secretary. But if this person is Tony Stark, it's another story. In addition to his unparalleled talent and countless gossips, this playboy is most famous for his willful personality. He can really do it. Chapter 329, next. Although Pepper was a little arrogant in front of Kai, she was very polite and decent in front of the senior police officers who came to apologize to her. She not only took the initiative to confess her mistakes, but also apologized to the senior police officers. She also said that if there was any trouble, she would be responsible. Faced with such a good-talking secretary, the Chicago Police Department was naturally relieved. No matter whether others were just talking nonsense, at least they were okay with it, which meant that there was something to talk about. If Pepper didn't give any good face, there would be nothing to talk about. Of course, Pepper's decent behavior did not mean that she was not angry. On the contrary, the girl was almost furious. But Pepper's excellent professionalism made her always remember that she was not just representing herself. She was Tony Stark's secretary. Although Tony might not care much about his secretary's temper, Pepper couldn't do that. She was just a secretary. Although Tony trusted her, it was precisely because of this that Pepper could no longer use Tony's influence at will. When seeing Adam again, Pepper was always more happy. The relationship ended, and it was not about who was right or wrong, it was just because of each other's immaturity. People always have a special feeling for their first love. Even if many people have actually forgotten what their first love looks like, every time they recall that relationship, they will consciously or unconsciously add filters and beautiful backgrounds to that time. In short, everything is good. But in fact, most people's first love is a skinny girl and a stupid boy, secretly doing some actions that they think are mature. There must be a camera to record those things. It doesn't take long, only 5 years, enough to make both parties ashamed, which is tantamount to public execution. Of course, it is estimated that there is no idiot in the world who really does this. In short, when encountering the beauty of the past, Pepper's heart unconsciously ignited a small flame. Strictly speaking, it is just a kind of self-deception, just like people of every age group will think that the time when they were children is the best. This is a common phenomenon, and Pepper is naturally no exception. It's not that Pepper really intends to have something happen with Adam, but she still has a little hope. But this little hope was ruthlessly shattered by Kai. Even now, Pepper can't understand why Adam treats her like this. Is it because her father shot him? Pepper thought about these things while dealing with the condolences and concerns that came one after another. On the other side, the Chicago Police Department also learned about the incident, and it was not complicated. It was just the secretary of the young master who suddenly wanted to see the crime scene, and then was arrested by a policeman who was not very good at it. The matter was very simple and not complicated at all. But the key lies in the identities of the two people. Pepper doesn't need to be mentioned, and the mayor of Chicago has to smile when he comes. And the other one, how to say? If that guy is a Chicago policeman, he will probably be transferred to the archives tomorrow and stay in that moldy office for the rest of his life. But the problem is that the identity of that person is not simple. It's not that the identity is so valuable. The key is that the other person is not under their jurisdiction in Chicago. The other person is the sheriff of G.A. Town, Minnesota. And the other person is not completely without a background. The people in the upper echelons of the police station know how powerful this gentleman is, and the entire Chicago police owe him a favor. The Chicago police will not care too much about any of these 2 points. Compared with Stark, this big Buddha, all the monsters and demons are nonsense. But everything is afraid of buts. After adding the two together, the Chicago police really have no good solution. In any case, others offended Miss Pepper because of their Chicago police's case. If they are really so unrefined, the reputation of the Chicago police will be completely ruined. So the Chicago police diverted the conflict very cunningly and scolded William and Mills. Anyway, it was not their fault, but it was their fault. Unexpectedly, there was an unexpected surprise. Pepper obviously knew the two police officers in charge of the case, and actually pleaded for them in return. Knowing this, if the Chicago police still don't understand what to do, then they can all retire and go home early. So, the storm passed quietly. While William and Kai continued to track down the owner of those fingerprints, Mills returned to the hotel with a guilty Tracy and a still angry Pepper. Mills felt that he was the most unlucky. Although he was not punished, he was temporarily transferred from the investigation of the 7 deadly sins case. The Chicago police thought that since Kai was so concerned about this case, it would be better to let him continue to investigate. Moreover, with William, the legend of the Chicago police, by his side, it was completely enough. As for Mills, is there anything more important than protecting Miss Pepper now? Mills has always wanted to prove himself, and the 7 deadly sins serial murder case is obviously an opportunity. But seeing his wife's guilty eyes, Mills forced himself to suppress his disappointment and acted indifferent. What's so great about him? Why did he treat me like that? I even had to be handcuffed. Oh, and those 2 bitches. There is obviously something wrong with the way they look at Adam. Did you recruit vixens when the Chicago police recruited female police officers? Their eyes are almost glued to Adam. Such words rarely appear on Miss Pepper, the assistant to the president of Stark Group. But for Pepper, Tracy's best friend, this kind of complaint is not uncommon. After coming out of the police station, Pepper turned into a grudge and complained about Kai and everyone around him. Tracy could only smile. She knew her best friend's temperament. She rarely complained about anything, but once she grumbled like this, it meant that she was really angry. And this also indirectly showed that Pepper did have an extraordinary feeling for Adam, otherwise Pepper would not be like this. Mills and Pepper didn't get along much. Most of the time, Pepper was a qualified white-collar elite. So facing such a Pepper, Mills was a little embarrassed. Okay, Pepper. No matter what, this matter is our fault. We shouldn't be there. Officer Kai did nothing wrong. Tracy could only comfort Pepper like this. What do you mean it's our fault? I didn't know that people were not allowed to enter there. This was a bit unreasonable, but this was in front of her best friend. Pepper felt that she didn't need to pretend. If she was unhappy, she could say it. Is it really all about being tense at all times? This is not work. She doesn't need to care too much about her behavior. After returning to the hotel, the 3 of them couldn't sleep. After all, tonight was too exciting, so they took a bottle of red wine and chatted while drinking. By the way, why do you all call him Kai? Pepper has always been curious about this matter. At first, she thought it was the nickname they gave Adam. After all, the name Kai is quite famous in the West, and the legend of the Night King is widely circulated. That's his name. I wonder why you always call him Adam. Mills thought that sometimes it was nice to sit quietly on the sofa with Tracy, drinking and chatting. Did he change his name? Pepper tilted her head and leaned against the back of the sofa, muttering to herself. Then Pepper thought of another thing. By the way, does Adam have a high status in your Chicago Police Department? Why did your chief have a strange expression when I talked about him to him? Pepper had thought about using her influence to let the police punish Kai. But Pepper still held back. First, she didn't want to do this to her first love, and second, she also needed to consider the impact. So she just mentioned it briefly, hoping that the police station would make things difficult for Adam, as revenge. But the police chief's expression was very strange at the time, and she was sure that she was not mistaken. Then the police chief changed the subject and did not respond at all. Mills was a little embarrassed. After seeing Kai with two beautiful policewomen at the scene that day, Mills privately learned about Kai's information. It doesn't matter if he doesn't know. The exaggerated resume of others makes Mills doubt that he and Kai are not on the same profession. Look at others. They just joined a local police chief in March this year, and then they couldn't stop. The first case he encountered was a big case. A big case of nearly a ton of laundry. The information after that was even more explosive. In addition to those situations that could not be recorded, the other information that could be seen was far beyond Mills' imagination. For example, with a few teammates, they rushed into the gang's nest, starting from the first floor to the top floor, and they killed more than 60 people in total. Thousands of bullets were fired. More than 100 people were arrested, $6 million in cash, more than 300 guns, and hundreds of kilograms of drugs were seized, and 9 gangsters who tried to rob drugs were shot dead on the spot. Next, the 21st Bureau in Chicago was attacked by gangsters. He led the police to fight back and finally shot gangsters. This number was smeared, but it was at least in double digits. After that, he returned to GA Town and cracked another drug transportation case. A record-breaking 227 kilograms of banned drugs were seized on the spot. Then there was a car chase. Kai and his companions shot and killed a killer on the spot, and then caught another killer. Although the killer was silenced in the end. These data may not seem much, but in the eyes of Mills, who is also a policeman, it is different. Let's put it this way. Mills has been a policeman since he retired from the army. Counting the time, it has been 5 years now. But in these 5 years, to be honest, Mills has rarely fired a gun, let alone killed people. This is a very normal thing. Many policemen have never shot and killed anyone in their lives. For someone like Kai, who had been a police officer for less than a year and had killed more than 50 people, Mills thought it was just like a fairy tale. Thinking of this, Mills understood why he felt afraid of Kai before. There was no way, he was really awesome. Well, how should I put it? He is not from our Chicago Police Department. He's sheriff of Gardner Township, Sheriff, W.T. Where, Gardner Township. Pepper naturally knew this town. Then why can he? Mills understood what Pepper meant. Isn't it just to ask why a small town sheriff can command the Chicago police? Although the police department has confidentiality discipline, many things cannot be disclosed to outsiders at will. It can be seen that due to Pepper's identity, the confidentiality of the police department is indeed not confidential to her, so Mills slightly revealed some of Kai's greater achievements. But even these things that were severely deleted shocked Pepper and she was speechless. She didn't expect that the shy and pious school bully would one day become a tough detective. We found the owner of the fingerprint. The technical police officers found the owner of the fingerprint from the fingerprint database of the police station at the fastest speed. The suspect called himself Victor, but his real name was Theodore Allen. He had been suffering from severe mental illness for a long time. His parents used strict Christian transactions to trade him since he was a child, but later he left them. Victor has a lot of criminal records: theft, drug trafficking, assaulting women, illegal possession of guns, armed robbery, and even assaulting police officers. He was imprisoned many times. 3 years ago, he was sent to prison for rape and was not released until a year ago. Interestingly, in his information, Kai also saw 2 unexpected names. The first name was Gould, the murder defense lawyer. It was because of him that Victor was released after being in prison for less than 2 years. And the second name was also an acquaintance, the policeman who put Victor in prison, Mills. Victor committed the crime in Springfield. And it was Mills, who was still a policeman in Springfield at the time, who caught this bastard. When Mills caught Victor, he couldn't control his anger and beat up the bastard. At that time, the Springfield Police Department removed Mills from the case to avoid trouble. But in the final court, because Mills' colleague talked about this incident in court, the defense lawyer seized the loophole and reversed the situation in one fell swoop, making many of the police's evidence no longer credible. So the case that was originally ironclad ended up like this, and Victor was only sentenced to 2 years in prison. Even if a psychiatrist had not confirmed that Victor was capable of assuming legal responsibility at the time, this guy might have been acquitted under Gould's defense. It is said that at that time, because of this, Mills beat that colleague. This is not a murderer we are looking for. He can only be the next victim. The Chicago police speculated that this person was the murderer, but was firmly denied by Kai. I've read this guy's profile. He's just a sick idiot. The murderer we're looking for is a highly educated, rigorous person with strong anti-detection capabilities. And judging from his methods of committing crimes, he didn't just kill the victim. He was more like a reprimand. Remember the messages he left? He was sentencing those people. He wanted to alert the world. He was preaching. This shows that he is a devout believer, and he may even firmly believe that he was chosen by God. But this Victor in front of him, that's a rotten guy. A rotten guy who is good for nothing, a rotten guy who can't even have basic self-control. I have many different opinions about the 7 deadly sins. Among them, I always feel that the murderer should not randomly choose the target for the crime. Judging from his criminal methods, the targets he chose were all prepared in advance. And about the last 2 crimes at the end, I also feel a little bit of that. The murderer has been emphasizing that the people he killed deserved it, but the heroine is innocent and pregnant, which obviously does not meet the standards set by the murderer at the beginning. So a more reasonable explanation is needed, so the plot needs to be modified. Because of this, the number of words in today's update is a little less, please understand. Chapter 330 Target Selection. Kai's analysis was very thorough and reasonable. But for the Chicago police, Victor's profile also fits many of the murderer's factors. So they didn't care what Kai said, and just arrested Victor as the murderer. Kai didn't have any opinion on this, because whether he was the murderer or not, their goal was to catch Victor. Even if Chicago treated him as the murderer, they might work harder. After all, a bad guy like Victor would die without anyone's pity. Victor's residence in Chicago was not difficult to find, and it could even be said to be very easy. He rented an apartment in an old apartment building in the South City under his real name, and this kind of thing was very easy to find. The police quickly found Victor according to the address, but to everyone's surprise, Victor was easily brought back. No one resisted, or he had no ability to resist. Kai rushed to the hospital immediately after getting the news. The patient should have been confined to bed for a year, judging by the degree of degeneration of his muscles and spine. His blood test showed that he had taken a lot of drugs, even antibiotics, perhaps to avoid bed sore infection. Can we talk to him now? Kai asked tentatively. But he didn't have much hope. Because the murderer was so cautious that he would not leave such an obvious witness to the police. Although his brain has not turned into paste and he should still have the ability to think, he must have a tongue that can speak. His tongue was bitten off a long time ago? Kai asked, looking at Victor's miserable condition through the glass of the sterile isolation ward. Doctor, do you think there is absolutely no chance for him to survive? If you shine a flashlight into his eyes right now, he will be scared to death immediately. The doctor paused and said, of all the patients I have seen in my life, he has suffered the most severe pain and torture, and this is not the worst, because the real hell is still waiting for him. In my opinion, the most merciful thing to do now is to go in and shoot him in the head. Let him leave this damn hell in advance. After saying that, the doctor turned and walked away. It can be seen that the doctor was also stimulated by Victor's miserable condition. In fact, he is not the only one. In the previous arrest operation, 2 special police officers were frightened and are now receiving psychological counseling. This guy has been tortured beyond human form. He is more like a living mummy, and his whole body is rotten. According to the doctor's guess, he bit off his tongue by himself. You can imagine what kind of torture he has endured. In addition to his tongue, his left hand was chopped off, and then he was tied to the bed for a year. His intestines and stomach had severely degenerated, which means that he did not eat for a year and had been relying on infusion to maintain his physiological characteristics. He also relied on a catheter to urinate. And his chopped off left hand was the source of the fingerprints in the previous case. What's more terrifying is that the murderer also left Victor's photos of the past year in the place where he was imprisoned 365 days, 365 photos, not one less. When the Chicago police found Victor, it was exactly 1 year, not a day more, not a day less. Okay, now Mills can be imprisoned for protection. Kai saw the doctor leave, shook his head, and then said to William beside him. As for the reason, Kai didn't say it. And William didn't ask. Because the matter is obvious. Now 2 of the 3 victims of this serial murder case are related to Mills. What's more coincidental is that the time of the case just overlapped with Mills's report to Chicago. When there are too many coincidences, it is no longer a coincidence. Although it is still uncertain what the existence of Mills means to the murderer, they must do this for Mills' safety. William nodded, then fell into deep thought, and then he said uncertainly, rage. Kai didn't understand what William meant, and William continued, Mills has a bad temper, and he is easily controlled by his emotions. Rage is one of the 7 deadly sins. Think about it again, the mess that Mills had caused because of Victor's case. Kai also understood that the murderer is very likely to have regarded Mills as his target. So that means that the root of all this is that case, the murderer did not choose the target randomly, which Kai had seen a long time ago, and Victor's imprisonment for a year was a strong proof of this. But he was still not sure what criteria the murderer used to select the target. But William's reminder just now immediately made Kai think of that case. Haley, go to the headquarters and retrieve all the files of Mills immediately, as well as those from Springfield, and ask them to send all the relevant information. Oh, and that fat guy. He must be related to this matter. Check it out for me, understood? Haley immediately left with Jin. Kai said to William, I think we have to talk to Mills. In the second half of the night, Mills did not go home because he was ordered to protect Pepper, but prepared to spend the night in the living room of the hotel's presidential suite. As for the 2 ladies, they naturally slept on the super-large bed in the master bedroom. Just when Mills was about to fall asleep, the door of the hotel was suddenly kicked open. William and Kai led this group of special police and rushed in with weapons. Mills jumped up immediately, and before he could figure out what was going on, the special police began to disperse and check every corner of the presidential suite. Safe, safe. Then Kai kicked the ladies' room open, which immediately woke up the 2 drunk ladies. Seeing Kai breaking in with a gun, the 2 women instinctively wrapped themselves in the quilt and screamed. Fuck. What the hell are you doing? Hearing the scream of veteran Tracy, Mills immediately pushed everyone aside and ran into the room. But Kai and William ignored them, and searched the room with guns, even behind the curtains. When Kai was checking the window, he suddenly found a figure flashing on the roof of the building directly opposite the hotel room. Kai immediately turned his head and shouted to other police officers, send someone to the opposite building. I saw someone on the opposite side monitoring here. Now, the special police did not dare to delay, and immediately took out the intercom and asked the colleagues on standby outside the hotel to go to the roof of the opposite building to check. Adam, Pepper exploded immediately after seeing that it was Kai. She hadn't forgiven him yet. As a result, this guy broke in so rudely in the middle of the night. Pepper was wearing a suspender silk pajamas, and when she lifted the quilt and went crazy, her perfect figure was exposed. After Kai had a good look, he grabbed a coat that he didn't know whose it was and threw it to Pepper. This is very serious. I will explain it to you later. Now, put on your clothes, we are leaving. Looking at the room full of armed special police, Pepper knew that this was definitely not for no reason, no matter how angry she was. The same was true for Mills. Although he was very angry and hugged Tracy, glaring at the group of people, he still helped his wife get the clothes. At this time, the police who went to the opposite building to check also reported back. There was no one on the roof of the opposite building, but a telescope and a telephoto camera were found. Kai was not wrong, there were indeed people on the opposite side. Soon the 2 ladies put on their clothes and were taken to a bulletproof car. This was the car of the police chief. If it was only Mills and Tracy, they would naturally not be treated this way, but there was Pepper. Originally, this matter had nothing to do with Pepper, but who said that she was a precious person, and any mistakes could not be made, so the police station attached great importance to it. Okay, now you can tell me, why are you doing this? Pepper asked impatiently after the car started. Kai did not answer Pepper, but turned to Mills and asked, do you still remember Victor, that bastard? What happened to him? Mills probably would never forget Victor in his life. He's dead. Died in the 7 deadly murders. And Gould, he was Victor's defense lawyer at the time. Mills opened his mouth. He had been transferred away from the case at that time, and he really didn't pay attention to who the defense lawyer was. He only knew that he was a big lawyer from Chicago. But he didn't spend much time remembering the name Gould. So, Mills was not stupid, and naturally thought of what Kai meant by saying that. Well, we suspect that you have also become the target of the murderer. Mills was stunned for a while before asking, why? Based on the characteristics of the previous 3 victims, Mills could also guess the criteria for the murderer to choose the target. The victims were all sinners. Except for the fat boss, whether it was the lawyer or Victor, they were all guilty. But Mills didn't understand why he was targeted. In that case, your lack of calmness, in a sense, did allow a criminal to escape punishment. In a sense, you are indeed guilty, Kai said calmly. When Mills heard this, his first reaction was to get angry, but he was soon stunned. He blamed his colleagues for being too talkative, the judge for being incompetent, and the jury for being stupid, but thinking about it carefully, he was also responsible. Mills was at a loss at this moment. Tracy looked at her husband worriedly. For safety reasons, I need to put you in protective custody. I hope you can understand. As for the two of them, I think it's better to protect them together. Your room in the hotel has been monitored before. Pepper, stop making trouble at this time. Human lives are at stake. Mills and his group were quickly taken to the safe house arranged by the Chicago police. This is an extremely luxurious villa with a wide view and high walls around it, which is very conducive to defense. In addition, there are 20 special police and 10 detectives for defense. In addition, the police station is on standby at any time. If there's a problem, reinforcements will be sent immediately. This is not as solid as a rock, but it is almost. Mills, I need you to recall other people who were involved in the case as soon as possible. As long as they meet the remaining characteristics of the 7 deadly sins, they can be considered as targets. Kai took the information and talked to Mills with William about the case. In the case of sexual assault on minors, there were at least dozens of witnesses, investigators, etc. The information of these dozens of people was placed in front of them, but the problem was that the simple information could not tell who had become the target of the murderer. Mills pulled his hair irritably. He was very irritable now. Because of Kai and William's inference, he felt that he had created that perverted serial killing, which made Mills very decadent and very self-blaming. This is very important, Mills, I need you to calm down. Kai has asked someone to investigate whether Susie's mother had anything to do with the case that year. Anyway, Maria was not included in the case files sent back from Springfield. Kai now hopes that Maria will not be involved, otherwise. Mills didn't know where to start, his mind was very confused. Seeing this, William immediately took over the conversation. Let's take our time and eliminate them one by one. William picked up a witness's profile and handed it to Mills. Do you think this person will be the target of the murderer? Mills finally calmed down a little. He looked at the profile and shook his head. He is a security guard at the school. He is a good person, but his brain is innate. William nodded and immediately took out the next one. Mills looked at it, thought for a while, and then shook his head. After all, it was a case 3 years ago, and Mills couldn't remember all the details. Just like that, he read through the profiles one by one until he stopped at a witness testimony. Martha. She is a very proud woman. I remember it very clearly. She is a model, and a very famous one. She was very close to the crime scene that day, but she didn't want to be associated with it because she felt it would affect her career. But we got the news that she had heard the victim's call for help, but she ignored it. When she testified in court, she also said that she saw nothing. Pride, the most serious sin, including disrespect for God and cruelty to others. She ignored the victim's call for help for her own sake, and after swearing on the Bible, she still lied. She meets the requirements. Kai immediately picked up the information and handed it to a policeman, asking him to check the current location of this woman immediately. Go on, see if there is anything else. Mills shook his head. I only know this much. I didn't pay attention to what kind of people these people were at the time. I only know this much. What about the victim? Where did he go? Kai thought of the victim in the original case again. Maybe he wanted revenge? But there was not much information about the victim in the case file. In addition to the name and address, there was nothing else. I don't know. I haven't seen him since I was transferred from that case. Check. Just as Kai and his team were looking for information overnight, the Chicago media started to celebrate again. Victor's miserable condition was exposed by reporters. Now countless people started to celebrate. What's more, those bored media actually linked this case to the previous Chicago massacre. Many people think that the murderer is Hannibal. Because this case has some similarities with a previous massacre. The victims are all guilty, the scene is very clean, and the means are cruel. Of course, this is also far-fetched. Kai guessed that this must be a public relations article bought by those film and television companies. There is no way. Since the last case, many film and television companies plan to remake the Hannibal series of film and television dramas. Apart from anything else, HBO and Netflix have already confirmed new series, and they are all based on Hannibal. In addition to the new Hollywood movie. It just so happens that during this period of time, Hannibal's popularity has begun to fade, and a new explosion point is needed. In any case, this series of cases instantly attracted huge attention. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 331 Arrogance and the Murderer. You Chicago Police. Is this how you handle cases? Why did the media even take photos of Victor? This is so amateurish. Kai was extremely dissatisfied with the Chicago police's approach. Judging from the time, these reporters took photos almost not long after the Chicago police found Victor. Damn, at that time, the police were still on the scene collecting information. How could someone walk into the crime scene and take photos? What a fuss. William was also helpless about this. This was the tradition of the Chicago police. They allowed media reporters to enter the crime scene, and those big media would give money to the police and the police station on the scene. This was a blatant bribe. And it was a bribe from top to bottom. This is Chicago, corruption is everywhere. This is also the reason why William was disappointed with reality and wanted to retire as soon as possible, because he felt that this city was hopeless. Kai had nothing to say. After all, he was not a member of the Chicago Police Department. Even if he went to report it, it would probably be useless. After all, this has become the norm. In fact, the senior police officers were just like Kai, constantly scolding the police officers who took bribes. They felt that these idiots really couldn't tell the difference between the important and the unimportant. Because just now, they received a call from the legal department of Stark Group. After they took Pepper away for the second time, Pepper's boss, Playboy Tony Stark, already knew that his secretary was involved in a serial murder case. Even though the Chicago Police Department repeatedly assured that they had the ability and would do their best to protect Miss Pepper's personal safety, and guaranteed that neither Stark Group nor Pepper herself would be involved in unnecessary public opinion whirlpools. But before they finished speaking, the front page headlines of newspapers across Chicago slapped them in the face the next day. The secretary of the president of Stark Group was taken away by the police because of his involvement in the case. The title was absolutely terrifying enough, and even some irresponsible tabloids, who knew nothing and relied on their imagination to describe the arrest of Pepper as the first playboy in the United States was actually a psychopath, because he was found out by the Chicago police for murder, and let his secretary take the blame. This made Stark very unhappy, so his legal department immediately warned the Chicago police. The police did not expect the matter to spread so quickly, and even more unexpectedly, even Pepper's identity was spread. Now Stark Group completely distrusts the Chicago police. Just now, Stark Group has informed them that Stark Group will immediately send a security force to Chicago to provide all-round protection from Miss Pepper. The police station actually doesn't care who protects Pepper. It can even be said that if Stark Group is willing to take over Pepper's security, they are still happy. Because this means that they can do less and be less responsible. But the problem is that the meaning behind this is difficult to deal with. Next year, Stark will hold an industrial expo in Chicago. If he no longer trusts the Chicago government and the Chicago police, then the problem will be big. Once Stark Group moves the expo to another city, Chicago's losses will not only be economic losses. That means that the most famous jebel in the United States has expressed distrust of Chicago. Stark Group may not be the business group with the highest market value in the United States, but it is undoubtedly the most famous one. Once such a behemoth loses confidence in the city of Chicago, how should the market view Chicago? Although economics seems to be a very mathematical and rigorous field, in fact, many things in this circle are irrational. For example, market confidence can be rational, such as investment environment, capital situation, etc., but it can also be very irrational. Once the Stark Group expresses its distrust of Chicago, it will cause countless people to follow the scenery, and then the investment environment in Chicago will immediately plummet. This is much more serious than the cancellation of a simple industrial fair. This is something that the Chicago city government and the Illinois state government cannot tolerate. So the senior officials of the police department are now as disgusting as being fed a pile of feces. Damn, they have pitted themselves. We found Martha. Just when there was a commotion outside, Kai and his team finally had a turnaround. Kai immediately took William to the location of the female model. Mills originally wanted to go up there out of habit, but he was stopped by the special police before he walked out of the door. He could only watch stupidly as Kai, a non-Chicago policeman, took his partner to handle the case. The real name of the female model Martha is Alessandra Ambrosio, from Brazil. Born in Arachem, Rio Grande do Sul, Brazil. Born in 1981, Alessandra Ambrosio began modeling in 1996. She came to the United States at the age of 17. She began to show her talent in 2001 and then appeared on the Victoria's Secret fashion show for 3 consecutive years. 2004 was a leap in her career. The comedy Entourage Season 1 she starred in became more well-known. The following year, she was invited to the Victoria's Secret fashion show again, but this time she was no longer a small role, but one of the main stars. It was also at this time that she witnessed Victor's sexual assault on a minor. In order to prevent this vicious case from affecting her career development, the increasingly famous model chose to ignore it and made a false testimony. After all, it is not good to say that she did not help someone in danger. The media will definitely make a fuss about it, so she simply used a pseudonym, made false testimony, and told the police that she did not see anything. But she didn't expect that she would get retribution for this incident. As a model, Alessandra cares about her appearance and figure very much. It is said that she spends millions of dollars every year to maintain her figure and appearance. But now everything she cherished was under threat. Ms. Ambrosio, the choice is now in your hands. I will cut off your nose and scratch your face. After that, it's up to you. Look at your left hand. I have stuck a bottle of sleeping pills there. That can help you get rid of it immediately. And in your right hand, there's a phone. You can call for help at any time. Oh, by the way, I remind you that the wound on your face is absolutely impossible to recover. Alexandra looked at the person in front of her in horror. She tried desperately to see the appearance of the person coming, but she didn't know what was going on. Once her vision focused on the person's face, it would become blurry. As if his face was shaking violently at a very fast frequency, and it looked like a blur. It seems that you understand what I mean. Now, let's get started. As he said that, the man took out a knife. Seeing the knife getting closer and closer to her face, Alexandra began to struggle desperately, but it was useless. What was easy to do in the past was now extremely difficult. She couldn't even lift her hands. It's useless. I've injected you with refined pufferfish poison. It won't kill you, but it will make you unable to move. Your sensory system is intact. You will clearly feel my knife cutting your face off piece by piece. Looking at the knife getting closer and closer, Alexandra became more and more desperate. She didn't understand why she had to endure this. As if he understood the model's question, the man paused for a moment. He explained, remember poor Eric? The 12-year-old boy who was raped by Victor. When he was taken away, you were not far away. He asked you for help, but you turned a blind eye. It's nothing. Everyone has fears. You were just not brave enough at that time. It was not a sin. But what happened afterwards? What did you do? You gave false testimony. You lied after swearing on the Bible. You were not threatened, you just didn't care. You didn't care what happened to the boy. You just wanted this trouble to pass quickly. You didn't want this little thing to affect your career. But do you know what happened to the boy in the end? He died. 2 years after this incident, he was hanged in the church. The man's voice became more and more gloomy and terrifying. You despise God, ignore the harm and suffering of others, and you only care about yourself. Your crime is arrogance. Then the man chanted in Latin, arrogance, the most serious sin, including disrespect for God and cruelty to others. After that, he raised the knife. And Alexandra closed her eyes in despair. She prayed to God frantically, hoping that someone could save her. As if God really heard her prayers, just before the knife touched her skin, she heard a loud bang. Bang! A man kicked open the door of her house. Kai finally caught up. When Kai and William brought people to the high-end apartment of model Martha, they found that the security guard of the apartment was knocked unconscious and thrown into the corridor. Kai immediately realized that the murderer was one step faster than them, so Kai didn't care about anything and rushed directly into Martha's house. Fortunately, he caught up at the last moment. Seeing that the murderer was going to attack the hostages, Kai didn't think about it, raised his hand and shot at his hand holding the knife. As a result, this guy reacted so fast that he actually blocked Kai's first bullet with a knife. Kai didn't even look at the results of the first shot, but fired 3 shots in a row. The murderer was even more exaggerated than expected. When he blocked the first bullet with a knife, he also raised the gun in his hand, and there were 2 bangs. Just right, it hit the 2 bullets fired by Kai. Kai was really shocked. Kai didn't think it was amazing to be able to see the trajectory of the bullet clearly, or even dodge it, because he could do it, so it wasn't amazing. But the problem is that being able to accurately block the bullet with a bullet against the bullet is amazing. This is not just a test of eyesight and reaction ability. It also tests coordination and agility. Anyway, Kai can't do it now. But now Kai can't care about these things anymore. He reached into his coat and pulled out the Desert Eagle, and it was a modified version. Bang! After a loud bang like a cannonball, the murderer was hit. The murderer did not think about using a bullet to block it, but the problem was that the power of the Desert Eagle was really beyond his expectations. The initial velocity of the bullet was too high, which caught him off guard, causing him to react a step slower. So he was hit by the bullet. Needless to say, the power of the modified Desert Eagle can even seriously injure a mutant like Red Tank, who has thick skin and flesh. The man in front of him obviously did not have the defense of Red Tank. So the guy was hit by the huge force of the bullet, smashed the glass window behind him and fell downstairs. The house of this female model is a high-end apartment on the 5th floor. The moment the man fell, Kai rushed to the window, wanting to see how the murderer was doing. He hadn't found Maria yet. But the results surprised Kai. There was no one downstairs except broken glass, let alone a corpse. Looking up again, Kai found a man in black running into the crowd. Kai immediately raised his gun and planned to continue shooting, but this guy was too cunning. He kept changing his position in the crowd. Those ordinary people who were used as shields by him made Kai afraid to use his weapons. Then, there was no more. The gunshots just now made the crowd around agitated. Many people fled around. It was too easy to escape in the crowd. But Kai still felt a little unreal. It was the first time he saw someone run away alive and well after being hit by his modified Desert Eagle. William rushed over at this time and looked out the window together. He was also confused. He was not sure whether Kai had hit the other person, as he was hiding outside the room at the time. He was a criminal police officer, specializing in criminal investigation, not a special police officer, so he didn't need to rush so fiercely. Did he see that the other special police officers didn't follow him? But, this is the 5th floor. If he jumped down like this, he would definitely die, but he would definitely be seriously injured. But where is the person? He didn't see anything. What's going on? William couldn't help it. What was happening in front of him was too ridiculous. How the hell do I know? Kai said a little irritably, because he just got a worse message. The 2 tendrils hounds in his shadow did not record the breath of his person. Kai was almost pissed off. What are hounds for? Isn't it for tracking? If the hounds caught the guy's tail, Kai would not be able to solve the case. He would just find that bastard and naturally know where Maria is. But the hounds also had their own reasons. They really couldn't smell anything useful from the murderer, because they found that the murderer's body was always vibrating at a high frequency. This vibration was so strong that the scent molecules on his body were immediately dispersed as soon as they left his body, leaving no useful information at all. This was also the reason why the tendrils hounds did not smell any useful smell at the crime scene before. At first, Kai thought that the murderer was too careful and patiently destroyed all possible evidence. But now it seems that the murderer may be very cautious, but also cautious to the extent that he even wanted to eliminate the smell. At this time, other police officers also came in, and they rushed to the female model as soon as possible. Check if she has any problems. No more deaths can be allowed now, otherwise the pressure on their heads will be even greater. Watching the technicians catch up and check the model, William asked another question. Then did you see his face? This time it was Kai's turn to be a little confused. He really didn't see the other person's face clearly. He didn't have an idea before. Now thinking back, he found that he really didn't see the murderer's face clearly. In his memory, the murderer's face was a blur, as if his face was shaking rapidly. But thinking of the feedback from the hounds, Kai felt that this was really possible. He covered his face. I didn't see it. This is a lie, because no one will believe the truth. For some unnecessary trouble, Kai simply lied. It's a pity, but it doesn't matter. We now have a new witness. William was very excited, because he felt that he had caught a tail of the murderer. When Kai brought the awakened model back to the safe house, All the police stationed in the house were driven out of the house, leaving only a group of people in black. Each of these guys was dressed like a black super special police, with black suits and black glasses, and they really looked like that. The leading police officer was negotiating with a leading fat man. The fat man had a dangerous hairline and a big belly, and looked like a greasy middle-aged man. But his attitude was very arrogant. No matter what the leading police said, he forbade anyone to enter the house. I made it very clear that we are in charge here now. If you don't understand anything, go to your boss. Kai walked over with his men and frowned at the fat man. Who is he? Why don't you protect the witness? The leading police officer knew that Kai was not from the Chicago Police Department, but he knew that this person's identity was very special, and even a deputy chief would have to give him face. There was no way. He had strong professional ability, was not under the jurisdiction of the Chicago Police Department, and helped the Chicago Police for free. Of course, the Chicago Police had to be polite to such a person, and being polite didn't cost any money anyway. But the fat man didn't let the leading police officer finish his words, and gently pushed him away, saying to himself, Kai was in a bad mood, and the fat man was too arrogant, so Kai directly pulled out the Desert Eagle and pointed it at his head. Get out of here, or let me blow your head off. The fat man was also scared when a gun was suddenly pointed at his head. He was the head of Tony Stark's personal bodyguards. When did he meet such an unreasonable person? Looking at your uniform, you should be just a minor character, so I don't have time to know who you are. Now I give you 3 counts. Either get out or be shot for assaulting a police officer. Start counting now. 1. Kai naturally couldn't kill anyone. He wasn't so angry that he would kill people just because he was in a bad mood. What's the difference between him and those perverted killers? He was just trying to scare the fat man. But scare is different from scare. Kai's scare was added. He released his mental power a little and oppressed the little fat man's spirit. This year's spells can't even be considered magic. He just relied on mental power to bully people. But the effect is really good. When those black super special police saw that they were threatened with guns, they immediately drew their guns one by one. But how could Kai be afraid of this? With a click, he loaded the Desert Eagle directly. 2. Happy used to be a boxer. It was a complete accident that he met Tony. To be honest, he was a lucky minister. Tony got into a car accident again because of drunk driving. Happy happened to be nearby and saved Tony. Actually, it was not really a rescue. Tony's sports car was all high-tech and nothing could happen to him. But Happy's enthusiasm made Tony very happy. So he became Tony's fitness trainer and boxing trainer, and then became a bodyguard, and then was promoted to security director. Speaking of loyalty and responsibility, he has them. But professional ability, well, this thing is really not that good. It can even be said that as a bodyguard, apart from helping to deal with chores and preventing some harassment, there is no real danger for him to deal with. What's more, his men are all professionals, and it is not his turn anyway. So when Kai loaded a gun, he was immediately scared half to death. Originally, Happy would not be so unbearable, but the problem is that Kai cheated. Just when Kai was about to shout out 3, Pepper finally rushed out of the house. Adam. What are you doing? Pepper and Happy are Tony's secretary and bodyguard respectively, so they are naturally familiar with each other. She naturally cannot let Adam bully her friend. Moreover, he was sent by Tony to protect her. Pepper stood in front of Happy and blocked the gun for Fatty. Kai looked at Pepper and said, "Did you find him?" "So what?" Pepper was furious when she saw Kai. Firstly, Kai was too cold to her and always avoided her. Secondly, the things Kai did in the past 2 days also made Pepper very uncomfortable. After all, they had a relationship, but he treated her like this. Kai looked at Pepper and hesitated. He was evaluating whether Pepper should stay here or leave quickly. The murderer was obviously a mutant like Juggernaut and Logan, and was too dangerous. If Pepper left his side, it would be difficult to guarantee her safety. These black super police looked serious, but they were not good enough when they met a murderer who could not be killed, even with a modified Desert Eagle. From this point of view, it is best for Pepper to stay with him. After all, she is an acquaintance of Adam, and Kai can't really turn a blind eye. But then again, the murderer obviously has his own standards. He will only choose guilty people as targets, and Pepper should not be among the guilty. From this point of view, she is not in any danger. Kai hesitated, and Pepper was also very strange. She didn't understand what Kai meant by looking at her with such a tangled expression. Since he is your man, then you follow them. In the end, Kai decided to let her leave quickly. After saying these words, Kai put away his gun, and then waved his hand to let all the police enter the house again. As for those black super special police, without receiving orders from their superiors, they naturally would not make any extra movements, and could only watch the police squeeze them away. Jin. Take a few people to bring Susie here. I am worried that she will stay in the hotel alone, although it has not been found out what the relationship between Maria and the case 3 years ago is. Kai has a feeling in his heart that she must have fallen into the hands of the murderer, and it is uncertain whether she is dead or alive. But according to William's discovery, the murderer ranked the 7 deadly sins according to the description in a religious book called Paradise Lost. The 7 deadly sins: gluttony, fat man, greed, lawyer, laziness, drug dealer Victor, pride, female model, lust, jealousy, and anger. Although it is not certain, Kai's intuition is that the object of the crime of lust is Maria. Now that pride is not dead, the murderer may not kill Maria first. I just hope that the murderer has obsessive-compulsive disorder. Seeing Kai driving her away, Pepper was angry and sad at first, but she was happy again immediately. Because she felt that Adam did this because he was jealous of her. He still cares about her. After all, combined with the situation that Kai fled when he saw her before, and then his attitude towards her changed 180 degrees. I didn't understand why before, but if it is explained this way, everything makes sense. Chapter 332, SHIELD Intervention. Kai led his men into the safe house again. Mills was restless here. When he saw Kai and his men, he immediately rushed over like a savior. But Kai just nodded to him, then walked into the house and locked the door. Mills was shocked when he saw this, thinking it was bad news. We successfully rescued the hostages, but the murderer ran away, William said quickly. Mills breathed a sigh of relief. Although it was a pity that the murderer was not caught, saving an innocent person was good news. But soon, Mills' mood became depressed. Although the female model was saved, it also proved one thing from the side. That is, the targets chosen by the murderer were all participants in the case that year. This made Mills feel breathless, because he felt that he had created this monster, or at least he had attracted this monster to Chicago. Although it was a bit far-fetched to think so, a man with a strong sense of responsibility like Mills always likes to consciously carry many things on his shoulders. He would think that if he had not been so impulsive and handled the problem calmly, maybe Victor would not have escaped the trial. If that were the case, the boy would not have committed suicide due to psychological reasons. Others could not understand or comfort Mills' pain. Only Tracy hugged her husband to make him feel better. "Hello, Agent Phil? It's me, Kai." Kai locked himself in the room not because he was angry about not being able to catch the murderer, as others thought, so he was alone and quiet. He just needed a secret space to seek help. "Officer Kai?" Phil was a little surprised when he heard Kai's call. He didn't expect Kai to call him at this time. "Is there anything you need? You said last time that all supernatural phenomena are your responsibility," Kai asked directly. "Oh, that's right. SHIELD is indeed responsible for this aspect." Phil didn't understand why Kai asked this at first, but he immediately reacted. Kai is not the kind of person who would call him to keep in touch, or rather, they have no friendship at all. Could it be? "Yes, I'm in Chicago now." "Chicago again?" Phil said strangely. After all, it wasn't long since Solomon made a scene in Chicago last time. Mutants are not rats, they are everywhere. In fact, the number of mutants has always been small. It is because of the small number that the public has always believed that mutants are legends. However, Phil did not suspect that Kai was lying to him, because it was meaningless. "What kind of opponent did you meet this time?" Kai's contact with SHIELD was very frequent. Within a year, he actually contacted SHIELD 3 times. A perverted killer has killed 3 people. When he was about to kill the 4th, I caught him in the act. But the problem is that he ran away right under my nose. Kai paused and then continued. "After I shot him in the face with a Desert Eagle, he jumped from the 5th floor and ran away, although the Desert Eagle is famous. In fact, no army in the world has equipped this gun, because of 3 problems. One is that it is too heavy. An empty Desert Eagle with a caliber of 11.43 millimeters, 0.45 inches, weighs 2 kilograms. A soldier has to carry extremely heavy other equipment, so the Desert Eagle is still too heavy. Second, the recoil is too strong. If the operator is not strong enough, its recoil can break the operator's arm." Exaggerated statement. Due to the large recoil, the hit rate of the Desert Eagle is quite touching. Third, the structure is complex and the reliability is low, and it cannot adapt to the complex and harsh battlefield environment. But one thing cannot be denied, that is, the Desert Eagle is one of the most powerful pistols in the world. Even a big elephant will die if it is hit by a head-on shot from the Desert Eagle. You must know that the Desert Eagle was originally designed to hunt large prey. Now there is a person who was shot by a head-on shot from the Desert Eagle and was able to jump out of the window on the 5th floor to escape. This is definitely a mutant. But Phil didn't expect that Kai had something to add. Also, when I saw his whole face was shaking at high speed, and the speed was so fast that I couldn't see his face clearly at all. Okay, I understand. I'll rush over right away, Phil said decisively. Agent Phil, just when Phil was about to hang up the phone, Kai suddenly said, I need you to do me a favor. Phil didn't expect Kai to make conditions with him at this time. To be honest, S.H.I.E.L.D. is not a good department. They are not even people-friendly officials. They are not responsible to the people at all. They are only responsible to the World Security Council. They don't need to maintain a people-friendly image at all, so it's just overthinking for ordinary people to negotiate with them. But Phil is a good person, in every sense of the word. So he decided to listen to what Kai's request is. If it's not too much, it's not impossible to make concessions. After all, he has always been interested in Kai and has always wanted to pull him into S.H.I.E.L.D. You say, here's the thing, Kai told Phil the whole story, and then put forward his own request. I have no interest in how you deal with this pervert, but I hope you can help me find Maria before catching that bastard. Other than that, I don't have any request. Phil was silent for a while. He was silent not because Kai's request was too much, on the contrary, Kai's request was too in line with universal values. It's just that there are a few small problems in the actual operation. I can promise to help. It's just, the process will be a little illegal. I don't know if you can accept it. S.H.I.E.L.D. has a high level of authority in the United States, but authority is inherently limited. How can an intelligence agency like S.H.I.E.L.D. really abide by those rules and regulations? All good intelligence agencies don't follow the rules. For example, the FBI was not a simple police agency during the Hoover era. On the contrary, it was more like a royal guard that monitored the entire country. It was normal to secretly collect intelligence in violation of regulations. Legend has it that Hoover was able to dominate the entire United States because he used the FBI to obtain a large amount of black material on politicians, which allowed the FBI to expand its power infinitely and become the largest bureaucratic agency in the U.S. government. So if you want to find Maria as quickly as possible, you must use some extraordinary means. What do you think? The troops Kai served in before were not a righteous army. They also handled a lot of dirty work. Kai doesn't have too much moral cleanliness in this regard. He has never been a stickler for procedural justice. What he pursues is result justice. That's fine. I'll be in Chicago soon. After confirming that S.H.I.E.L.D. would come, Kai immediately found William and told him that the current situation had exceeded the limit of what they could handle. He had already contacted the FBI to take over the case. Both the mature William and the young and energetic Mills reacted strongly to Kai's behavior of always interfering in other people's affairs. As a policeman, no one would be willing to hand over the case in their hands for no reason. That means they are incompetent. But the fact is that they are getting closer to the true face of the murderer step by step. Kai's approach is tantamount to picking peaches and usurping their work results. I'm doing this for your good, Kai said calmly. William, you also saw with your own eyes how that guy escaped. Do you think ordinary people can do it? He is an extremely dangerous and extremely crazy guy. I am not looking down on you. In fact, you have done a good job. But now, this case has exceeded the scope of what you can handle. So giving up is the best choice. Kai doesn't think that a group of ordinary police officers can deal with that guy. Professional matters should be handed over to professionals. Although Kai has made the best explanation for his behavior, the problem is that William and Mills are still not ready to give up. Especially William. He was originally going to retire in a few days, but the persistence in his bones still made him unable to turn a blind eye to the case in his hands. Maybe he is really disappointed with the city and the career he is doing. But he is a policeman. A real policeman. As long as he is still in this position for one day, he can't abandon his original intention. If you have any dissatisfaction, you can complain to your superiors, but now, I think all arguments are meaningless. After saying that, Kai directly pushed the two people away and asked the SWAT guard in the safe house to watch the two people and not let them go out. It's strange to say that the SWAT obviously has no subordinate relationship with Kai, but they have no resistance to Kai's orders. Perhaps it's because Kai just took them to regain their face. SHIELD speed is very fast. An hour after Kai called, the Chicago police received a call from the senior FBI. During the call, the FBI officially notified the Chicago police that the case was officially taken over by the FBI Special Investigation Team. The Chicago police naturally refused. But it was useless, because the mayor of Chicago had already spoken in person. But the FBI still showed goodwill, and they were willing to release case consultation in the name of joint investigation. Of course, all this was just a gimmick. In fact, the FBI was just the scapegoat again, and the one who was really involved in the investigation was SHIELD. This is also a common trick for SHIELD to appear in front of the public, using the name of the FBI to enforce criminal law. Who said the FBI has great power? Soon Kai met with Phil, and this time he brought a whole team of SHIELD field agents. These people are elites selected from various law enforcement departments and troops. More importantly, they are special forces specializing in handling various strange events, with rich experience, and are definitely more reliable than ordinary police. You should have a general idea of the matter, from the fact that they can easily use the name of the FBI to make the Chicago police surrender. Kai can know that these guys are much more powerful than he imagined. In this case, Phil will not be unaware of the progress of the case. Of course. Now we can start investigating, Phil said as he took Kai to a private building. When they walked into the upper floor of the building, they found that there was something else going on here. The top floor of the building was occupied by various equipment and computers. When Kai walked in, there were already a large group of people busying around. In a conference room in the building, there were all kinds of screens with surveillance images on them. Kai couldn't tell where they were from, as he was not very familiar with Chicago. Kai was very interested in these devices that look very powerful, but the staff who operated the equipment disliked Kai and didn't let him touch them at all. These are all surveillance devices invented by our SHIELD science department at a cost of billions of dollars, but for some reason, they couldn't be circulated. Phil didn't explain much and just took it away in one sentence. Okay, we can start looking for people here. Kai was surprised. That's right, Phil said very proudly. This is the Skynet system invented by our SHIELD. It can connect to any device with a camera. At the same time, this system can connect to anyone's mobile phone through sonar equipment to monitor everyone's movements. As long as we want, we can see what everyone in Chicago is doing through the mobile phone. Phil's introduction made Kai open his eyes wide. Although Kai is not a science idiot, why does this thing sound so fantastic? Also, although Kai was an antique in his previous life, he must have seen the Terminator, right? Is it really okay to call this system Skynet? Why does Kai always feel that in the next second this system will control all the nuclear missile launchers in the United States, and then the world will be destroyed and the machines will rise? While Phil was talking, he was also quietly paying attention to Kai's expression. He wanted to see how Kai would react. It turned out that Kai was just surprised, and then a little weird, but he was not indignant. After this technology was formed, it received a lot of criticism. Even within SHIELD, there were many people who opposed this technology. After all, this thing is too buggy. If it really takes shape, the whole world will not be able to escape the eyes of SHIELD. This equipment itself is an infringement of the personal privacy of citizens. It is illegal from a legal point of view and unjust from a moral point of view, because no one would like to have a pair of eyes staring at what they do all the time. No matter what the person behind the eyes does this for, this behavior itself will not be accepted by normal people. If someone uses this equipment to do bad things, it will pose a great threat to society. It is also because of this that this system is only a semi-finished product and has never been tested. It just so happened that during this period, Phil received an order from his superiors to let him experiment and evaluate the practical ability and usable prospects of this system. As for moral and legal issues, they are not within the scope of consideration of SHIELD for the time being. This thing has not yet taken shape, and it is too early to consider so much. In fact, Kai is indeed very afraid of this thing, but Kai believes that the people who are afraid of this thing are definitely not just himself. If this guy falls, there will be 12 people to support it. What's the use of him being anxious? SHIELD doesn't listen to him. Relatively speaking, those upper-class people, political bigwigs, and business tycoons care more about this thing. If we really compare privacy, The privacy of ordinary people is not as valuable as those big guys. Those upper-class people have more shit under their butts than ordinary people. They are the pioneers who insist on the inviolability of private privacy. So Kai believes that even if he doesn't say anything, those big guys will force S.H.I.E.L.D. to give up this research. But before that, its most important function is to help him find Maria. Why are you looking at me? Since it is so powerful, then you should start quickly. Phil was speechless. He thought of many reactions of Kai after seeing this system, but there was no such thing. He was indifferent to it. Because in his heart, Phil was also extremely opposed to this technology. He did not support this experiment, but the director asked him to host the experiment, so he came. He also planned to write Kai's reaction into the report so that the director could see the reaction of an ordinary person. In this way, he would tell the director what kind of situation they would face once this technology was announced. Unfortunately, Kai didn't care at all. Okay, Phil gathered his mind. He gestured to his subordinates. Then Maria's photo appeared on the main screen in the center, and then dozens or even hundreds of other screens began to flash. Countless images flashed across those screens so fast that people were dizzy. Suddenly, an index on the device began to rise rapidly, and other indexes also slowly increased. What's wrong? Found it, Kai saw that most of those indexes were computing speed and screening times, as well as some hardware indexes, but Kai didn't know what they represented when combined. No, there should be some problems. Phil frowned, feeling a little bad. Oh, is it serious? It shouldn't be serious. It also happened during the previous debugging. As a result, Phil's voice had just fallen. All the electronic devices in the room suddenly banged and went out. Then a burnt smell and thick smoke came from the computer room next door. Has this happened before? Phil's face became ugly. Even if Phil was not a technical expert, he knew that this experiment was doomed. It was already smoking. What the hell was the experiment? By the way, is this thing really only worth a few $1 billion? Or is this the only way your department cheats on funding? Kato asked, and Phil's face became even uglier. But he couldn't get angry with Kai yet, so he could only look at the technicians, hoping that they could give a reasonable explanation. The technicians next to him were very calm. To them, isn't it common sense that the experiment failed? As for spending money, who doesn't spend money in scientific research? There is too much information that needs to be processed and screened. You can't imagine how much information a person can generate in a day, and we have to screen all the languages, texts and images that are useful to us in that vast sea of information. This amount of computing has exceeded the load of our host. And because the information collection equipment has not met expectations, a lot of information has not been collected. We need new information collection equipment. If it still cannot meet expectations, then this part needs to be redesigned. In a word, that's money. Looking at it this way, the smell of cheating on funding is even stronger. I'm not responsible for this. Maybe you can write a good report after you go back. But now, you have to tell me. Did this broken thing play any role at all? Phil didn't know much about the other things, but he knew that although the equipment on the scene didn't look like a big deal, in fact, these equipment alone cost hundreds of millions of dollars. Now it's all ruined after just a few seconds of operation. If nothing useful is obtained, then S.H.I.E.L.D. will really lose a lot of money. This, we can only know after the system is restarted. How long will it take? Half an hour. So half an hour later, Kai got a photo. An enlarged photo showing Maria's silhouette appearing in the corner of the photo, as if someone was taking a photo with a mobile phone and accidentally took Maria in. When and where was this taken? The time was 3 o'clock in the afternoon 3 days ago. As for the location, I'm sorry, only this information was left before the host burned. If we want to get more detailed information, we can change a host and continue the test. The technician seemed eager to try. Phil asked in a hoarse voice at this time, how much does a new host cost? It's not expensive, only $97 million US, rounded up to 100 million. Phil turned around and left after hearing this. He didn't even hesitate. He already had the photos, so why did he need to spend 100 million? All he needed was image recognition search software. Not to mention SHIELD, he could find it directly in Silicon Valley. The plot timeline is 2009, when the image search software had not been announced, but it had already appeared. Chapter 333 Tracking. S.H.I.E.L.D. was indeed very efficient. After arriving in Chicago, it took them only 3 hours to find Maria, who had been missing for a week. In a city with a permanent population of 2.7 million. In the basement of a heavy metal nightclub. But they were not fast enough, because when they found her, Maria had just lost her life. And the way she died was. Kai didn't know how to describe it. Creative? It seemed disrespectful and cruel to the deceased. Indeed, it was not comprehensive enough. The murderer wanted to humiliate Maria. Let her die in the most painful and humiliating way. She died of internal bleeding. The murderer kidnapped a man for this purpose, and then put a leather sheath with a sharp blade on his brother, and then let the poor man kill her on the bed in the most primitive way of human reproduction. When Kai and his team found the crime scene, the man was close to collapse. His lower body was covered in blood, his face was pale, and his body was shaking constantly. Conservatively speaking, this guy will never be able to have sex in his next life. But this is not the point is Maria. She died in extreme pain, so much so that her face was extremely hideous and horrible when she died. Her hands and feet were tied to a simple spring bed, and she died in a very unbearable posture. Kai suddenly felt weak when he saw Maria's body. He walked to Maria's side, slowly knelt on one knee beside the bed, and gently closed Maria's eyes. He was still a step too late. What made him even more powerless was that he didn't know how to explain the current situation to Susie at all. Phil saw that Kai was in a low mood, walked over, and gently patted Kai's shoulder to comfort him. Kai was silent for a while, and then slowly said, "I will kill that bastard. Calm down, Kai. We will catch him. Just leave everything to us, we will catch him." Phil obviously felt that Kai was in a very bad mood, so he hurriedly said. He even emphasized twice that their shield would catch him. "No, I will kill him. I will." At this time, Kai's emotions returned to calm. He was not familiar with Phil, and he didn't like to show his emotions in front of outsiders. Phil was still planning to persuade Kai to give up this extreme idea. Killing people, especially killing people in a society ruled by law, is a very troublesome thing. Of course, this is not the key point. SHIELD is not a charity organization. Killing people is too common. Let's put it this way. SHIELD has basically done all the crimes written in the US criminal law, and has done a lot of them. Although SHIELD claims to be an intelligence organization, CIA is still an intelligence organization. Is the CIA less evil? What about SHIELD, which is more powerful than CIA? It can only be dirtier than CIA. CIA is at least supervised by the US government. Who supervises SHIELD? The answer is that no one supervises. Don't think that their superior is the World Security Council, but in fact, even the council itself knows that it can't control SHIELD at all. For example, now, Phil heard the news about the murderer and rushed here immediately. Is he really doing justice for the sake of chivalry? Of course not. SHIELD is an organization that handles abnormal events and is not responsible for Social Security. Their real purpose is to catch the murderer and then study him. Recruit him. That's right, recruit. In a sense, SHIELD's position is somewhat similar to Camelot. They don't care about individual tragedies, they care about the overall situation. Of course, the sentiments of the two are completely different. Camelot is a perfect template of a justice organization, while SHIELD exists in the human world. They do maintain peace, but their methods are much more despicable and disgusting. In a sense, it's not wrong to say that they are villains. This is not simply derogatory. Large organizations such as the FBI and CIA are also like this. But no one denies that they are necessary for stabilizing the entire United States. Back to the point, in short, SHIELD has its own demands. They are not willing to lose such a rare mutant. This is determined by the positioning of their organization itself. So Phil plans to persuade Kai. If possible, he doesn't want to conflict with such an upright policeman, because that will make him feel like a bad guy. But before Phil can speak, a phone call interrupted their communication. Just now, the safe house was attacked. But the casualties were not large. All the police and security guards were just knocked unconscious. But the problem is that 4 women are missing. Tracy, Pepper, Alexandra and Susie. Kai looked at the irritable Mills, and his heart was not calm. This attack was done by the murderer of the 7 deadly sins. The key is that he also left a note at the scene. He clearly told Mills that he wanted to end it all. However, this is completely different from the murderer's previous behavior pattern. According to the methods he used to kill the victims before, they were all carefully planned. He prepared the most suitable charges for the victims according to the victims' actions, and then designed the most suitable punishment according to the charges. He regarded this series of cases as his masterpiece. Since it is a masterpiece, it certainly cannot be so simple and crude. He did not plan carefully, but rushed into the police's encirclement and captured the target. This is not his style. If it is according to his original idea, he should have fooled the police around. He wanted to defeat the police. Completely defeat the police, let the police follow the clues he left, and then find the bodies on the ground. This is his masterpiece. In fact, after figuring out how the murderer chose his target, Kai discovered that the murderer hated not the target related to that case, but the entire police and judicial system. Even the entire society. From the initial provocation, setting puzzles, to always being one step ahead of the police, it was all for this purpose. He wanted to tell everyone that the police were incompetent. At the same time, he set a crime for each victim, and he also had a deeper purpose. He was preaching, he was admonishing everyone. He was educating the entire society. But what he was doing was obviously not what he wanted. Doing so would only make people think that he was a thug, and thugs could not become saints, let alone educate and admonish others. There must be something that changed the murderer and made him unable to wait. Thinking of this, Kai immediately returned to the four women's room and searched everywhere. He even made a mess of the scene. Seeing that he made such a mess, other policemen wanted to stop him. After all, this was a crime scene. Unfortunately, they didn't have the courage. Kai searched room by room, and the police began to understand what Kai was looking for. Mobile phones. The mobile phones of the four women. They were all witnesses. Although the police had a rule that all communication equipment must be confiscated after entering the safe house, the problem was that these four women were not ordinary people, especially Pepper and Alexandra. They were both celebrities and had too many calls to make and receive. It was impossible for the police to confiscate their mobile phones. So no one's mobile phone was confiscated. Kai finally found only the mobile phone in Tracy's room, and the mobile phones of the other three women were not found. If they brought their mobile phones, can you use your expensive system to find their location? Kai asked Phil. Phil was stunned for a while, then turned his head to look at his technicians. The technicians were very excited. Of course. As long as their mobile phones are not turned off. I can locate them through signals, no need to talk, of course not. What do you think the Skynet system is? It's a masterpiece. The technicians were very unhappy that Kai asked such a stupid question. Well, your masterpiece can start working, Kai nodded. The previous Skynet system did impress Kai. Well, except for the high price and poor quality. Now it was the turn of the SHIELD technician to be speechless. There is a small problem, we don't have a host computer, then find a solution immediately. I don't have 100 million to give you. Phil's face immediately darkened. This broken system was really a rip-off. It was completely destroyed after running for more than 10 seconds. Even SHIELD couldn't stand it. Well, I remember that the University of Illinois has a supercomputer. We can borrow it. Phil hesitated. He didn't know much about supercomputers, but he knew that this thing must be very expensive. If it breaks, then SHIELD will not only bear its own losses, but also compensate the University of Illinois. Perhaps sensing his superior's concerns, the technician immediately proposed a feasible plan. We can make some adjustments, such as shutting down most functions and leaving only the ability to track information. That shouldn't cause structural damage to the Chicago supercomputer, then do it. How long will it take? Phil was relieved when he heard that he could use the deleted version. 2 hours. We are professionals, okay, we'll leave in 2 hours, Kai nodded and turned to walk out. Phil was stunned for a moment, and immediately chased after him. Where are you going? Eat. Kai hadn't eaten for a day because of this case. Wait for me, I'll join you. About an hour later, Kai finally found a chance to go to the bathroom during Phil's chatterbox. But Phil felt a little strange. He didn't know why, but he always felt that Kai felt a lot more relaxed after going to the bathroom. Maybe he was constipated? While thinking about these random things, Phil continued to preach to Kai. This guy kept telling Kai how important SHIELD was, how much it had done for world peace, and how much it had sacrificed for it. In a word, he wanted to brainwash Kai and let him join the SHIELD family. But Kai had been like that from the beginning, with a look of one ear going in one ear and the other out the other. But Phil never tired of it. He was not fooling Kai, but really felt that his work had extraordinary significance. He hoped that more capable people would join SHIELD so that SHIELD could make better contributions to the world. There are really not many employees who love their jobs so much and are so dedicated to their work. But Phil didn't know that Kai's relief was not because he had relieved his old constipation, but because he finally found an opportunity to use his clone. Kai's previous request for Phil to use the Skynet system was a complete cover-up. He thought at the time that he really couldn't track the murderer. Or it was the Hound that couldn't track the murderer, but now that the 4 women were caught, he could track them. But he didn't expect Phil to be so difficult. It seemed that this guy was suspicious of Kai, or he was preventing Kai from really killing the mutant murderer. It's a pity that Phil's actions were in vain. Chicago in the dark is so colorful, even more exciting than during the day. Countless lights make the city look colorful, and countless fashionable men and women enjoy the prosperity and noise here. Chicago is known as the city with the most American characteristics. It integrates the cultural and food landscapes left by the Midwest with the world. The famous American writer Norman Mailer once wrote, "Chicago is a great city. It may be the only great city left in the United States, but no matter how gorgeous and prosperous the city is, there are places where the lights can't reach." For example, the Calumet Industrial Zone in the south of the city was once the pride of the entire Chicago, and most of Chicago's heavy industries were in this zone. Chicago's industry and manufacturing are very developed, and are the pillar industries of its economy, accounting for about 60% of the city's total output value. But later, with the development of the city, many large companies began to move out of here and went to the satellite city of Gary for reasons such as environmental protection and labor. Although the Calumet Industrial Zone can still create a lot of wealth today, those large companies are left behind. After industrial upgrading, these companies no longer need to employ so many workers. So even though the entire industrial zone can still create a lot of wealth, in fact, the entire industrial zone looks depressed. A large number of factories and buildings have been abandoned, making this place a gathering place for drug addicts and vagrants. The security at night is very poor. Among these abandoned buildings, on the top of a dark building, Joe is struggling to move a set of homemade equipment. If there are movie lovers here, they will immediately find that this thing will be very familiar: a jaw splitter. This is a metal device placed on the human head. The metal piece is inserted between the upper and lower jaws. If it is not released within the specified time, the spring energy storage mechanism will collapse, tearing the upper and lower jaws of the person apart, tearing the entire head in half, killing the person in one blow, with no way to survive. This device is more complicated and heavier than it looks in the movie. But even so, with the size, even if it is made of all steel, a normal man should not have such a hard time. Finally, with a heavy gasp, Joe finally placed the jaw splitter on Alexandra's head. Just after installing the device on Alexandra's head, and before he had time to insert the 2 metal pieces into her mouth, Joe suddenly hugged his head. The muscles on his face became extremely hideous, and blood flowed from his mouth and nose. He looked very painful. Until he tremblingly took out a bottle of medicine from his jacket pocket and poured it into his mouth for free, and only then did he barely stop the severe pain. Alexandra and Pepper looked at the man in front of them in fear. The man in front of them didn't look scary. On the contrary, he was gentle and refined. He wasn't handsome, but he wasn't ugly either. To be honest, he looked a little feminine. If they had seen him normally, they might have thought he was a librarian or a designer. But they knew that the man in front of them was the serial killer. They were kidnapped by him himself. Seeing several women staring at her, Joe raised her head and carefully wiped the bloodstains on her face and around her nose with a handkerchief. "I'm sorry, I scared you." Then she looked at Alessandra and said seriously, "Especially you, Ms. Ambrosio. I didn't want to use this method, but I don't have much time. So I can only inconvenience you." Chapter 334 Madman. Joe Doe, a pitiful and hateful bastard. He is also the murderer of the 7 deadly sins serial murder case. His real name is Clyde Shelton. Joe will be used in the following. He was born into an intellectual family. His parents are both university professors. His family is well off and his family is devout Christians. He is also very motivated. At the age of 18, he graduated from the University of Illinois where his parents worked. After graduation, Joe, like all young people, dreamed of changing the world. So the young and energetic chose to join the U.S. military, but fate played a joke on him. Less than 2 years after he joined the Army, he was spotted by the CIA because of his outstanding mind and became a CIA agent. Joe didn't like this job, but for the sake of national interests, he chose to endure. Joe is not the kind of agent who will personally take a gun to kill the enemy. On the contrary, he is always behind the scenes. But he can always complete the task and kill the target. Others don't know how he did it. But it was also his experience in the CIA that changed his mentality. He found that the CIA was not what he imagined, and everything was for the national interest. Many of their actions were no different from those of the bandit warlords, and even more disgusting. So after working in the CIA for 5 years, he returned to the United States and completely left the CIA. He settled down in Atlanta, got married and had children, and found a job as an engineer. He made small inventions on weekdays. The patents alone were enough to support his family. If things had continued to develop like this, perhaps he would have lived his life like an ordinary person. He no longer had the ambition to change the world that he had when he left school. All he wanted at the time was to live his life in peace. As a result, the second change in his life came. His parents were shot and killed. At that time, the old couple went to the restaurant they had patronized for decades on Friday night as usual and were robbed by a drug addict. His parents honestly gave him the money they had on them. But the drug addict was not satisfied. He had his eyes on Joe's mother's pearl necklace. It was a gift that Joe's father bought for Joe's mother when he got married, and it was of great significance. So Joe's mother struggled. It was this struggle that broke the drug addict's nerves, and he fired 3 shots at the old couple. In fact, the old couple can still be saved, as long as they are sent to the hospital in time. But Chicago people, indifference seems to have become a common label in big cities. According to the video footage that Joe watched at the police, a total of 23 passers-by passed by, but no one called 911. This almost made Joe collapse on the spot. Joe's thinking began to change from that time. He began to become cynical and became more and more devout in his belief in God. Of course, he was still normal at this time. This is probably because of his happy family life, which gave him a warm harbor to rely on. But the next blow made him completely collapse. 2 robbers broke into his house one night, knocked Joe down and tied him up. Next, the 2 robbers killed his wife and forcibly violated her body in front of him and his daughter. When the police came, they couldn't bear to see the miserable state of the child. At that moment, he completely collapsed. That's not all. What hit him even more was the subsequent trial. Of the 2 robbers, one was the principal offender and the other was only an accomplice. The accomplice originally just wanted to get money. But during the trial, the prosecutor, in order to win, went against the wishes of Joe, the victim's family, and directly reached a deal with the principal offender. The principal offender became a tainted witness to testify against the accomplice, and threw all the charges to that person. Then the principal offender was only sentenced to 2 years. What a ridiculous trial this is, and what's even more ridiculous is that no one thinks there is anything wrong with it. From that time on, Joe's thinking changed completely. He believed that the world was sick, the Son of Man came to seek and save the lost. Luke 19:10, God so loved the world that he gave his only Son, that whoever believes in him should not perish but have eternal life. For God did not send his Son into the world to condemn the world, but to save the world through him. John 3:16-17. In pain, he was completely crazy, and in this madness, he began to change. He gained superpowers. In simple terms, he was originally a mutant, but his abilities had not been awakened all along. But in the midst of madness, he somehow awakened. He began to think that he was the savior. Mutants never have abilities when they are born. Mutants' abilities are like a recessive gene. According to Kai's understanding, this mutant is actually a descendant of the prehistoric gods. After so many years of reproduction, it is unknown how many people in the world carry the genes of the gods, but judging from the time span, there are definitely many. However, these superpowers hidden in the bodies of the carriers of the gods' genes are rarely stimulated. In fact, the awakening of the abilities of many mutants is strange. Some people have them at birth, some have them after sleeping, and some have superpowers after experiencing other things. In short, it is not uncommon for people like Joe to have superpowers. Unfortunately, the awakening of abilities did not bring any good luck to Joe, because along with the awakening of abilities, his body also had problems. He suffered from brain cancer. Under the torture of brain cancer, the originally smart and rational Joe even had problems with his way of thinking. He believed that he was chosen by God, and his superpowers were the symbol of being chosen. And brain cancer was also God telling him that he must complete his mission as soon as possible. Wasn't Jesus also nailed to the cross? Martyr. This was the second persona that Joe set for himself. So he began his plan, first of all revenge. He used his professional knowledge to kill all the participants in the murder of his wife and daughter. The accomplice who was used as a scapegoat had been sentenced to death, but he did not allow the criminal to be euthanized. He replaced the prison's execution poison with corrosive poison, so that the accomplice died in extreme pain. It was not difficult to do this. All he had to do was hack into the Federal Logistics Network and change a few numbers to change the poison sent to the prison to be sent to him. He replaced the original medicine with corrosive poison and then sent it to the prison by express delivery. As for the real criminal, that was even easier. This guy was an idiot. Joe only used a little trick to trick him into an abandoned factory and then dissected him alive. But this did not make people pay attention to what was wrong with the world. At least these two scumbags were not qualified. So Joe started to commit crimes crazily. He buried alive the lawyer who defended the criminals. He used a mobile phone bomb to blow up the judge in front of the police. Then he used a car bomb to blow up the police who investigated the case of his wife and daughter. Finally, it was the prosecutor. Joe didn't intend to kill him at first. He just wanted to make him understand that he was not seeking revenge, but wanted to heal this terrible world. But he seemed unable to understand Joe's painstaking efforts. So he let the guy watch his partner being beaten into a hornet's nest by a remote-controlled fire device, and then the prosecutor was also blown to pieces by the bomb. He thought that this would teach this corrupt judicial system a lesson. But to his surprise, people were just excited for a while and attributed it all to terrorist acts. What's even more ridiculous is that these people are obviously related to the case of his wife and daughter. Anyone who is not an idiot can guess that he did everything. But he just made up a few cases in court and told the judge that the police had no evidence to accuse him. Then the idiot judge really released him in court. Everyone knew that he was a criminal, but he was found not guilty for some ridiculous reasons. Moreover, according to the American system of no double jeopardy, a person cannot be tried or punished twice or more for the same act or the same crime. Even if there is new evidence in this case, or even if Joe admits his crime in public, no one can use this case to judge him. For example, in the famous Simpson murder case, Simpson was arrested for another crime. You should know that after Simpson was acquitted, he also wrote a book admitting that he had committed murder, but the police still could not arrest him for the murder of his wife. How ridiculous. He originally thought that this was already ridiculous, but unfortunately, he still underestimated the world. This series of cases was indeed popular for a while, but soon people were attracted by other hot news. This matter was quickly forgotten. People only thought that this was Joe's simple act of revenge. This could not touch people at all. Seeing all this guy was completely crazy, so he had to do something more influential, more shocking, and more educational to admonish the world. So he changed his appearance, changed his name to his current name, and returned to his hometown of Illinois. It was at this time that he encountered Mill's case in Springfield. When he understood the whole process of the case, he planned to imitate Jesus and leave a perfect masterpiece for the world. He wanted to use the 7 deadly sins to warn the world. He did just that. But now time does not allow him to proceed according to the original plan. Last time, the policeman he met shot him with something strange, which caused the tumor in his brain to change. He is dying soon. According to his doctor, his current condition is extremely dangerous and he may die at any time. The modified Desert Eagle originally caused mental damage, which was mentioned a long time ago. In addition, Joe himself was in the late stage of brain cancer, so it is understandable that his condition has changed. It is also because of this that he took the risk to kill the police safe house alone and captured the 4 women. Among them, Alexandra must die, otherwise the 7 deadly sins will no longer be complete. Pepper and Tracy are props needed for the final sacrifice. There was just one tiny problem. The 2 women looked almost identical. Joe didn't have time to distinguish them carefully, so he simply arrested both of them. As for the little girl at the end, she was used to threaten the policeman who injured him. Joe was still very afraid of the policeman. He was not afraid of death, but was afraid that he would not be able to complete the mission given to him by God before he died. Who are you? Who are you? Seeing Alexandra trembling with fear and tears streaming down her face, Pepper, who had a stronger personality, finally couldn't help but ask. Joe raised his eyebrows and asked in confusion. What? Pepper had now passed the initial panic. Anyway, it was like this, so he might as well die with a clear mind. Who are you? It doesn't matter who I am. It's meaningless. What matters is what I did. Joe slowly took out a ball of clay, then stuck the clay on a skull, and then kept adjusting and kneading the clay while looking at Tracy and Pepper. Pepper took a deep breath. Okay, then what are you going to do? I want to tell the world something. Joe was still working hard on his work, speaking very casually. Then why don't you go to the media? The world is not the same as before. If you want people to listen to you, it is not enough to pat them on the shoulder. You have to shock them, so that they will listen to you carefully. But the problem is, what is so special about you that makes people listen to you? Pepper mocked. After all, you are just a lunatic. Maybe, to many people, I may be no different from ordinary people. However, what I do, my work, will be very special. Your work. You are talking about killing people? You don't really think anyone will care about this, right? After 2 months, no one will care about your work, and no one will remember you. Pepper's words made Joe raise his head. He frowned and said, you haven't seen the whole picture yet. When I'm done, when it's done, it will become an event that people will find difficult to fully understand, but cannot deny. You are really a lunatic. Pepper couldn't understand that someone expressed his views by killing people. This was the second time Pepper said the word lunatic. If you feel more comfortable treating me as a lunatic, then go ahead. Just wait until the end and you will find out how great my actions are. Joe shrugged. Pepper glared at the lunatic in front of her fiercely, as if she wanted to bite him to death. Fuck. You lunatic. You are a pervert. You bastard %. Susie had been silent since she was captured, more silent than ever before, especially after she learned from this psychopath that her mother was killed by him. Susie did not speak again. Until now, the dirty words in her mouth almost made 2 women with higher education unbearable, but Susie didn't care about this. She desperately cursed with the dirtiest and most vicious words she could think of. Joe looked at Susie with pity in his eyes. I don't expect you to accept my opinion, girl. I have no choice. I was chosen. Susie didn't listen to anything Joe said at all. She just wanted to vent. Pepper was afraid that Joe would hurt Susie, so she immediately diverted Joe's attention. If you were chosen, that is to say, chosen by God. But if you were forced, then why did you enjoy it? I heard from the police that you enjoy torturing people. This is not like what you just said, is it? I don't want to not enjoy it, just like you don't want to be with me, right? But there is nothing wrong for a person to enjoy the fun of work. I don't deny that I have the desire to make the guilty people suffer the consequences of their own actions. You are just killing innocent people. Innocent? Are you kidding? That fat guy, he provides drugs for Victor. And works for Victor. Do you know what kind of job it is? Bank robbery. Murder. Drug trafficking. That guy does all kinds of evil. He also provides funds for Victor. So that Victor, the drug addict, can afford that bastard lawyer. By the way, that bastard lawyer, all the Chicago police should thank the lawyer I chose. He has been making money against his conscience all his life, and he is full of lies, helping rapists and murderers to get away with it. What about the others? Who are you talking about? The woman who gave false testimony and ignored the harm to an innocent person? Or the pedophile and homosexual who did all kinds of evil? Don't forget the slut who led countless girls astray. Joe apologized to Susie as he spoke. I'm sorry, it's a bit harsh. I shouldn't say that about her mother in front of a daughter. After that, he stopped looking at Susie and continued to talk to Pepper. Only in this fallen world can we say with confidence that they are innocent. This is exactly what I believe. We can see capital crimes everywhere, on the streets, in every home. We tolerate it because it is nothing strange and no big deal. We tolerate it from morning to night. Now it's different. I set an example. The world will explore my behavior, study and follow it forever. Don't ask me to pity those people, Mom. I won't mourn for them, just like the world will never mourn for an evil place like Sodom. Sodom is the sinful city destroyed by God in the Old Testament. Pepper sneered. Besides being a lunatic, you are also an arrogant person. You actually say that you are doing the same good things as God? You are blaspheming. God will only spit on you. Joe shrugged. So you don't understand me. I was chosen. God is just using my hands to do what should be done. Chapter 335, Enemies of God. As they were talking, Joe molded a head model that looked exactly like Tracy and Pepper out of clay. This stunned the women. It was hard for them to imagine that a madman could be so clever. Seeing the women staring at the half-finished head in his hand, Joe suddenly realized something. He smiled and pointed at the half-finished product in his hand and said, I was obsessed with action figures for a while, and I made money from them. Action figures are extremely cheap, but if they are expensive, they are really expensive. Don't underestimate the purchasing power of Atticus. Joe is a legendary master. After resigning from the CIA, he made a living by making exclusive action figures for people for a whole year. His parents sent him to study sculpture in order to cultivate his artistic cells, but he actually used sculpture itself to do this. What are you going to do? You said before that you are going to judge guilty people, but what crimes have I, Tracy and Susie, been charged with? Joe looked at Pepper in surprise. When did I say I would kill you? Then why did you capture us? Didn't I say that? For my masterpiece. At this time, Tracy finally raised her head and looked at Joe with great anger. You want to use me to deal with the Mills? Among these people, Susie knew nothing except that her mother was killed by the pervert in front of her. Although Alexandra knew that the man in front of her wanted to hurt her because of the case that year, she knew nothing else. Pepper knew something, but not as much as Tracy. Mills never hid anything from his wife, including the whole story of this case. So Tracy knew the general situation and some speculations about the 7 deadly sins serial murder case. She even understood that Mills seemed to have been targeted by this murderer. At first, she didn't understand why she was kidnapped. But just when the murderer mentioned the crimes of the victims, she felt that she had caught something. When she heard that Joe would not hurt them, a flash of inspiration flashed in Tracy's mind, connecting everything together. Angry. You want to anger Mills. Your target is Mills. Before, Tracy always thought that the reason why Mills was targeted was because he hindered the murderer's plan. Beauty is in the eyes of the beholder. Although it seems that Mills has not made much contribution except for playing soy sauce, the case is completely led by Kai and assisted by William. But in Tracy's eyes, it is different. She always thinks that her husband is a capable, responsible, and righteous policeman. To be honest, isn't such a policeman a thorn in the eyes of criminals? But now, Tracy understands that things are not like that at all. Others have identified Mills as a criminal from the beginning. Why? There is no better policeman in the world than Mills. What crime has he committed? In Tracy's eyes, her husband may be the best person in the world. For that case, he not only investigated the case day and night, but even fell out with his colleagues in the bureau, resulting in 3 years of being on the bench. Isn't such a person a good person? He is not guilty? Haha, Joe laughed weirdly. Is that really the case? Of course, Tracy didn't think her husband was responsible for the case. Then why did he beat Victor? And during the interrogation, Tracy wanted to say that he couldn't stand criminals like Victor, but she was interrupted before she could finish her words. Do you know what consequences Mills' actions caused? Joe said to himself. It was because of his anger that most of the evidence collected was not accepted by the court. This is also the most important basis for Victor to escape responsibility. That's just him, Tracy wanted to argue. But Joe interrupted him again. Do you know what happened to the child in the end? Tracy was silent. She really didn't know. From your expression, I know you don't know. Even Mills didn't pay attention to it. Is he really seeking justice for that child? He just wants to satisfy his vanity called justice. After this incident, has he ever really cared about the child who was ruined because of him? He didn't care. He just complained and felt sorry for himself. But has he ever thought that the only one who was really hurt by the whole thing was the child? No. Mills did it for that, Tracy immediately hurriedly defended. But Joe interrupted Tracy's defense again. If he really cared, he wouldn't have used violence during the interrogation. Is it that getting justice for a child is not as important as his own emotions? No. In the final analysis, he only cares about himself. Joe is a terrible person, or rather, when he claims to see the world clearly, he becomes terrible. He seems to always see the shortcomings of human nature and magnify them. Such a person cannot see the light of this world, and he only sees darkness. But the problem is that Joe has this kind of momentum, which makes people fall into his rhythm inexplicably. Now, several women were frightened. But at this moment, a burst of applause suddenly came from the dark place on the roof. Pa 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 pa, very wonderful sophistry. Joe's face changed, and he immediately picked up the gun and pointed it at the source of the sound. Who? Several women also stared at that place with wide eyes. In the darkness, a man in a classic blue-gray three-piece suit walked out. He was tall and thin, and with a well-cut suit, he looked very energetic. He was also very handsome, very classical. He wore gloves and a purple-red square scarf on his chest, which made him look gentle and refined. Good evening, everyone, the man greeted everyone very politely, and then he turned to Joe. I have to say, it really took me a lot of effort to find you. Who are you? Joe is extremely wary of the uninvited guest in front of him, because he found a very dangerous aura on him. He smiled brightly. Hannibal, huh? Not only the women, but also Joe had an expression of "you are teasing me." They are not idiots. They would not have not even watched The Silence of the Lambs. Among them, Joe is a die-hard fan. Unexpectedly, the expressions of several people made the man opposite smile bitterly. Don't look at me like that. I didn't give it to me. It was given to me by those media who have nothing to do. Now Pepper suddenly remembered who this person was. You are the murderer of the Chicago massacre. The person who came was Kai. He used his clone ability to leave a clone to fool S.H.I.E.L.D. and others, and he changed his body shape and rushed over. Hannibal shrugged and said very frankly, "It's me." Now the women panicked. Do you know what is extremely unlucky? That is, after they were caught by a perverted murderer, they met another perverted murderer. What's more terrifying is that the other murderer has a hobby of cannibalism. Originally, according to Joe, 3 of the 4 of them should be fine. But now, the probability of their survival is basically 0. They saw Hannibal's appearance. Alexandra fainted very quickly. It was bad enough to be killed by a perverted killer, but now she might not even have a complete body left. Cannibalism, is there anything more terrible than this? The women didn't look much better. Even Susie, who had been dishonest and wanted to fight with Joe, became quiet. Joe also looked at his colleague in front of him strangely. Of course, Joe is not sympathizing with him. He knew that the Chicago media had been promoting that he had a connection with his colleague in front of him, and even said shamelessly that he was a follower of Hannibal. But Joe knew that he had nothing to do with this sinner, and if possible, he would even want to make trouble for him. Cannibalism is the most serious crime among the serious crimes in Christian doctrine, and it is the kind that cannot be redeemed. But this guy is better at hiding than him. He has been looking for him in Chicago for several months and has no clue. What Joe has to consider now is whether he should kill this colleague here. Don't look at me like that. I don't eat people. Sometimes the media is really awesome, because they can really tell lies 1,000 times and make people believe them. People often talk about how great the United States is, but when it comes to the quality of the people, the United States is actually not that great. According to a survey conducted by the U.S. Department of Education, 14% of the adult population, that is, 32 million people, are not very literate, and 21% of people have reading skills below the level required for 5th grade. 19% of high school graduates are illiterate. These people are really easy to fool. The most obvious example is that 64% of people in the United States don't even know where North Korea is, but almost 90% of them insist that North Korea is the enemy of the United States. Many of them don't even know what the situation in North Korea is. The North Koreans can't even solve the problem of food and clothing now. Threaten the United States? At most, they threaten the U.S. military bases in Japan and South Korea. How can they threaten the U.S. mainland? But under the exaggeration of the media, almost everyone insists that North Korea is one of their most important enemies. Kai's situation is the same. The police investigation made it clear that there was no evidence at the scene that Hannibal had eaten people. The situation at the scene was more like a beast. But the media didn't care about this. Of course, they chose a more explosive statement. So Hannibal cannibalism has become deeply rooted in people's hearts. Seeing that others did not believe him, Hannibal could only emphasize again, I really have not eaten people. The real eaters are these 2 guys. As Hannibal's voice fell, 2 bloody figures turned out from the shadows behind him. After the 2 Tindala hounds appeared, everyone present was immediately stunned. This Cthulhu-style thing is indeed very intimidating. The key is that these 2 things are indeed ferocious beasts. They are full of vicious aura, and they can overflow without showing off. Others can tell at a glance that these things are not good people. By the way, I forgot to remind you that they come from hell. Yes, it's the one you think. He is most sensitive to the breath of sinners, and loves to devour sinful souls the most. Well, in this way, you probably understand the purpose of my coming. Kai made his words very clear, and several women who were still awake looked at Joe. Joe was stunned at first. He didn't think he was a sinner at all. He was still wondering if this man was trying to steal his business. But he immediately reacted. Hannibal came to kill him. I am a child of God, a person chosen by God. Devil. Don't try to seduce me. It turned out that this guy regarded Kai as the devil who tempted Jesus. But the problem is that Kai didn't come here to debate with him, he came to kill people. Hannibal waved his hand, and 2 monsters that looked like snakes, Crocodiles and dogs pounced on Joe. But Joe was now immersed in the fantasy of destroying the enemies of God, so he was naturally not weak. He raised his gun and shot 2 shots directly at the foreheads of the 2 hounds. Unfortunately, although the bullets hit the 2 hounds, they passed through the hounds' bodies as if they were shot on the air, and there was no scar on the hounds. Joe's face changed, and he quickly retreated to keep a distance, while shooting continuously, hoping to force the 2 monsters back. After firing 5 shots in vain, Joe also realized that these 2 monsters were not afraid of bullets at all. So he quickly adjusted the muzzle of the gun and aimed at Hannibal. Although the Americans don't have the idiom besiege wait to save Joe, they are not lacking in the same wisdom. Since they can't hit the monster, they can solve the monster's owner. Unfortunately, his idea failed again. Hannibal walked towards him leisurely, and pulled out a black dagger from nowhere. All the bullets shot at him were cut off by the dagger, and they couldn't hurt him at all. Joe didn't know that the man in front of him had supernatural powers just like himself. However, Joe still firmly believed that it was Hannibal who got the power by trading with the devil, and it was different from the power given by God. You must obey God. Resist the devil, and he will flee from you. James 4:7. Joe recited the scriptures, threw the gun, and stretched out his hands. A ball of light white light appeared on his hands, and 2 hounds rushed to him at this time, but Joe was not afraid at all. He raised his hands enthusiastically and pressed them hard in front of him. We expel you, every filthy soul. The white light in his hands suddenly broke, and then the air began to twist, and an invisible shock surged forward. At this moment, it seemed that the space could not bear such a powerful force, and cracks appeared one after another. Then the area where the 2 hounds were located was broken like a mirror hit by a hammer. The 2 hounds did not take this attack seriously at first, but when the shattering came, the 2 hounds let out a shrill wail. Although they turned into smoke and escaped the range of the shock at the last critical moment, after changing their bodies again, the 2 hounds still spit out large mouthfuls of blood. Shock, Kai frowned and looked at Joe's hands emitting white light again. This is the power of God. Enemy of God. Despicable demon, accept the judgment. Joe is very excited. What could be more exciting for a person chosen by God than defeating the enemy of God, loving Savior Jesus Christ? Please bear all my sins on the cross. Please wash away all my sins with the precious blood you shed on the cross, and make me holy and flawless. Lord, you took on flesh and blood yourself. And through death on the cross, you destroyed the one who holds the power of death, that is, the devil. And you will free those who have been slaves all their lives because of the fear of death. May the precious blood of the Lord prevail. May the holy name of the Lord prevail. May the Holy Spirit manifest his power and remove all the works of the devil. Hallelujah, thank the Lord. May the Lord prevail now. In the holy name of the Lord Jesus, amen. This time he was targeting Hannibal. Chapter 336 Shock. Kai was not an idiot. He had understood the ability of this guy through the feedback from the hound, so he would not stand still and let him hide him. However, this abnormal ability was to create a powerful shock wave. But shock waves can be felt but not seen, and the attack range is wide. In addition, it was the first time Kai encountered such a strange attack method. So he was hit. Kai had tried his best to avoid it, but he was still hit by a huge force. The force was very strange. The initial feeling was not strong, but he soon found that his whole body was affected by this force, and even his bones and internal organs began to tremble. It felt like walking next to a high-powered speaker. The whole person was shocked and his chest was stuffy, his mind was fuzzy, and then he felt nauseous. What was even more exaggerated was that Kai's teeth began to knock constantly because of this force. This force made Kai's body unable to react at all. Even though Kai's brain was trying to make his body move, his body said it was powerless. Kai was careless. He thought that he should be fine after casting a protective spell on his body. But now it seems that he really underestimated this guy's strange ability. From what happened just now, it can be seen that the protective spell on Kai is useless. Until now, the spell on Kai is still good, but he is still attacked. Puff. Finally, Kai spit out a mouthful of blood, which made his body feel better. But before he could make any move, a long leg appeared on his face. Bang! Kai was kicked away in a very embarrassing way. The whole person was knocked into the central air conditioner on the roof. Fortunately, the protective spell on his body worked this time, otherwise Kai's handsome face would be in trouble. But even so, Kai still lay secretly in the ruins for a while, because the kick just now also brought a power of concussion. Now he feels that his brain is placed in a big bell that is being struck, buzzing. Relying on his strong physical fitness, Kai quickly recovered from the embarrassment just now. He overturned the ruins that were pressing on his body, and rushed out like a ghost. Although Joe relied on his awakened ability to make his physical fitness surpass that of ordinary people, and even relied on vibration to do things that ordinary people could not understand, in the final analysis, Joe was just an ordinary person before. Even when he was working in the field in the CIA, he was the one who used his brain, but he had never personally killed people. How strong can you expect such a person's physical fitness to be? So when Kai rushed out, Joe's eyes could not keep up with Kai's speed at all. He only saw a black shadow rushing out of the ruins, and then a black dagger appeared in front of him. The speed was so fast that he could not react at all. Fortunately, after several years of training, his superpowers could finally be sent and received at will. At the moment when the dagger was about to pierce his eyes, a shock wave appeared in front of the tip of the sword, barely blocking the dagger. The dagger in Kai's hand instantly turned into an ultra-high power vibrator. Kai's hands were not only numb from the shock, but his whole body began to be numb. No wonder this guy was fine after being hit head-on by the modified Desert Eagle. It turns out that there is such a way to use shockwave. I learned it, although this knowledge may not be useful. Kai had no choice but to quickly withdraw. But before withdrawing, Kai kicked the guy in the crotch. This time, Joe did not use shockwave to resist. Obviously, Joe is not able to do multiple things at the same time. He can only use shockwave to deal with one attack at a time. Joe's body was bent by the kick, and Kai took the opportunity to swing his sword again to go straight to Joe's neck. But when the dagger was about to touch Joe's skin again, the damn shockwave appeared again, and this time Joe obviously increased the power, and the shockwave directly blew Kai away. This time Kai was obviously prepared. After being blown away, his body turned several somersaults in the air, and finally released the force, and stood firm in a very handsome way. Fuck. You are such a pervert, you actually cut off your little dick. That's right, when Kai kicked him in the crotch just now, he felt something wrong. The touch was completely different from that of ordinary people, it was flat. If he hadn't seen Joe's Adam's apple, Kai would have thought he was facing a woman. God chose me to complete my mission, and anything that prevents me from completing my mission should be eliminated. Hearing this, Kai didn't care about pretending. Damn, this guy is not only crazy, but also cruel. It doesn't matter to others, but he is really cruel to himself. For that mission, he actually cut off his own dick. This cruelty even scared Kai a little. Kai has always believed in a truth, that is, as long as a person doesn't take himself too seriously and dares to risk it, then nothing can stop him. He is willing to sacrifice his life to bring down the emperor. This saying is not without reason. If Kai, the cheater, hadn't come here to mess things up, this guy's plan would have been very likely to succeed. There was no other reason, just because of his ruthlessness. He was going to risk his life, so what else could he not accomplish? Several women also swallowed their saliva, and the gurgling sound of swallowing saliva could be heard clearly from a few meters away. Of course, they were not greedy, they were scared. Especially Pepper, who felt that this day was really, two ups and downs. Tisk, Kai smacked his lips, and really felt that cults harmed people. Well, it shouldn't be considered a cult, but this guy's brain was broken and he read the Bible wrong. Seeing Kai like this, Joe also understood what Kai was thinking. He didn't care whether Kai looked up to him or not. After all, in his opinion, other people were lambs, all mortals, and could not understand his mood of choosing to redeem the world, just like Jesus knew that he would be nailed to the cross. They all carried the sins of the world and sacrificed themselves. It was also at this time that the tumor in Joe's brain ached again, reminding him that he didn't have much time. In the name of God. Die, demon, Joe opened his hands. This time, the white light no longer appeared only on his hands, but covered his two arms. As the white light enveloped him, the air began to vibrate. Then, a breeze blew, and countless air currents began to flow towards Joe, as if something was desperately absorbing the surrounding air. Kai felt something was wrong. He couldn't let him continue. Kai wanted to rush to his side to interrupt Joe's action, but Joe didn't intend to give Kai this opportunity. The white light on his arms suddenly began to flow, and finally gathered on his left hand. He clenched his left hand into a fist, and the white light enveloped his fist. Like a white bubble. Go to hell. Demon. Joe's face was bulging with blue veins, and his face was hideous. As if he was using all his strength to lift a heavy object, he slowly hit his left hand towards Kai. Bow. There was a light sound of bubbles breaking. The air suddenly stopped, and even Kai, who was originally looking for high-speed movement, seemed to be sealed in amber, and his body was frozen in place. For the first time, an expression of inexplicable horror appeared on his face. Crack. The air cracked. Everything that was originally still, in an instant, was like broken glass, making a clear and unusually crisp sound. Boom. After the cracks broke, everything that was previously imprisoned was shattered. It was as if the air was compressed to the extreme and finally couldn't bear it and exploded. Everything in front of Joe's fist turned into fragments in the explosion. He broke the entire building in half with one punch. Joe grinned and looked at his masterpiece with satisfaction. He had never done this before. Because although his ability is very strong, in fact, the side effects are also very large. His body can't control such violent power at all. So Joe used his ability only in a small range before, because that was the limit he could bear. If he increased his strength, his ability would backfire on himself. For example, now, although he swung an unprecedented punch, it was not so good for him. Just now, he felt that his left arm had a bone fracture, which was not the worst. When it was really fatal, he could clearly feel that his internal organs had begun to bleed. Although his ability is not as powerful as the 7-injury fist, which hurts himself before hurting others, it still has some backlash. Basically, it is at the level of hurting the enemy by 1,000 and hurting himself by 300. Usually, it is only used in a small way, which is a bit troublesome, but it will not affect himself much. But once the big move is used like now, it will be over. 300 self-injuries are enough to seriously injure Kiao. More importantly, Kiao himself is a brain cancer patient, and his health is several levels worse than that of ordinary people. This basically took away half of his life. Ahem, Kiao coughed up blood and laughed like a night owl. No matter what, at least he defeated the enemy of God. Just when Kiao was proud of his great achievements, two big mouths suddenly appeared out of thin air. One bit his left hand, and the other bit his waist, and bit his right hand as well. Ahem, a hateful voice came from the smoke that Kiao had hit. Ah! How miserable. I thought I had found a tasty prey, but it turned out to be a ferocious beast that was starving. I almost died in your hands. Hannibal limped out of the smoke, his neat suit now tattered and covered in blood. Hannibal was also coughing up blood, but it was much better than Joe, who was already half dead. At least he didn't seem to be fatally injured. How is it possible? Joe didn't care about being bitten by two vicious dogs. He was more concerned about why the power given by God couldn't destroy the sinner. Hannibal pulled out the handkerchief from his chest and wiped the blood from his mouth and nose, saying indifferently, "Nothing is impossible. Besides, can you please stop talking about God for everything? You are just a mutant, and have nothing to do with God. Even if God really exists, he would not want to have anything to do with a lunatic like you." It is true that Joe is a lunatic, but a lunatic with a very good psychological quality would not go crazy and argue with Kai about whether God exists just because of Kai's words. In Joe's opinion, God must exist. As for Hannibal, who doesn't believe in God? Nonsense, will the devil believe in God? They are class enemies, so it is normal that they can't talk to each other. What are you going to do? Eat me, just like you eat those sinners. Joe is not worried about what would happen to him next. If he failed to complete the mission given by God, it meant that he was nothing special. In this case, how he died was not important to him. What was important was that he would return to God, and his parents, wife and children were waiting for him in heaven. In fact, even Joe himself couldn't tell whether he did these things out of devotion to God or to reunite with his family as soon as possible. The two did not conflict, so Joe was not afraid of death at all. For someone like him who was tortured both mentally and physically, death was the only relief. Facing Joe's question, Hannibal seemed helpless. I don't eat people at all. How many times do I have to say it? While complaining, Hannibal limped towards Joe. But when he was still 3 meters away from him, an arrow suddenly shot out of the darkness. The arrow was not intended to kill Kai, but was aimed at his leg. Kai pulled back in time to step out, and then the arrow just shot into the ground in front of his toes. Looking at the arrow that was less than 0.3 centimeters away from his toes and was still trembling, Kai looked at the building opposite with a little surprise. There was a man wearing a leather jacket and holding a bow and arrow. After shooting the arrow, the man still had the mind to wave and say hello to Kai. Your friend, Kai tilted his head and looked at Joe. I don't have any friends. Joe was also confused. I don't know him. If I have a friend who plays with bows and arrows on the rooftop late at night, I will recommend him to a good mental hospital. Huh? Did you say you're not crazy? Kai said in surprise. Before I got God's revelation, there was a time when I did doubt that I was crazy. Later I figured it out. It's not me who is crazy, but the world is crazy, so I was discharged from the hospital. Joe shrugged, looking very calm. Kai was speechless about this extremely childish statement. By the way, the environment there is good. It's just a little expensive, and you can't use medical insurance. What a pity, Hannibal said with great regret. Yes, what a pity. Joe smiled and said so. I don't know if it's really a pity for not having medical insurance. Hannibal glanced at Joe, shook his head, and whistled. The two hounds reluctantly let go of Joe and rushed towards Hannibal. Before anyone else could react, the two hounds wrapped Hannibal in the middle, and then a black mist exploded, and then quickly gathered towards the center. When the mist disappeared, Hannibal disappeared too. At the moment Hannibal disappeared, a Quinjet, a special type of fighter plane of SHIELD, appeared out of thin air above the rooftop. It was not far from the rooftop, just 200 or 300 meters in the air, but it had been invisible until now. Obviously, this plane did not just arrive. Chapter 337 Accidents. Please give me a recommendation vote. Kai originally planned to kill Joe as Hannibal, but the problem was that he miscalculated. Joe's ability was much weirder than he thought. Especially the shock power, which was basically impossible to defend and even difficult to dodge. Kai had discovered that the people from S.H.I.E.L.D. were hiding on the side, but he didn't pay much attention to it. He planned to kill Joe and then leave. As a result, Joe was more difficult than he thought. Even now, Joe is not as powerless as he showed. And the people from S.H.I.E.L.D. had obviously planned to sit on the mountain and watch the fight between the two tigers, planning to let the two of them fight each other and then come out to clean up the mess. As a result, when Kai was about to kill Joe, they jumped out. They thought they had found a good opportunity. Indeed, on the surface, both Joe and Hannibal were seriously injured. But in fact, these two people are actually capable of fighting. Even though Kai looks embarrassed, he is not seriously injured. Although Kai doesn't care much about the strength of S.H.I.E.L.D., he doesn't plan to entangle with them. After all, given Joe's current state, if he really fought to the death, Kai would be in big trouble. If S.H.I.E.L.D. intervened, it would be hard to predict the outcome. Phil. I think our plan to fish in troubled waters has failed. The man with the bow and arrow on the roof saw Hannibal disappear in front of them, and immediately notified Phil, who was rushing over with Kai. What happened? Phil was obviously talking with his back to the person, and his voice was very low, as if he was afraid that others would hear him. Hannibal ran away. Run away. Chase him immediately. Phil was anxious when he heard it. After learning that they had encountered an unexpected surprise in their pursuit of the mutant serial killer, Phil decided to have a good thing in pairs. But now he was told that one of them ran away? The higher the expectations, the greater the disappointment. Chase? Where to chase? That person disappeared in front of me. Where do you want me to chase? The archer was also very distressed. He thought he was a well-informed person, but he had never seen the way Hannibal escaped just now. Clinton, are you sure you're not kidding me? Phil was silent for a moment before he gritted his teeth and said, I'm not the only one at the scene. Many people saw it. The archer named Clinton was just about to make a joke when he heard someone talking on Phil's side, urging him to save people quickly. Phil persuaded him for a few words, and finally said helplessly, Okay, I'll arrange for someone to rescue. Clinton, did you hear that? Start rescuing the hostages now, and try to capture the mutant alive. Then Clinton heard angry protests from the headset again. But Phil ended the call before Clinton could hear it clearly. Clinton pouted, but his movements were not slow. He reached behind his back and pulled out an arrow from the high-tech quiver behind him. The arrowhead of that arrow was not an ordinary arrowhead. The arrowhead was filled with a highly viscous composite liquid. Once it met the air, it would quickly oxidize and expand into large chunks of highly elastic gel. This thing could stick a crazy elephant so hard that it couldn't move. But before Clinton could shoot the arrow in his hand, the mutant on the opposite side took the lead. After seeing Hannibal escape, Joe was full of disappointment. Although he could not complete the masterpiece of the 7 deadly sins, if he could kill the devil, it would be completely acceptable to Joe. But now, the devil was obviously scared away by these people. Joe looked at the quinjet above his head impatiently. 1 or 2, why bother me? It was going to be finished soon. Joe really thought so. In his opinion, the people he killed were all sinners. He killed them not to satisfy his unspeakable impulse. Although he did feel pleasure when torturing them, it was just his love for work. Killing was never the purpose. His purpose was to warn the world. In his value system, it was undoubtedly worthwhile to take the lives of a few sinners to do such a meaningful thing. And he knew that he would not live long. As long as he finished this matter, he probably wouldn't have time to cause trouble for the police. In this case, why did they keep chasing him? Wouldn't it be better to let him finish his career quietly? Thinking of this, Joe was really a little angry. Joe hadn't felt angry for many years. He didn't know whether it was because the tumor pressed on his brain or because his heart was dead, but he rarely got angry. Even though he was beaten like this by that perverted killer, Joe was still not very angry. But now, he was really a little angry. He thought that these people were the snakes that tempted Adam and Eve to eat the apple. They wanted to prevent him from admonishing the world. They wanted the world to remain so corrupt. So Joe lost his patience. If it were before, Joe would not hurt these people, he would only kill the guilty. But now, I don't know if it's because Joe knows that he doesn't have much time left, which causes his mentality to change again. He stretched out his hands to the quinjet above his head, clenched them hard, as if he had grabbed something, and pulled it hard. Buzz, a low humming sound sounded, and then the quinjet hovering in the air began to stagger like a drunk. In the fighter, the two pilots frantically manipulated the fighter, trying to stabilize it, but the airflow was completely disordered, as if something destroyed the balance of the air, making the airflow abnormally turbulent and impossible to control. Finally, the parts of the fighter began to fail in a series of violent shaking, causing the engine to extinguish directly. Clinton watched a quinjet worth hundreds of millions of dollars fall headlong. Seeing this, Clinton's first reaction was to shoot the arrow in his hand, but obviously his action could not be hidden from Joe. In the way, Joe punched Clinton from a distance, and the punch hit the air, and the space between Joe and Clinton shook like a curtain. Clinton had seen Joe release his ability, and of course he knew what the power of that punch was, so when Joe threw that punch, Clinton jumped from the roof without hesitation. He was not Hannibal the cannibal, and he did not have the confidence that he could remain intact under such power. Just after Clinton jumped down, the ground on the roof of the floor where he was standing was torn into pieces like a piece of paper. Countless steel and concrete were separated from the building under the effect of the shock wave and scattered all around. Of course, Clinton was fine. As he jumped down, he pulled out another arrow, but the difference was that this arrow was connected to a rope and the arrowhead was also a smart hook. Clinton shot the arrow at the building where Joe was in the air. After the arrow entered the wall, the smart hook immediately opened and let Clinton swing to the opposite building. After dealing with the annoying disturber, Joe also stopped panting. The two attacks just now once again overwhelmed his body that was already close to the limit. Who? Joe wanted to turn around, but his legs softened and he fell to the ground. Ha ha ha! Somehow, Joe suddenly wanted to laugh, and then laughed without any warning. He himself didn't know why. If there was a doctor here, he would definitely tell him that it was his tumor that pressed on the part of his brain that controlled emotions, so he began to get angry and laugh uncontrollably. Even his thinking ability was affected. His previous persistence began to collapse under the confusion. He only remembered one belief: to complete his masterpiece. Joe grinned and supported his body with his arms. The blood left bright red marks on his face and mouth, making him look like a funny and crazy clown. Ha 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 ha, too funny, why is it so funny, ha 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 ha. This scary and funny guy laughed and trembled to the workbench, picked up a knife on the table, and limped towards Pepper and Tracy. Seeing him coming with a knife, Pepper immediately shouted, "What do you want to do, ha ha ha? What do I want to do? Ha ha ha, I remember." Joe was just laughing, but when he said he remembered, his face fell and tears flowed out. "I remember, yes, the 7 deadly sins: gluttony, greed, laziness, pride, lust. We have found them all, now we just need anger and jealousy." "None of the 7 deadly sins can be missing," Joe cried and then became expressionless. He walked to Pepper and Tracy with a gloomy face and drew a line in front of his face with a knife in his hand. "You know, Miss Tracy, I am very jealous of Officer Mills, for no other reason, just because he has you. When I first saw you appear beside him, I have to admit that my heart was moved, Just like when I first saw my wife. I was deeply jealous of Officer Mills. He has a wife like you who can accompany him at all costs. I have had it before, so when I saw you happy, I couldn't control the jealousy in my heart. I have to admit that my thoughts at that time were extremely dirty. I am ashamed of my thoughts. So I cut off my dick with my own hands. Joe started laughing arrogantly again. That's right, the sin of jealousy is me. I yearn for beauty and hope to replace Mills. Although I know very well that I can't replace Mills. When Joe said this, the other women were all shocked, but there was a hint of surprise in the shock, because when this guy said these words, he was not talking to Tracy, but to Pepper. Wrong person. Bastard. Tracy was just about to shout this. She couldn't let Pepper get involved. This pervert wanted to hurt her and Mills, and had nothing to do with Pepper. But Pepper suddenly said, "So you want to kill me? Destroy Mills, Pepper?" Tracy screamed immediately. How could she not understand that Pepper was planning to take advantage of this pervert's unconsciousness and impersonate him? But the problem is that this impersonation will kill people. Shut up, Joe suddenly slapped Tracy in anger. This guy couldn't tell who was who at all, and just believed that the woman in front of him was Tracy. Perhaps it was a last burst of energy. Joe's strength became very strong, and he slapped Tracy unconscious. When Pepper saw Tracy fainted, she was about to shout, but she immediately realized that she couldn't shout Tracy's name, because the madman in front of her had already mistaken her for Tracy. To be honest, Pepper didn't expect that she would be so courageous. Logically speaking, even if she said she was not Tracy, there was nothing wrong, and even if others knew about it, they wouldn't say anything. These foreigners don't advocate self-sacrifice. They believe that people are independent individuals and are responsible for their own affairs. In other words, you should not interfere in other people's affairs. In fact, if it was normal, if it didn't involve life and death, Pepper probably wouldn't bother to cause such trouble. But when she saw the madman coming over with a knife to find Tracy, although Pepper was also very scared, she didn't know why she was impulsive. She didn't know if she would be in trouble, but she knew one thing very well. If Tracy really got into trouble in front of her, she would never have peace in her life. After she admitted that she was Tracy, she regretted it, but it was already like this. Why should she go back on her words, even though she was really scared now? Ms. Tracy, maybe this is better. Yes, maybe this is better. The blood of innocent people can make my work more influential. Yes, that's it. Joe is now a little delirious due to the brain tumor. He even started to talk nonsense. In this decadent city, people have learned to mind their own business. The first rule of defense for women is not to shout help when encountering thugs, but to shout fire. No one cares about help, but everyone rushes to put out the fire. I feel that I can't continue to live here. Indifference is a virtue here. One day when I was riding the subway, someone came up to talk to me. He said nothing and talked about the weather boringly. I tried my best to be friendly, but his mediocrity gave me a headache. I hardly thought that I would suddenly vomit all over him. He was very unhappy, but I couldn't help laughing. Indifference is also a solution. It is easier to indulge in drugs than to face life. It is easier to steal than to make money. It is easier to beat a child than to raise a child, and love is very troublesome and costly. If you want others to listen to you, it is not enough to pat them on the shoulder. You must shock them, so that they will listen to you carefully. The 7 deadly sins are pride, envy, wrath, laziness, greed, gluttony, and lust. There seemed to be no logic in these words, and Pepper was not sure if she was talking to herself. But she still forced herself not to speak. Maybe, just let this guy go crazy? Look at this world, full of lies and deceptions. People treat each other like immoral animals. They commit crimes every day, but in this fallen world, everything can be forgiven. Only those who claim to be wise bystanders can say with confidence that these people are innocent and pretend to be righteous. But this is the crux of the problem. We can see all kinds of disgusting crimes every moment, but we still tolerate them indifferently. Do you know what the biggest reason we tolerate those crimes is? Because they are trivial and can be seen everywhere. We have to endure them all day long. Well, it will never be like this again. I will set an example. The world will think about, study and imitate what I have done, forever. My cause is just, and my masterpiece is perfect, in Pepper's horrified eyes. Joe seemed to be getting more and more sane the more he spoke. Yes, my masterpiece is perfect, but the last 2 crimes are the key. Mills represents anger, and he must commit crimes to prove his guilt. Yes, you are right. Mills just beat that drug addict. His crime is not enough, not enough. So I need you, Miss Tracy. Think about it, when I put your head in front of him, will he remember his identity as a policeman, or shoot me to death? You are going to kill Tracy, me just because of this, Pepper said in shock. This madman had clearly planned to use a fake head as a replacement before, but now he obviously doesn't look like he would make a fake head. No, Tracy, you are not only Mills' crime, but also my crime. Remember, I said I was jealous of Mills. But I am the one chosen by God. I must be innocent. I must commit a crime. I am jealous of Mills, and I can't get you, so I plan to destroy you. This is my crime. Yes, that's it. This is perfect. No crime, no judgment. After saying that, Joe became excited. He picked up the knife and slashed at Pepper's neck fiercely. At this moment, a light figure suddenly jumped onto Joe's back, and a dagger stabbed into Joe's neck fiercely. It was Susie. She actually hid a spring dagger on her body. She worked in a supermarket. When she went home from the evening shift every day, if Kai didn't send her home, she would carry a weapon for self-defense. She was still a minor and couldn't buy a gun, so she could only carry a spring dagger. But her dagger was obviously too small. Although Joe seemed a little crazy now, he still reacted quickly. Just when Susie was about to stab the dagger into his neck, Joe twisted his body and let the dagger pierce his collarbone. And because the dagger was not big, it failed to hurt Joe's vitals. The severe pain made Joe sober up a lot. He grabbed the dagger and stopped it from going deeper. With his other hand, he reached out to the girl behind him and tried to pull her off his back. But Susie was determined to get revenge and didn't intend to give up. She hugged Joe tightly like an octopus, and then opened her mouth to bite Joe's neck. The severe pain and weakness made Joe unable to do anything to the little girl for a while. It was at this time that a Quinjet was speeding from not far away with the roar of an engine. Just as the Quinjet was approaching the roof, it suddenly did a tailspin. A figure rushed out of the tail hatch of the Quinjet that had been opened in advance. Then the fighter accelerated and flew away. It was Kai. Phil finally brought him here. Kai didn't expect that things would turn out like this. The collapse of S.H.I.E.L.D. was beyond his expectations, and so was Joe's madness. At that time, Kai had already merged his original body and his clone into one through the Hound's shadow crossing ability. It was too late to use the clone to rescue. The clone's ability to merge into one can be silent, but there's movement when the clone is cloned, and it can't be hidden from those S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. So he could only come with Phil in the Quinjet. Bang! Kai fired 2 shots in the air before he landed. Kai saw that Susie was so impulsive that she wanted to attack the madman, and he couldn't hold back any longer. He planned to use bullets to attract the madman's attention first, and then save Susie. But he seemed to have done something wrong. When the gunshot rang out, Joe immediately used shockwaves to block the bullets for himself. As a result, Susie on his back was blown away. Unfortunately, Susie flew out of the roof. No. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 338 For Whom the Bell Tolls. At this time, Kai no longer cared about hiding his ability and was ready to jump from the roof to save Susie, but at this moment, an arrow suddenly shot out. When it approached Susie, the arrowhead suddenly exploded and turned into a net that trapped Susie inside. Kai ran to the edge of the roof and looked down, and found that Susie was hanging in a net intact. She was not injured except for being a little embarrassed. Fuck, Kai cursed in shock. It was also at this time that a series of words such as "don't move" and "put down your weapon" sounded behind Kai. When he turned around, he found that he seemed to have forgotten that the madman had not been dealt with. What's more embarrassing is that it was also because of his negligence that Joe took the opportunity to hold the hostage. Pepper was held hostage by Joe. Joe was very experienced and put the machete in his hand against Pepper's neck. He hid behind Pepper, trying not to appear in the enemy's shooting range, and let the hostage in his hand act as a shield. This made the people of S.H.I.E.L.D. afraid to attack, especially after Joe showed that kind of magical power. Of course, the S.H.I.E.L.D. team knew who was kidnapped. Tracy, Susie and Alexandra didn't care, but Pepper, the secretary of the president of Stark Industries, was a bit difficult to deal with. As mentioned earlier, SHIELD has never been a charity organization. They do maintain world peace, but for peace they don't really mind sacrificing some civilians. Anyway, with their strength, they can suppress a lot of unspeakable news. If it doesn't work, they can also blame the FBI. Anyway, the FBI has had enough black material over the years and doesn't care about this or that. If Pepper is not there, their mission will be to prioritize Joe, and everything else can be put behind. If possible, sacrificing a few civilians is not unacceptable. But, the most feared thing is that Pepper's identity has brought great inconvenience to their actions, not for anything else, but because of Stark Industries. Before SHIELD accepted the jurisdiction of the World Security Council, it was originally a private organization. At most it was just a name in the Pentagon. SHIELD was originally founded by Howard Stark. The initials of this organization stood for Supreme Headquarters, International Espionage, Law Enforcement Division, and later changed to Strategic, Hazard Intervention, Espionage Logistics Directorate. Although the name of this organization is very grand, it is actually just an organization dedicated to recruiting and subverting Nazi German scientists for the United States. During the Cold War, this organization recruited a large number of scientists who fled from the Soviet Union. Because of this, SHIELD is not like other intelligence agencies. SHIELD is international in terms of members, scale and jurisdiction. Many of SHIELD's top agents are recruited from hostile agencies. Howard Stern also relied on this name to get the support of the U.S. Congress at the time, but in fact, the funding source of this organization has always been mainly provided by Stark Industries. By the end of the Cold War, SHIELD was supposed to lose its function, but with the lobbying and support of Howard and the first director of SHIELD, Agent Carter, Captain America's girlfriend, and some political and business people, SHIELD was retained. However, it was also from that time that the full name of SHIELD was officially changed to Strategic Homeland Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency. Since then, SHIELD has gradually escaped from the control of the U.S. government. But whether it was before or now, one thing has not changed. That is, the Stark Group has always been the big money owner of SHIELD. Before his sacrifice, Howard transferred part of his shares to SHIELD free of charge, although there is no clue from the list of shareholders of the Stark Group published on the market. But there is no doubt that SHIELD is still the second largest shareholder of the Stark Group. But even so, the soul of Stark Industries is still the Stark family, in short, the current Tony Stark. Without Tony, the Stark Group has no competitive advantage. This is why Tony is unrestrained every day, but no one still wants to let him leave the position of president. So as Tony's confidant, Pepper's safety must be guaranteed. Although SHIELD's funding source is no longer solely dependent on the Stark Group, they still don't want any accidents to happen if possible. Joe, let go of the hostages, I think we can talk. We don't want to hurt you. We just want to solve the problem. Phil stood up and raised his hand to show that he had no ill intentions. He hoped to use negotiations to solve the problem. This is also the reason why Phil was promoted to management, even though he has always been a weakling in combat. Agents are not good at combat. In fact, most agents don't use force at all. Phil is one of the best. He is more accustomed to using his own advantages to complete tasks. What advantage? Of course, it is super affinity. Phil may only be qualified in other aspects, but he is definitely far superior to ordinary people in terms of affinity. He can make friends with anyone and make people believe in him for a short time. This ability seems to be very frustrating. Isn't it just a good guy? What's the big deal? But in fact, as an agent, being able to make people believe in you easily is the greatest ability. Throughout SHIELD, from high-level bosses to cleaning ladies, Phil can chat with everyone. Isn't this amazing enough? Now, Phil is starting to use his strengths again. Unfortunately, the person he is facing is not a normal person at all. Whether he is crazy or not is aside for now. Just say that his mental firmness surpasses most people in this world. How can a person who has devoted everything to his God give up because of someone else's words? This world is beautiful, we should fight for it. Do you know where this sentence comes from? Joe didn't care about the pain and weakness in his body. Although he was destined to fail to complete his masterpiece, he no longer had the urgency before, because he knew that as long as his knife cut down, he had completed his mission to a certain extent. He could now imagine what would happen when Mills learned of Tracy's death. Maybe he would live a life worse than death? This should also be considered as completing the sin of anger. For whom does Hemingway's death bell toll? That's right. But I only believe the second half of the sentence. Joe doesn't think this world is really beautiful. The SHIELD agents have been looking for shooting angles to kill this madman at the lowest cost. Although they really want to get this guy, the problem is that if they compare it to Pepper, SHIELD still knows how to make a choice. If Pepper gets into trouble, Tony will definitely go crazy. Although Tony has not noticed the existence of SHIELD so far, if SHIELD's actions attract his attention, no one is sure whether he will find out the existence of SHIELD. Tony is a genius, which is recognized by the whole world. When a genius wants to know what he wants to know, there are too many ways. Apart from anything else, as long as Tony seriously investigates the operation and flow of funds of the Stark Group, it is not difficult to find out SHIELD. Although SHIELD has made very careful arrangements so that people cannot catch SHIELD's pigtails from the financial aspect. But for a genius like Tony, nothing is impossible. So they need to be careful. There is no way. Different classes, even SHIELD, have to treat them differently, otherwise SHIELD's field agents would have opened fire by now. It is luck that the hostages are not dead. If they die, they can only blame her bad luck. Kai has not been involved since just now. What is he doing? Of course, it was to rescue the hostages. Joe didn't know if he was too crazy. He almost forgot about Alexandra. The jaw splitter on her head originally had a trigger device. As long as the trigger device was connected to the mechanism prepared by Joe in advance, Alexandra would play the death game again. But Joe didn't really forget it, or he didn't have time to connect the trigger device at all, so now the jaw splitter on Alexandra's head is just a steel headgear, except that it is a little heavier. There is no harm. Kai easily pulled out the two steel plates inserted into the female model's mouth and removed the jaw splitter. It happened that the female model was also very cooperative and didn't make any sound. There was no way. This woman had been unconscious since Hannibal appeared before. From this, it can be seen that the bodies of models are not very good. These people can do anything to look beautiful. Look at Tracy. When Kai went to rescue her, others woke up. When she saw Kai, she wanted to shout and let Kai save Pepper. Kai stabilized her and let the SHIELD agent take her away. When only he and the SHIELD agent were left at the scene, Kai slowly walked towards Joe. Although Joe was a little mentally disturbed, he was not blind or deaf. Stop, Joe still remembered Kai. He was no less afraid of Kai than the inexplicable Hannibal just now. You know, it was because of Kai that his condition worsened before, otherwise he would not have used such a low-quality method to complete his masterpiece. Kai did not listen to him, but continued to move forward. Seeing that Kai did not listen to him, Joe immediately increased the strength in his hand, and the blade in his hand also cut Pepper's neck. Fortunately, the wound was not deep, just some blood flowed, and there was no danger to life. But Kai still stopped. He only said one sentence, and Joe's face changed drastically. You caught the wrong person. She is not Tracy. Joe immediately turned Pepper, who was blocking in front of him, and found that he really caught the wrong person. This was a woman he didn't know at all. Who are you? If someone else said this, Joe might not take it seriously at all. He had completely fallen into his own world. But Kai was cheating. Just now, he used his mental power to stimulate Joe's brain, causing him to have a little hallucination. Now, the Tracy in his eyes turned into a woman he had never seen before. This stimulation diverted Joe's attention. Bang! At the moment when his mind was lost, Kai rushed up and shot the madman in the head. It was still a modified Desert Eagle. Joe reacted quickly and blocked the bullet with shockwaves almost instantly, but this also gave Kai a chance. He grabbed Pepper, who was scared to the point of peeing her pants, and protected her behind him. Then the Desert Eagle in his hand continued to fire at Joe. Although Joe blocked Kai's bullet, the mental power attached to the bullet continued to erode Joe's nerves. He felt that his head was about to explode. The tumor and mental torture made it impossible for Joe to concentrate, which caused his vibration ability to short-circuit. The shock wave that was originally used to resist the bullets disappeared at once. Kai's two bullets shot into Joe's body without any hindrance. One bullet hit Joe's right chest, opening a big hole in his right chest, and the other bullet hit his left arm. The power of the modified Desert Eagle directly blew off his arm. Maybe it was the bullets that made Joe get rid of the pain in his head and made him sober for a short time. He understood that he would never be able to escape this time. Romans 3:10 says, as it is written, there is no one righteous, not even one. Because of our sins, we deserve eternal punishment. Matthew 25 hours, and 46 minutes, he recited God's scriptures and then opened his arms. The man on the path of justice, Surrounded by selfish and tyrannical villains, bless him with mercy and kindness, lead the weak through the dark valley, he protects his brothers, finds lost children, and kills those who try to poison my brothers with great hatred and incomparable anger. When I take revenge, they will know that I am God. Run! Kai saw this situation and immediately grabbed Pepper behind him and ran out. And at the moment of turning his head, Kai fired the last bullet in his gun chamber. Kai didn't intend to hurt Joe with this bullet, he just wanted to buy some time. But unexpectedly, the bullet penetrated Joe's forehead, but the white light on Joe's body representing the activation of superpowers did not go out, but became brighter and brighter. Others were not stupid either. They saw the dazzling white light flashing on Joe's body. How could they not understand that this guy was going to die with him? Unfortunately, it was too late. A dazzling white light shot up into the sky. Click. At this moment, it seemed that the sky could not bear such a powerful force and collapsed one after another. Night is the busiest time in Chicago. Darkness seems to be the best cover for human beings. In the dark, anyone who would abandon and get rid of the hypocrisy would be thrown away. Chicago in the daytime is one of the world's international financial centers, the largest commercial center and one of the largest futures markets in the United States. People come and go here in a hurry, wanting to realize their American dream in this city of wealth. At night, people will throw away the constraints of the day and enjoy themselves to their heart's content. Those nightclubs with deafening music are crowded. Rich people will also find countless girls with dreams to indulge themselves by the swimming pool, and those who seek excitement will also go to the dark corners of the streets and alleys to find those sneaky black people to buy some white powder and live a life of drunkenness and dreams. In short, Chicago's nightlife is extremely exciting and extremely decadent. But this is also one of the charms of Chicago. But tonight, the city of Chicago is full of panicked people fleeing, and those gorgeous girls don't care about being reserved at all, screaming loudly to release their fear. Those sanctimonious men no longer had the confidence and arrogance of the past, and they looked for a safe place in panic. Chicago was shaking. It was not an adjective, but literally, the whole city was shaking. Chicago had an earthquake. Kai was holding Pepper and lying in a small space formed by a huge broken concrete slab. Kai was not sure where he was. But he should still be in the building where he was just now. He carefully moved Pepper in his arms to the side. He needed a little space. He felt that one of his ribs seemed to be broken. Although it was not serious, it was still a little painful for Pepper to press on it. Of course, this was not the key point. The key point was that his calf was just under the concrete slab. The calf bone was broken and seriously displaced. Kai struggled to lift his upper body and found that his calf had been bent at 90 degrees. It looked scary. Kai wanted to lift the concrete slab on top, but when the concrete slab was slightly lifted, he heard a sound of stones hitting each other. There should be some concrete blocks on it. This made Kai dare not act rashly. If he was alone, he would not care, but the problem was that there was Pepper beside him. If he moved the cement board it will and caused a second collapse, it was hard to say what would happen to him, but Pepper would definitely be dead. There was no other way. Kai could only gently bend the calf back to its original position to make it less painful. Kai's self-healing ability would slowly repair the fracture, so it would be fine to leave it alone. After doing all this, Kai looked at Pepper and found blood on her head. After checking, he found that it was okay, just a scratch on the skin. Apart from a bump on the head and a mild concussion, there should be no serious consequences, not even bleeding. Kai looked at the surrounding environment and found that the air was not turbid and should be breathable. There was no need to worry about suffocation for a while. Thinking of this, Kai took out his mobile phone from his suit pocket with great effort. It was broken into pieces. Kai took out the phone card inside, and then took out a new phone from the king's treasure house. He installed the phone card and dialed the number. Hello. Kai, where are you? Are you okay? As soon as the call was connected, William's anxious voice came from the other side. I'm fine. I won't die for now, Kai said unhappily. I don't know my exact location either. Please have someone locate my phone. By the way, send someone to rescue us as soon as possible. Miss Pepper is right next to me. At this time, there was a commotion on the other side of the phone, and then the call was changed. Hello, is Miss Pepper okay? Is she injured? I need Miss Pepper to answer the phone. It should be Happy, Stark's security director. Answer the phone? It may be a bit difficult. She is in a coma now. If you want to see her, I can only send you a selfie, but the premise is that you are not afraid that Pepper will kill you later. She looks really terrible. Is she injured? How is she injured? Happy immediately became nervous. Pepper was kidnapped under his protection, which was his serious dereliction of duty. If there were other accidents, Happy felt that his career would definitely be over. Hey, fatty. I think you should worry more about me. I saved your CEO's secretary and broke her leg. Without me, you would definitely be fired, so I am your savior. Happy was relieved when he heard Kai's teasing. Kai could say it so easily, which meant that Pepper was not in danger of life. That's good, that's good. She is indeed fine now, but it may not be the case in a while. Shouldn't you organize a rescue immediately? Why do you still have time to talk on the phone with me? Yes, yes, yes. You should quickly locate them. We will send the professional rescue team of Stark Industries immediately. Quick. Miss Pepper is injured. She must be sent to the hospital. Then, regardless of whether Kai had anything else to say, he hung up the phone. Kai stared at the disconnected phone, feeling depressed. Please. My legs are broken, and no one cares about me. Chapter 339 Harvest and Small Theater. The Chicago Earthquake. At least that's how the media define the earthquake. But to put it in perspective, it's a bit unfair to call this earthquake a major earthquake. In fact, after testing, the earthquake was only 3.5 in magnitude. Although there was a noticeable tremor, the damage caused was not great. What surprised many earthquake experts was that the epicenter they detected was actually in the center of Chicago, and Chicago was not on the earthquake zone. Just when many experts were puzzled, a group of government officials and agents came, and then, the next day, the front page headlines of the newspapers were all that there was an earthquake in Chicago, with a magnitude of 3.5 and a focal depth of 10 kilometers. At present, except for a small number of people injured due to panic, there was not much damage. Then it was the standard daily routine of the United States, blaming the government. Many media began to question the government. Why didn't they detect it in advance? Why didn't they issue an evacuation warning? Some even came up with some conspiracy theories, saying that the government was developing some powerful bombs in the underground base, which caused the major earthquake. In short, whatever attracts attention is done. But in fact, this so-called major earthquake was more hype than reality. There were not many casualties in total, but the media was just making a fuss. Of course, this is also related to Chicago's geographical location. Chicago is not located in an earthquake zone. For hundreds of years, it has not experienced an earthquake. It is natural to write about it. Chicago is an international metropolis, and its influence is naturally extraordinary. This incident has become known to everyone. Just when the outside world was in a turmoil, a group of Stark Industries rescue teams secretly entered the Calumet Industrial Zone under the escort of Chicago police. In order to cover up the facts, the Chicago government, under the instruction of the senior officials of the federal government, not only diverted the attention of the outside world, but also surrounded the Calumet Industrial Zone, declaring to the outside world that due to the earthquake, some old buildings in the Calumet Industrial Zone have been in danger and must be demolished. Stark Industries also entered the industrial zone in the name of the demolition team. It's not that no one has noticed the abnormality of the industrial zone. After all, such a large building collapsed, and no matter what, someone would notice the abnormality. So it's not that no media reporters came to find big news, but these people were stopped by people sent by the Chicago government, with the reason that many buildings in the old industrial zone have appeared in different levels of danger, and they must be open to the public after serious evaluation. Just as Stark Industries' high-tech rescue team began to rescue the ruins of the building, Kai was looking at his golden finger with great interest. There was no way, this time the harvest was much greater than expected. I don't know if it was because of the special spirit of a lunatic, but after Kai killed Joe, he got more soul energy than he could imagine. 1 energy point plus half of the energy bar. This was the first time Kai got so much soul energy after killing a target. At least it was the first time since he woke up from the grave. Of course, although the harvest of energy points was good news, it didn't make Kai so happy. After all, energy points, as long as you are diligent, you can naturally accumulate them by killing enough enemies. What really surprised Kai was that Kai got Joe's ability. Vibration. Joe's ability is very abnormal. He can create vibrations of any frequency, similar to the effect of seismic waves, and can even cause earthquakes by creating shock energy, and can be immune to any damage caused by vibrations. This ability seems simple, but it is actually very abnormal. After all, vibration is all-encompassing. For example, sound is essentially vibration. With a superpower, it is possible to create infrasound resonance. Once the frequency resonates with certain organs of the human body, the organs of the vibrator will be deformed, displaced or bleed, thereby achieving the purpose of killing the enemy. Modern scientific research has proved that a large number of infrasound waves with a frequency of 16 to 17 Hz can cause unbearable tremors in the human body, resulting in symptoms such as visual impairment, disorientation, nausea, and even damage or rupture of internal organs that can lead to death. For example, earthquakes, which are close to the ability to destroy the world, can also be achieved with this superpower. By using the vibration ability, the reflection and refraction of seismic waves can make the seismic energy gather in a geological structure, thereby causing structural changes and positional movement of materials, and the final effect is an earthquake. However, this is very difficult. For example, Joe died together, and the earthquake caused was only a magnitude 3.5 earthquake in the Chicago area. It is very difficult to really cause a large earthquake of the level of destruction. But it is not impossible, at least for Kai. Don't forget that Kai is a man with a golden finger. As long as he has enough energy points, he can completely upgrade this ability. Of course, this is too far away. At this stage, this ability can also bring Kai a rapid improvement in strength. Let alone other things, just say that relying on this ability to create shock waves is already powerful enough. Vibration can be transmitted. In Kai's previous life, as far as Kai knows, there is no material that can isolate vibration. As for whether there is a material that can completely block vibration in this world, Kai is not sure. There is no way. There are too many monsters in this world. Who knows what will pop up? And as far as Kai knows, Captain America's shield seems to have such a function. What? Did the author say that the protagonist has not watched American comic hero movies? Why do you know that Captain America's shield has such a function? Nonsense. In this world, Captain America is more famous than Mickey Mouse. As far as Kai knows about a movie about Captain America, Hollywood in this world has made at least 30 movies. I don't even know how many comics have been published. There's even a Captain America museum in Brooklyn, New York, the birthplace of Captain America. That place is more famous than the National Museum of the United States. Every year, thousands of people go there for pilgrimage. Even many high school summer camps are held there every year. After all, this is a ready-made patriotic education. Just when Kai was thinking about these things, a vague voice suddenly came from his side. Kai turned his head and saw that Pepper's eyelids were moving. It seemed that she was about to wake up. Where is this hell? Kai said faintly on the side. Hell. Pepper was obviously not fully awake. After hearing the word hell, she pondered for a while, then opened her eyes and saw the narrow and dark space in front of her, so she opened her mouth reflexively. A scream that pierced the clouds and cracked the rocks could tear a person's eardrum. Kai covered his ears and waited for a long time before Pepper calmed down. Perhaps seeing Kai, Pepper calmed down a little from the panic. Adam, where are we? Pepper is not an idiot, so she naturally knew that it was Kai who was scaring her just now. But now she has no time to bother him. You can call me Kai from now on, not Adam. Kai still felt a little awkward with the name Adam. After all, it always gave him a feeling of being taken over. We are now buried under the ruins. Ruins. Pepper didn't understand why they were under the ruins for a while. But soon, the vague memory began to become clear. We, the murderer. Although Pepper's words were illogical, Kai still understood what she meant. Yes, that's it, but Pepper never knew the existence of mutants and supernatural powers, so what happened last night was a bit too fantastic for her. No buts, it's just what you saw. Kai once again confirmed what Pepper wanted to ask. But, that's not scientific. There are so many unscientific things. 1 or 2 won't make a difference. Kai leaned against the concrete wall casually, with an indifferent expression. As the secretary of the president of Stark Group, Pepper's basic quality is to read people's expressions. She can see from Kai's performance that Kai is not surprised by such things. Have you seen this kind of thing before? I've seen it a few times. Kai didn't plan to say more. After all, they had signed a confidentiality agreement. If Pepper revealed it, he would be responsible. Pepper didn't ask any more questions. She needed to digest the information she had just received. After an unknown amount of time, Pepper finally spoke again. Will we die? She had already put aside what she had encountered before. After all, The most important thing now was to leave this hellhole. After saving her life, she would find a way to find out the truth of those things. It's unlikely. Kai raised his mobile phone and said, I made several calls to the outside world before. They are rescuing us. If nothing goes wrong, they are above us. Pepper raised her head and looked at the dark top of her head, as if she wanted to see the rescuers. After a while, she immediately felt like she was electrocuted and hurriedly asked about the situation of others. The 3 people who were kidnapped with you were much luckier than us. They were sent to the hospital before the earthquake, so they are all fine. As for the others, I'm not sure. At least their luck is a little worse than yours. In fact, after getting the vibration power, Kai used this power to conduct exploration, just like a radar, releasing a low-frequency vibration wave, relying on the feedback of the vibration wave to conduct exploration. The results of the exploration were not good. There were only 6 living people in the ruins, and Kai was not sure which 6 they were. They were not in any danger of life. As for the other people in S.H.I.E.L.D., they were basically dead. S.H.I.E.L.D. suffered a big loss this time. Kai could only express regret for this. To be honest, although Kai was a little dissatisfied with S.H.I.E.L.D. for acting alone without his knowledge, they obviously let Phil hold him back, and then secretly sent a group of people to capture Joe. But that group of people had already died, and even if Kai was angry, he would not be angry with the dead. In fact, Kai could understand S.H.I.E.L.D.'s approach. Kai has always been a supporter of justice, that is, as long as the result is good, he doesn't care what means are used in the process. In Kai's opinion, there is nothing wrong with S.H.I.E.L.D.'s move to recruit Joe. What's wrong with such a mutant serving the people? Didn't you see that Kai also harbored Red Tank? In this regard, S.H.I.E.L.D. and Kai are the same. As for being unhappy, that is inevitable. After all, Kai really wants to kill Joe. This does not conflict with understanding S.H.I.E.L.D.'s approach. Now that S.H.I.E.L.D. has gained nothing and lost so many people, Kai will naturally not be so stingy. Have you been well these years? Perhaps the sudden silence between the two made Pepper a little uncomfortable. So this woman spoke first. In fact, Pepper has always wanted to ask this question, but she has never had the chance. Although the two of them were not in a confrontation before, they definitely did not get along well. At least Pepper thinks so. She even thinks that Kai is too stingy. Isn't it just that her father almost shot him? Is it necessary to remember it for so many years? Hiss. There's something wrong with what he said. Kai immediately felt a terrible breath called dog blood rushing towards him. Could it be that this girl still has evil intentions towards Adam? But he is not Adam. This is a bit embarrassing. But there are only 2 of them on the scene, and Kai can't find other topics even if he wants to. Well, it's not bad. I've been a soldier for a few years. There is no way. Kai can only respond vaguely. I don't want to talk more. But Pepper doesn't think so. She thinks that Kai still has feelings for her, otherwise, he wouldn't risk his life to save her. She is fine now, but Kai's leg was broken, which is the best proof. Is your mother okay? For a moment, Pepper almost blurted out what she was thinking, but when she thought of a certain arrogant and philandering bastard, she held back. Pepper has always been a calm person, even when it comes to feelings. She just thought about it calmly, and she was not sure if she really had that impulse towards Adam. No, it should be Kai. After all, it was just her first love. Moreover, she knew very well how she felt about her CEO. She could even hold back her feelings for that playboy, so she could naturally control this impulse now. So she turned the topic to Adam's mother very abruptly. She's dead. Kai and Adam's mother didn't have much affection, so it was difficult to express the sadness of losing a loved one, so the words were a little bland. But Pepper misunderstood again. She knew the feelings between Adam and his mother. Adam's blandness just showed his attitude towards this matter. He didn't want to mention it. So Pepper naturally thought that she had said something wrong. I'm sorry, I shouldn't. It's okay. It's really okay. Pepper was silent for a while. She and Adam's mother not only knew each other, but also got along very well. So she was a little ashamed that she didn't even know such important news. When did she die? 7 years ago? Then Pepper really wanted to know how Adam spent that time. The last time she heard from Adam was when Adam was admitted to the pre-medical program. Calculating the time, it should be a few months after she left. Joined the army. This word softened Pepper's originally calm heart, accompanied by a bitter taste. Such scenes kept appearing in her mind. An excellent young man, who had just lost his beloved, then lost his last relative. When he stood alone in front of the empty tombstone, he longed for his lover to come to him and give him support and warmth. But he waited and waited, except for the cold rain, there was nothing. She did not attend the funeral. So the disheartened young man chose to leave his hometown and join the army, relying on the stimulation between life and death to make his dead heart beat again. It was not easy for him to finally come out of the heartache that he could not bear to look back on, but he met her again by accident. He was very hesitant and angry, so he looked at her coldly and did not want to see her again. In short, a bloody and tragic drama was played in Pepper's mind. Perhaps because of her rich imagination, the scene that Pepper imagined was so touching that she was moved. What Pepper wanted to do most now was to rush over and hug the injured man, and let him be himself. He had not forgotten her, she did not mean to do it, it was not that she did not want to be by his side, but, she did not know at all. A pair of infatuated men and women, alienated because of misunderstanding, but fate made them meet again and experience life and death. It's so touching. It's so touching? Kai asked with a full head. What's wrong with this woman? Did she break her brain before? No way. It's just a bump. Watching Pepper cry, laugh, regret, and sweet again. In short, her emotions are rich and full. But from the outside, they would only think that this girl might be stupid. Just when Kai was considering whether to ask the outside to prepare a psychiatrist. Snap! The broken cement blocks on their heads suddenly loosened. Now even Pepper could not care about the romantic drama in her mind. If she wanted to fall in love again, she had to live. Foreigners don't like to turn into butterflies. If the upper concrete blocks collapsed, they would be in a bad situation. After a while, a black wire stretched out from the gap between the rocks above their heads. It was a search probe. This was the search probe on the Stark Group's rescue robot, which could follow the cracks to find any object with life reactions in the ruins. It's them. We are saved. Pepper was very happy. Kai was relatively calm, but he was also in a good mood. Although this thing couldn't kill him, and if he didn't want to attract the attention of S.H.I.E.L.D., he had 1,000 ways to escape. Now that he could leave this hellhole with a clear reason, he was of course happy. Almost 3 hours later, Kai and Pepper were finally rescued. Kai was rushed to the hospital because of his serious injury. Pepper was supposed to go with him, but a helicopter came in the air. Just by looking at the logo on the helicopter, Pepper knew who was coming. She watched Kai being sent to the ambulance hesitantly, and then looked at the helicopter that was getting closer and closer. For a moment, she wished Kai could call her and tell her that he needed her. As a result, Kai just closed his eyes and rested, without any movement at all. At this time, the helicopter also landed not far away. Pepper. A mustache man in a flashy suit jumped out of the helicopter and rushed straight towards Pepper. Tony. Seeing Tony's eager look, Pepper's heart tilted again in an instant. Tony Stark, the president of Stark Group, would never admit that he fell in love with his secretary. Although before Pepper, every secretary of his eventually climbed onto her creation, Tony knew very well that these people only liked his genius and wealth, not him as a person. Although he always felt that he represented these two things, of course he did not only represent these, such as handsome, humorous, strong in bed, etc., he could represent them. But Pepper was always different from others. As for what was different, Tony did not know. Anyway, it was different. He admitted that he was interested in Pepper, but he refused to admit that it was love, although he himself did not know what love was. But he just couldn't admit it, because that would make him feel that he was taken by Pepper, which was something that the arrogant Tony would never admit. So when he saw that Pepper was okay, he immediately changed his expression and began to treat his secretary with his habitual venomous and arrogant attitude. But soon he noticed that Pepper's attention was very inattentive, and she was always looking at an ambulance. He looked over and saw Kai's ambulance door closed. Who is he? Your relative. Pepper turned her head and looked at Tony with a headache. In a sense, Tony is a bigger jerk than Kai. Why is the person I like always such an asshole? Chapter 340 Disappearance and Transfer. At the same time Kai was sent to the hospital, Susie, the child, also ran into trouble. She was sent to the hospital before Kai. After being rescued by S.H.I.E.L.D. agent Clinton with a bow and arrow, she fell into coma. When she was sent to the hospital, the examination results were very confusing. From the physical data, the child was not ill. On the contrary, she was healthy, but she was in a coma. In the end, the doctor gave a rather metaphysical answer, that is, the injured person suffered a great mental trauma and caused a stress coma. I have never heard of this disease. But it sounds like it, and it may indeed happen in some extreme cases. Think about what Susie has encountered recently. First, her mother disappeared. After finally getting news of her mother, she was separated from her forever. That's not all. She was kidnapped by a perverted murderer and finally thrown off the roof. This series of stimulations is indeed difficult for an underage girl to accept. Only Clinton, who saved Susie, felt a little strange. How could a person who dared to duel with a knife and that terrifying murderer be so fragile? But the reality is that Susie is unconscious. Clinton can't do anything about it no matter how strange it is. Besides, most of his colleagues are now missing, and Clinton has no time to care about a girl he has never met. So he handed Susie over to the Chicago police for protection and went to the scene of the incident again. What they don't know is that Susie is now going through a series of great changes. Susie had a very long dream. In the dream, she was no longer a human being, but a cat, a proud, unpredictable, and moody cat. She walked between the high-rise buildings in the downtown area and saw all kinds of people in the world. She came to the dark corners of the city and saw the filth in the city. She would climb to the top of the steel forest and look at her own kingdom proudly. She is a cat. Just when Susie was dreaming, she didn't know when the stray cats in the city were watching her ward, and they began to gather on the windowsill where Susie was. For a while, countless cats wandered outside her room. Finally, a cat with a black body walked out of the cat group. It was so beautiful, its smooth, uncolored fur reflected the sunlight. It was obviously a black cat, but it was emitting a dazzling light. But when it walked out, all the wild cats consciously made way for the little black cat to walk towards the window with an elegant pace. Squeak amid the strange sound of nails scratching the glass, the little black cat gently drew a circle on the glass with its claws. Then a round hole was scratched on the glass. The hole was not big, but it didn't matter, for cats, as long as they could pass through the head, it meant unimpeded. The black cat passed through the round hole silently, landed lightly on the ground, and then climbed onto Susie's bed. It climbed onto Susie's chest, and its strange cat eyes stared at Susie's face tightly. Then silently, the black cat disappeared, leaving only the cat totem on Susie's neck, flashing a burst of imperceptible light. As for the other wild cats, they all left at the moment the black cat disappeared. After Kai had a good sleep, he felt much more comfortable. He had an open fracture of his shin bone, at least that's what the doctor said. In fact, Kai's injury was much more serious at the beginning, but he recovered a lot of it by relying on his strong recovery ability. Even if it weren't for dealing with other people, Kai's injury could have healed by himself long ago. For this reason, Kai had to forcibly suppress his own healing ability and stop the healing process, leaving a little injury to fool the hospital and others. When Kai woke up, he saw a flower basket at the head of the bed. It was signed by Pepper, with some blessings and a private number. As the secretary of the president of Stark Group, the world's largest industrial group and the largest arms supplier in the United States, Pepper's private number is extremely valuable. In some occasions, this number can even be sold directly for tens of thousands of dollars. You won't believe it, but although Pepper is a secretary, because of Tony's casual personality, Pepper is responsible for quite a lot of things, so this big secretary has a group of 30 secretaries. Other people's secretaries have secretaries. Usually, when others want to contact Pepper, they contact Pepper's secretary, and then the secretary relays the message. Few people know Pepper's private phone number. After all, work is work and life is life. But Kai didn't care much about this. He didn't really want to get in touch with this woman. So he just took a casual look and crumpled the card in the flower basket and threw it into the trash can. He just succeeded in shooting when the door of the ward was pushed open. It was Phil. This SHIELD agent with thin hair is really lucky. In such a serious condition, he was unharmed. I really don't know who is cheating between him and Kai. Hey, Phil, are you okay? Seeing Phil, Kai naturally wanted to comfort this unlucky guy. He led a team of 20 people on the surface this time, and secretly led a team of 10 people. As a result, hey, now there are only 4 people alive, among which Clinton is fine because he escorted Susie in advance, and Phil is safe and sound because of his destiny. The remaining 2, I guess they can only retire. Such a huge loss was enough to get Phil dismissed from office after he returned. Kai thought that he should comfort this unfortunate guy. But unexpectedly, Phil didn't care what Kai said. Instead, he said anxiously, "Your girl is missing." Kai didn't react at first. "Who is it?" But he immediately thought of it. Isn't there another Susie? Susie is missing. How could she be missing? Kai asked about Susie's condition before coming to the hospital. He learned that she was shocked and unconscious. Kai went to see her at that time and found that she was not seriously injured. In addition, the doctor's words were so convincing, so he naturally believed it. As a result, when he woke up, Susie was missing? Kai didn't care to listen to what Phil said. He jumped out of bed immediately. Fortunately, he still had a trace of clarity and knew to jump on one foot. When he arrived at Susie's ward, he found that the window was open and a hole was cut in the glass on one side. There was no one in the room. We asked the police outside the ward, and they didn't hear any sound. This was found at the head of the bed. Phil handed Kai a note. There was only one sentence on it: I want to be alone, don't come to me. Kai was not familiar with Susie's handwriting, so he couldn't confirm whether it was written by Susie. But Kai still felt that the matter was very strange. Why did Susie leave? She had no relatives or friends, and she was even a minor. Where could she go? Thinking about the marks on the window, Kai felt that it was man-made. Susie was kidnapped again? Fortunately, according to the feedback from the Tyndall's hound, there was no smell of blood in the room, nor any smell of outsiders. It was the smell of Susie, the police, and the medical staff. In addition, there were many smells of cats. Although the smell of cats was very strange, Kai would not think that cats would kidnap Susie no matter how rich his imagination was. Huh? Find someone to inspect the ward? Kai said to Phil, almost in an attitude of issuing orders. They're here. Kai looked at the ward coldly. He still didn't understand why someone wanted to kidnap Susie. She was just an ordinary girl. Well, Kai determined that Susie was kidnapped. The investigators came soon, but the results surprised Kai. No suspicious person was seen on the hospital surveillance camera, nor was Susie's figure. In the ward, apart from some medical staff, police and Susie's fingerprints, there were only some traces of cat activities. In addition, through the inspection of the windowsill, only Susie's fingerprints were found on it. From the traces at the scene, it seems that Susie left here by herself. But Kai didn't believe it at all. This is the 6th floor. Since Susie didn't go out from the corridor, stairs or elevator, you let a little girl jump from here? In short, everything is unreasonable. If this is replaced by a mutant kidnapping Susie, it would be very reasonable. After all, mutants have all kinds of abilities, and it is not impossible for one or two such talents who can be silent. The Chicago police attach great importance to Susie's disappearance. There is no way. Kai came to Chicago because of Susie, and then a series of changes occurred, making Chicago a mess. Although it has nothing to do with Kai. But the Chicago police are still a little scared. But 3 days have passed, let alone people, there is not even a trace of useful information. But this is not the worst. What is really bad is that his hounds have lost their function again. This made Kai so angry that he wanted to curse. He had praised the hounds so much before, but the reality slapped Kai in the face. Kai even suspected that the demon encyclopedia that Camelot gave him before was made up. He didn't ask the hounds to do many things in total, but he failed twice. The bastard who wrote the demon encyclopedia wrote these things with his feet. What is the world's best tracking ability of the Tyndall's hounds? No one can escape their pursuit. But now? Too useless. The two hounds were also very aggrieved. How could they have known that they would encounter two guys who could hide their breath so perfectly in a row? This ability is very rare in the demon world. Not to mention the human world. Kai's depression has not ended here. Just when Kai was frantically looking for Susie, he suddenly received a transfer order. He was transferred from GA Town to Chicago. When Kai received the transfer order, he was stunned. What the hell? He is not a government employee in the system. Who is qualified to give him a transfer order? He is an elected official. His salary is not paid by the federal government, not even by the state government. At first, Kai thought that this was a joke played by that idiot. As a result, he received the uniform of the chief of the Chicago Police Department that afternoon, as well as a commission from the Chicago Police Department. He officially became a detective in the detective department directly under the Chicago Police Department. Damn. He went from being a boss to little brother all of a sudden. Of course, he didn't become a T-brother all of a sudden. After all, he was a second-level detective, and he could be promoted to police inspector. A police inspector is considered a partial supervisor. But Kai still didn't understand how he was transferred. It's not uncommon for a small town sheriff to become a big city detective, but this is not the way to play it. It should be that Kai took the initiative to resign from the position of small town sheriff, and then the Chicago Police Department invited him, or Kai took the initiative to apply for it. This is the formal way to play. Before Kai had time to figure it out, he received a call from Sage. On the phone, Sage told Kai good news. He was promoted from deputy sheriff to sheriff of the Gardner Township Police Department. It was really good news, which meant that Kai received bad news. He was unemployed. The good sheriff was fired. Then Kai learned the truth from Sage. There was really something fishy about his transfer. Someone helped him. Kai never thought of this person. It was Tony Stark. Kai didn't even know what he had done with him. But this playboy sent people to GA Town, intending to invest there. As for what to invest in, it is said that the people of Stark Group did not make it clear. Anyway, an investment of $50 million will definitely be implemented. This is an agreement signed with the town government of GA Town. But not in the name of Stark Group, but in the name of Tony Stark personally. According to the reason given by the visitor, it was to thank their sheriff Kai Wayne for saving the senior employees of Stark Group. They even told the people of the town government that they would arrange a better future for Kai and let him work in a big city like Chicago. In the eyes of the town government of GA Town, Tony Stark's $50 million is enough for them to meet all their requests, not to mention that Kai going to Chicago is obviously a good thing. What future can he have in a rural area like theirs? It will be different in Chicago. So they agreed quickly. As for the people in the town, they were very considerate and happily held an election for the new sheriff. Sage was elected with a high vote. Kai was dumbfounded. I couldn't tell what he felt. Although he didn't have the intention to spend his whole life in GA Town, this was too much power, right? After all, I have made contributions to the town. Why did they sell me out for a $50 million? Well, this is what Kai was thinking. It's hard to say how angry he was. He could leave $50 million investment in the town with just one transfer, which was not a loss at all, but a big profit. With such a large investment, no matter what it was, it can be predicted that GA Town's living standards will greatly increase in the next period of time. $50 million is a lot for GA Town. From this point of view, Kai was not really angry. What made Kai unhappy was that no one informed him of this matter at all. As expected, rich people are all annoying, especially Tony Stark was doing this with a completely rewarding attitude, and never considered whether he was willing to accept it. He saved Pepper because she was a good person. Even if he didn't know Pepper, he would save her. That's all. Besides, strictly speaking, Kai didn't know Pepper. Kai saved him out of her own will, not because of her identity. And what's even more depressing is that he seems to have nowhere to go except Chicago now. Forget it, there's nothing wrong with staying in Chicago. First, he can continue to look for Susie here. Second, there are more crimes in big cities, which means more soul power can be harvested. Chapter 341, Wildcat and Haunted House. This house is so big. It's much more beautiful than my house. Kelly looked at the house in front of her, and her eyes were full of stars. Kelly's family is very rich. She has at least 5 houses like the one in front of her, and they are in 5 different cities. She even has a ski chalet in the Alps. Logically, Kelly doesn't need to make such a fuss. But the problem is that houses are different. This European-style manor in front of her is her and Kai's love nest. Although Kai received the appointment letter, he did not take office immediately. Chicago gave him a full 5 months of vacation. This is a preferential treatment for Kai. Let alone Kai's own ability, the fact that Tony specially greeted the Chicago Police Department is enough to make Kai be treated differently by the Chicago Police. So after the transfer took effect, the Chicago Police blatantly gave Kai a long vacation on the grounds that Kai was injured and needed to recuperate. No matter what, 5 months is too exaggerated. In these 5 months, Kai didn't actually rest much. In addition to dealing with the beginning and end of GA Town, Kai did the most to find Susie's whereabouts. Unfortunately, things did not go as planned. For 5 whole months, Kai used various methods but still could not find any trace of Susie. He did find a lot of clues. He searched everywhere through the relationship between the FBI and the Army, and of course it was impossible for him to not get anything. For example, a few days ago, he got a message from FBI Special Agent Booth that there was a theft in Miami, and a wealthy businessman's jewelry was stolen. The security camera installed in the rich businessman's home actually captured Susie. Kai confirmed that the girl was Susie through the video sent by the FBI. So Kai immediately rushed to Miami. Before that, Kai also got a lot of clues, of which nearly 1/3 of the clues showed that Susie was committing crimes. Of course, they were not the kind of heinous crimes, but some petty thefts, such as theft, violent injury, illegal invasion, and a series of troubles. However, Susie also had strict standards for choosing the target of the shot, and those people were all bad guys without exception. For example, the rich businessman in Miami who is rich and unkind. So the further he went, the more entangled Kai was, whether he should continue to look for Susie. He really wanted to know what happened to Susie, and he also wanted her to return to normal life as soon as possible. But as Susie committed more and more crimes, Kai became more and more hesitant. It's not that Kai hates Susie because of these things. On the contrary, in Kai's opinion, these things Susie did were childish at most, not vicious. After all, her targets were not good people. Although Kai is a policeman, he has his own sense of right and wrong. But if Susie is really found, what awaits her will be the FBI and various prosecutions. This time in Miami, Kai is also doing his best and leaving it to fate. If he can really find Susie, he will naturally find a way to help Susie avoid those troubles. If he can't find her, Kai also plans to give up looking for her temporarily, but will continue to pay attention to her movements secretly. Anyway, from the video, it can be seen that Susie is doing well now. The only thing that puzzles Kai is, when did Susie become so good? A person can actually pass such tight security without anyone noticing, steal jewelry without anyone noticing, and then walk away. Although Susie had been a non-mainstream little gangster for a while, she was just an ordinary person. How could she become the phantom thief after just a few months of not seeing each other? I couldn't figure it out. But no matter how hard I tried, at least I knew that Susie's personal freedom was not restricted and she was living well. This made Kai feel relieved. What's more interesting is that when he didn't find any trace of Susie in Miami and planned to return to Chicago, the hotel front desk gave him a letter. The content of the letter was very simple, with only one sentence. Be well, don't worry. There was no signature and no mark. But Kai knew very well that it was Susie's handwriting. As for why it was this way, it was also very simple, because Susie kept committing crimes, and the targets of the crimes were either rich or noble, so the FBI and other law enforcement agencies kept a close eye on her. It was also because of this that Kai also entered the eyes of those people. Although the FBI didn't say it clearly, Kai also knew that someone had been monitoring him, such as this time when he went to Miami. Although the Miami police were very polite, they were very secretive about the case and declined Kai's request to participate in the investigation. They even tried to get some information from him. If this continued, it would be difficult to find Susie, let alone get any news about her, so Kai decided to stop looking for Susie for the time being. In addition, the holiday was almost over, so Kai returned to Chicago. It just so happened that Kelly had graduated successfully at this time and was preparing to come to Chicago to attend college. In fact, for a rich kid like her, it was not difficult to go to college. His father had been a student of a prestigious school for generations, and he had a wide network of connections. He could get a lot of important letters of recommendation, and he was willing to donate money, so everything was easy. Not to mention that Kelly's academic performance was also very good. Although he could not reach the level of Susie's demon, it was good enough for him to go to college. Kelly came to Chicago not just to go to college. If she really wanted to go to a prestigious school, she would choose Yale, where her father had studied. She simply wanted to send, well, warmth from 1,000 miles away. Anyway, others call it love. The University of Chicago has a 3-semester system, with the semesters starting in July, September, and January. It is now late May, and freshmen will not enter school until July. So Kelly decided to spend the entire summer with Kai, because she felt that as lovers, they had been apart for too long. If it weren't for Susie's disappearance, Kelly would never have been able to tolerate Kai not seeing her for such a long time. Speaking of Kelly's feelings about Susie's disappearance, they were extremely complicated. On the one hand, a covetous rival disappeared, and she was secretly happy in her heart. But Kelly didn't hate Susie to the point of being bitter. In a sense, they were also happy enemies. They obviously hated each other, but they liked to get together, and then parted unhappily. This went on and on. Now that Susie was gone, Kelly felt that something was missing. Where is the swimming pool? I brought my swimsuit." Kelly didn't care that Kai was still in front of her. And she started to undress directly, and her beautiful body was displayed in front of Kai. A short separation is better than a new marriage. Kai looked at the beautiful body and began to get excited. Although he was a little shy, he always felt that he would be seen. But in the end, under the teasing of this little goblin, he finally played out a series of shameful scenes in the swimming pool. After an hour, the originally turbulent swimming pool gradually calmed down. Kelly was now like a snake with its bones pulled out, limp in Kai's arms. Kai raised his head and secretly looked around. After finding that there was no one, he quickly helped Kelly put on the swimsuit that originally had little fabric, especially the bikini trunks that were pushed aside. "Ah, I'm going to die," Kai curled his lips, disdainful of the little girl's presumption. With such a little skill, she dared to provoke him. "Lord Kai? Isn't this a mouse licking the cat's nose, looking for death?" According to Kai's physical fitness, 1 hour is actually a bit short. But there is no way, he is in a hurry. Today, several acquaintances in Chicago came back to celebrate his housewarming, and the time was about the same. "Hurry up and get up, the guests will be here soon." Kelly didn't respond to Kai's call at all. She was too tired. Even though Kelly's physical fitness was comparable to that of the world's top athletes due to the power of the devil, it was still not enough compared to Kai, who was physically strong. If she really wanted to defeat Kai, she had to transform. But after the transformation, the originally happy thing became a little aggrieved. Kai didn't want to. After all, Kelly inherited the power of the succubus Lord Lilith. Once she transformed, she immediately became a witch. She was simply a fairy who was ecstatic. Even she herself could not control her primitive desire. Once she started, she would never stop unless she was satisfied. "Wow. I didn't expect you to be so rich." Jin was really shocked when she saw the European-style manor in front of her. She had been assisting Kai in investigating Susie's disappearance for a long time before, and because of this, she was very familiar with Kai. But she never knew that Kai was so rich. After Kai informed several acquaintances in the 21st Bureau that he bought a house in Chicago, she encouraged others to celebrate for Kai. When she knew that Kai bought a house in Kenilworth, she was very surprised. There was no doubt that the houses in Kenilworth were very expensive. But when they arrived at the place, they found that their imagination was still too shallow. This is a manor covering an area of 12 acres. There's even a golf course in the backyard. Haley, Hank and several 21st Bureau Intelligence Team police officers who came with Kim were also shocked. "It's not as expensive as you think. Don't you think this address is familiar?" Kai said with a smile while flipping the barbecue. "There is a reason why Kai bought this manor, and the reason is that this manor is really very, very cheap. By the way, I wanted to ask before, is this place close to the crime scene of the Chicago massacre? I always feel that this address is very familiar." Haley immediately interrupted and asked. "No," Kai shook his head. Then Kai said, "This is the crime scene." "What?" A group of people were stunned. Don't think that Americans are not superstitious. Let's put it this way. In terms of superstition, the United States is also among the best among developed countries. An economics research institute in the United States once conducted a survey, and 47% of Americans believe that there are ghosts in the world, and 15% said they have seen them with their own eyes. On the contrary, Americans are full of doubts about science. According to statistics, only 1/3 of Americans believe that car exhaust and carbon dioxide emitted by factories are the culprits of global warming, and more than 1/3 of Americans believe that global warming is a lie made up by scientists, the government and the media. 1/3 of Americans believe that aliens have recently visited the Earth, and 2/3 of Americans believe that angels and demons exist and are active in the world. It's surprising, right? But this is the fact. The United States still has the most cult organizations in the world. Today, there are about 10,000 heretical cult groups in the United States, with tens of millions of followers. In short, it is not only the Chinese who are taboo about houses where people have died, but Americans are also taboo about this. This is also thanks to the rendering of many American horror movies. The routine of many American horror movies is that a family moves into a house where someone has died, and then strange things happen. So houses where people have died, especially houses where homicides have occurred, will become unpopular. This manor originally belonged to the Luton family, a Mexican drug cartel. As a result, on the night of the massacre, all the members of the drug cartel here died. More than half of them were killed with a knife, and the rest were torn into pieces, and most of their bodies were eaten. It was so scary that many people secretly speculated that it was a demon. As a result, the value of this manor was greatly reduced. Moreover, because of hesitation, a lot of evidence of the Luton family's crimes was found in the manor, and the manor was confiscated by the government and auctioned. The auction price of such confiscated property by the government is generally not high. After all, you can't make a profit from it. No one bought it, and the government auction price was low, so Kai bought the manor at a price 10% lower than the market price. This is simply a bargain. Apart from anything else, just wait a few years and let this matter slowly fade away. Kai can sell it at 10 or even 20 times the price. Free money. Besides, such a big house is so cheap, there is no reason for Kai not to buy it. As for the fact that this house is not clean, he is afraid of nothing, not to mention that those unlucky people here have lost their souls, and they don't even have the qualifications to become ghosts. Even if there are ghosts here, Kai doesn't care. Kai feels that he seems to have accidentally seen a way to get rich. There are many famous haunted houses in the United States, and the prices in these places are really low to the point of being outrageous. I am an atheist. I don't care much about this stuff. Seeing a group of people so surprised, Kai explained. In fact, it is not uncommon for people in the public sector to believe in this, and people in high-risk industries especially believe in this stuff. The United States is not China. The public security organs in China are against superstition, but in the United States, superstition is not a big deal. On the contrary, atheists like Kai are very rare. The United States is a country with freedom of religious belief, and church organizations are spread all over the country. There are about 500,000 churches in the United States, and about 96% of adults believe in God. A group of people were talking nonsense and eating here, while Kelly, who had been cultivated, finally came downstairs. This girl seemed to feel threatened by the appearance of Kim and Haley, so she walked downstairs wearing a silk pajamas with a bikini underneath. Kelly was naturally beautiful, and after the blessing of the devil's power, coupled with her satisfied and lazy look after the lovemaking, Hank and his black men Kevin and Adam immediately stared at her. The two policewomen were very sensitive to the hostility of the girl. For a moment, the two ladies immediately stood up straight to make themselves look more upright and confident. This is the instinct of women. They don't want to lose to women who are hostile to them. Honey, what are you talking about? So lively, the girl took a goblet and poured a glass of red wine for Kai. While holding Kai's hand to support her waist, she snuggled in Kai's arms and looked at the two policewomen with a little provocation. Tisk. Isn't this too little to wear? This is Kai's only thought. Chapter 342, Reporting and New Partner. 5101 South Wentworth Street, Chicago Police Headquarters. A small white AC Cobra slowly drove into the parking space. The shape of this AC Cobra is very colorful, at least the people around the police station were attracted. Although the car is small, it has a stylish shape. There's a blue vertical line on the front of the car, which gives people a feeling that it is small but very fierce. Its engine is even more powerful. When the car gradually shuts down, the sound of the engine is like a beast that has just driven away the enemy and put away its rage, making a low roar. Perhaps other people will only think that this car is a very expensive sports car when they see it. After all, no matter how you look at it, this car is indeed not cheap. But those who really know the business know that this car is not just expensive. The full name of this car is Shelby AC Cobra 427. This car became famous in the 1960s. At that time, the legendary American racing driver Gabriel Shelby wanted to build a high-performance racing car that could compete with Ferrari. He hoped to build a lightweight, low wind resistance, and strong frame with high horsepower. In the United States at that time, he could not find a suitable automobile chassis manufacturer, so Shelby turned his attention to the UK across the ocean. At that time, the British automobile industry was very developed. He found a British AC Cars company to build a body and chassis for his new car. At that time, AC Cars was just an antique car company established in 1901. Its car products were all limited edition models, but the handmade aluminum alloy body performed extremely well in terms of rigidity. The AC Cobra body was all handmade. Later, Shelby found Ford and installed the Ford V8 engine, a super engine newly developed by Ford at that time, for this car. In 1961, this transatlantic marriage created one of the fastest sports cars in history and ushered in the glorious era of Cobra. This car combines British elegance and American flamboyance. The unique gentleman-like appearance hides the arrogant and violent factors. Once started, it is a highly anticipated super sports car. The performance of this car on the track was very dazzling, which made the Shelby Cobra the best sports car at that time. But it is regrettable that AC Company went bankrupt due to poor management in the 1980s. This also made this car a swan song in the market. Later, the famous Dodge Viper was based on this car. Now there are only 7 original 427s in the world. No one would think that this one would be one of the 7, because the most suitable place for the 7 original cars should be a museum or a collector's garage. But even so, the cost of this car would be staggering. Because the 427 has been discontinued for a long time, if you want to reproduce it, the price you spend has far exceeded the original. After all, collecting original parts is an extremely luxurious thing. In addition, assembly and processing are also a lot of money. So the cost of this car easily exceeds 1 million. Kai wore a British-style suit and took off his sunglasses awkwardly. He didn't like being watched by people as if he was a rare animal. At the same time, he didn't like his current state. It was too high profile and didn't fit Kai's style. The same goes for cars. He prefers rougher models, muscular appearance, tough lines, and tall bodies. For example, Chevrolet Suburban or pickup trucks are also fine. This Cobra 427 is too small, and the convertible design also makes people feel insecure and always feel empty. But the problem is that Kelly disagrees. This girl who is not very experienced in the world believes that her lover must leave a good impression on new colleagues with the best spirit on his first day at work. To be honest, Kai really doesn't think that his image of a rich second-generation rich man can leave a good impression on his new colleagues. You know, even at the headquarters detective bureau, the annual salary will not exceed $70,000. They have a good mentality to let a rich man like Kai join them and not be hated by the rich. However, Kelly obviously wants to show off her boyfriend, so Kai's objection can only be ignored. By the way, this 427 is a gift from Kelly to Kai to congratulate him on his transfer to a new position. Kelly originally planned to give this car to Kai at Christmas, but Kai was too busy at that time and never gave it away. This car is a collection of Kelly's father. It has been kept in the garage and never driven. As a result, Kai got a bargain. Seeing Kai, who was dressed very flashy, approaching the police building, a group of people speculated, what is this rich second generation doing in the police station? Is he looking for excitement? Teresa, the director of the operations department of the Chicago headquarters detective bureau, is a very resolute person. She has a strong style and a tough character. She has always been known as the Iron Lady in the police station. Of course, if it weren't for this, she wouldn't be in her current position. Although the United States has always advocated equality, in reality, it is actually difficult for a woman, especially a black person, to get a high position in a police station dominated by men. Even if there is, most of them are civilian positions. But Teresa is different. Her resume is very impressive. She started as a patrol officer at the grassroots level and rose all the way to her current position. And she relied on real achievements. She has participated in many major cases and even fought with criminals on the front line more than once or twice. But such a strong-handed person is very irritable today. Because she has a trouble. Looking at Kai, who is dressed like a rich man, Teresa frowned. She doesn't like Kai, even if Kai's resume is very good, she still doesn't like Kai. Strong leaders like her don't like situations that are not under their control. For example, Kai's procedures are not formal, but imposed on Teresa by the superiors, and they have repeatedly told her that she must take care of it. Teresa has never encountered such a situation where the superiors want to force people in. After all, even if they want to force people in, there is no reason to force people into their action department, right? You have to know that this is the front line of the detective bureau, and investigating cases and fighting with people are their jobs. If you do a good job, you may not be rewarded, but if you do a bad job, you will definitely be scolded, which is the best portrayal of them. Who would be so bored as to put someone in such a thankless job? But Teresa's boss, who is also her boss, clearly told her that this person was recommended by the Stark Group and they must pay attention to him. Now who in Chicago doesn't know that the Stark Group will hold an industrial expo in Chicago this November? Now the Stark Group has begun to renovate their old factory in Chicago, and has also bought a lot of vacant land in the surrounding area to build a venue center. This move not only boosted the market's confidence in Chicago, but also brought a lot of jobs to Chicago. What's more, the Stark Group is not just holding an expo and then completely ignoring it. They have a detailed development strategy, including subsequent investment in the construction of new factories and supporting facilities. This can bring a significant boost to Chicago's economy, and by the way, it can also save Chicago's high unemployment rate. In this case, the Chicago government will fully cooperate with the Stark Group. This is the general trend. No one can destroy it. So even if Teresa is dissatisfied, she has to hold it in. But the first impression Kai gave Teresa today made her very unhappy. This is the detective bureau, not a party scene. What she needs is a tough detective, not a playboy. Kai also felt this emotion, but he couldn't explain it. Blame everything on his girlfriend? That's not in Kai's habit. So be it. Whatever happens. Anyway, he is here to work, not to make friends. After an unpleasant meeting, Kai was officially hired. Then a partner was assigned to Kai. For such a partner, Teresa originally planned to assign Kai an experienced detective, on the one hand to help Kai get familiar with the work, and on the other hand to take care of him. After all, with an old bird around, many things will be easier. But after the first meeting, Teresa changed her mind and directly assigned Kai Thorne. Matthew last. In a sense, Matthew is simply a role model for the police. He has extremely sharp and powerful observation, judgment and logical reasoning abilities, explosive action, and a strong sense of professional honor. But unfortunately, his former boss ruined him. Of course, it can't be considered ruined, it can only be said that fate plays tricks on people. A few years ago, Matthew was arranged by the then chief of the Detective Bureau to work undercover in a gang organization. It was a gang that switched to drug trafficking. Although their territory was not big on the surface, they were actually one of the most important suppliers of the entire Chicago drug market. Matthew did a great job. In just a few years, he broke into the core of the gang and began to get involved in more drug transactions. But this was not without cost. First, he himself became addicted to drugs, and secondly, he no longer had any police style of behavior. Under the pressure of drugs and survival, he changed, and he became no different from a real gangster. What's more unfortunate is that the net was about to be closed. But because of Hamilton, Kane stirred up a big chaos in Chicago. After the collapse of the GD gang in Hoover, the entire Chicago gang was in a melee, and the gang boss and most of the backbones were killed in another gang feud. His undercover work was in vain, and even if he didn't return to the police force, he would become the new boss. But when he returned to the police force, things became worse. His daughter was killed. Because of the gang's revenge, when he returned to the police force, he also took care of his former colleagues. But there will still be fish that slip through the net. The fish that slipped through the net was not a big shot, but a low-level gangster. He waited at the door of Matthew's house with a gun. When Matthew's family went out to the amusement park, he jumped out and shot at the family. The result was 1 death and 1 injury. The death was his daughter, and the injury was his wife. Although the murderer was shot dead by Matthew on the spot, the tragedy had already happened and nothing could be done. After that, his wife divorced him, and Matthew's situation became worse. He became withdrawn, taciturn, immersed in his own world, unable to extricate himself, addicted to alcohol, and became radical and irritable. There have been several records of wounding during the pursuit. If his old boss hadn't felt guilty about him and had been helping him clean up his ass, he would have been kicked out of the police force long ago. Because of his undercover experience, as well as his bad behavior and personality, no one in the police force likes to work with him. He has changed 5 partners in a year, all of which ended in bad moods, and 2 of them were injured by him. Teresa also has a headache with Matthew. Now she lets Matthew and Kai work together, which is obviously not good intentions. When Teresa announced the transfer, other people in the operations department of the Detective Bureau looked at Kai with a weird look. And Matthew was also very disrespectful. When he learned that Kai was his new partner, he left without saying a word and didn't say hello to anyone. Kai pulled the corner of his mouth, a little speechless and embarrassed. And Kai couldn't get angry. Although Teresa wanted to trick Kai, she didn't tell Kai everything. That would be too low level. Besides, everyone in the Detective Bureau knew about Matthew's situation. Kai could find anyone to ask and he would know. It was impossible to hide it. So Kai still knew about Matthew's situation. Kai was also a policeman in his previous life, so he naturally knew the embarrassment of undercover police. When an undercover agent breaks into the enemy, the first thing he has to do is to adapt to the environment. How to adapt? Of course, he has to be like the enemy. But in this way, their style of behavior will naturally be very different from the police in the system. They are particularly bandit-like, and some people even hide bad habits such as drug addiction. They are not infected with these bad habits voluntarily, but are forced to do so. After all, if they don't go along with those people, how can they get the trust of the enemy? In the movies, undercover police always have good results and can escape from danger, but now in life, they are not so lucky. Because both the police force and the undercover police themselves find it difficult to adapt and integrate with each other. Knowing Matthew's experience, Kai will naturally not be so stingy. I think I need to talk to him, Kai said to Teresa. Teresa shrugged and said nothing. Many people have talked to Matthew, but no one has really changed him. Kai found Matthew in the stairs of the building who was about to smoke. His hand holding the cigarette kept shaking, his lips were pale, his body was shaking, and sweat kept oozing from his forehead. It looked terrible. He tried to light the cigarette several times, but his coordination seemed to be a problem and he failed several times. Just when Matthew finally couldn't hold back his restlessness and was about to throw away the lighter, a metal lighter lit the cigarette in his mouth. Matthew looked up and found it was Kai. He was stunned, but still lowered his head and used Kai's light to light the cigarette. Inhale huff. Matthew's smoking action was so greedy that he seemed to smoke the whole cigarette in one breath. Matthew exhaled a big puff of smoke fiercely, and the situation was a little better. Are you addicted? Kai's tone was very normal, without disgust or pity. It was like asking him if he had taken it. Kai hated those drugs that harmed people, extremely disgusted. But the person in front of him was different. He sacrificed to complete the task and for his duty. Matthew glanced at Kai and didn't speak. He tried his best to suppress the restlessness in his body. Cigarettes couldn't relieve it at all. I know about you. I don't know how to comfort or enlighten you, but if you want to quit drugs, I have a way. Kai said so. Matthew looked at Kai again. He didn't say anything. He had heard this at least 100 times. If you don't believe me, I can show you. Kai's words moved Matthew a little. Because he already felt that he couldn't control himself. He tried to quit, but, how to say it, the pain and depression always made him repeat the same mistakes, because only in that moment, he could forget everything. Matthew wanted to say something. But Kai said in advance, I took it as your consent. After saying that, he took it as his consent, and with a knife, he gently cut the connection between the back of Matthew's skull and the cervical vertebrae. Fuck, Matthew fainted gorgeously in shock and swearing. Kai caught him and gently put him on the ground. You are lucky to meet me. Kai raised his hand, a ball of light gathered in his hand, and then he put his hand on Matthew's chest. Groups of black substances gradually seeped out of Matthew's skin, and then Matthew's face began to gradually turn red. That was Kelly using magic to remove the toxins from his body and repair his body, which would alleviate the withdrawal reaction. Chapter 343 First Day at Work. When Matthew woke up again, he felt that his body was about to fall apart and he was in pain everywhere. He just wanted to move his hands and feet, but found that he couldn't move. This made Matthew suddenly feel panic. Did that bastard want to hurt him? He opened his eyes and found that he was tied to the railing of the stairs. And his bastard new partner was smoking his own cigarette not far away. Are you awake? Kai turned his head and looked at Matthew, who opened his eyes. But Matthew looked at Kai with a bad look. Indeed, no one would have a good impression of someone who knocked him out and tied him up after meeting him once. Seeing Matthew's eyes, Kai immediately reacted. Oh, sorry, you struggled too hard just now, so I tied you up. Matthew looked at Kai strangely and untied him. After a long time, he finally said, Is this the good idea you said? His voice was hoarse, as if he hadn't spoken for a long time. This was also the first time Matthew spoke between them. Of course, Kai really didn't lie. This was how he got rid of Portman's drug addiction. In fact, Portman's drug rehabilitation process was countless times more painful than Matthew's. He was not knocked unconscious by Kai. Kai's method is indeed very useful, and the harm to the body is very small, but there are always pros and cons in the world, and there are gains and losses. Although the harm to the body is very small, it will be very painful, much more painful than a withdrawal reaction caused by ordinary drug rehabilitation. Portman is like this. He quit his drug addiction in half a month and never relapsed. Because as long as he had the idea of relapse, he would immediately think of the pain of drug rehabilitation. That pain was enough for him to make a smart choice. It's not an exaggeration. Kai naturally couldn't use the same method on Matthew as he did on Portman. After all, this guy was not one of his own. If he used that method on him, Kai felt that this guy would definitely turn around and call the police. It's definitely effective. In fact, Kai also knew that this guy would touch those things not because he really liked them. What really made him like this was the tragedy that happened to him. Kai also did his best and left it to fate, and helped as much as he could. Matthew did not comment on Kai's assurance, although he did feel much more relaxed, just like the sequelae of strenuous exercise, with soreness all over the body. The soreness even penetrated into the bones, but it was still acceptable, much better than the feeling of drug addiction. But Matthew is a person who lives in his own world. He touches those things because it is his own choice. Life is too painful, and he needs anesthesia. He snatched his cigarette from Kai's hand, smoked it by himself, and then stopped talking. But it can be seen that at least he accepted his new partner to a certain extent. Otherwise, he would definitely print his fist on Kai's face this time. In this way, the new partner began a strange silence. But the two turned a blind eye to this embarrassment. On the contrary, they were very happy. Kai is not the kind of person who likes to chatter everywhere, he likes quietness. And Matthew is even more excessive, he prefers to immerse himself in his own world. Apart from work, he is indifferent to everything in the outside world. So they don't think there's anything wrong with this silence at the moment. They are just partners, not lovers. So there is no need to be so intimate. Around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the two finally returned to their desks. The nature of the work of the Detective Bureau's Operations Division is a bit like the FBI or the Major Crimes Unit. They will accept those major cases. Many detectives will not be at their desks most of the time, but at the scene, in the interrogation room or on the way to chase criminals. So when the two of them returned to the office area, there were not many people in the office area. Only 3 pairs of detectives were drinking coffee. A group of people immediately saluted Kai and Matthew's return. When Matthew returned to his desk and slumped in his chair, several detectives came over. "Hi. My name is Marcus. Marcus Burnett. This is my partner, the rich boy Mike Lowry." One of the short black detectives was the friendliest, with a small mustache and a round head, a typical black man, and a strong street style. He shook hands with Kai and bumped his chest. Kai is still not used to the way black people greet each other, either in a fancy way or by bumping their chests. Marcus' partner is very much to Kai's taste, gentle and refined, and seems to have received higher education. The main thing is that Kai doesn't like physical contact with people. "Look, I told you that he is a rich guy like you." After greeting others, Marcus couldn't wait to complain about his companion. Of course, Kai could tell that he had no ill intentions, so he just smiled and didn't say much. "Hey, not everyone is a poor guy like you, okay?" Mike's teasing of his partner was not as polite as before, and he laughed and scolded. Marcus didn't care about his partner's complaints at all. Instead, he grabbed Kai mysteriously and whispered, "Be careful, man. Teresa obviously wants to mess with you. Otherwise, she wouldn't let Matthew and his partner." Kai raised his eyebrows. He had seen it a long time ago, but the problem was that he still didn't understand why this woman did it. Just because he dressed a little fancy on the first day? Why is she targeting me? Who knows? Women, there are a few days every month. Teresa didn't tell anyone about Kai's background. So Marcus didn't know why. But no matter why, in Marcus's opinion, Teresa is a woman who can do anything. Teresa is a typical iron-fisted person who values discipline. But Marcus is a typical black man, free and undisciplined, and usually slacks off. He also uses all kinds of crooked ways to catch thieves. Although he is not a bad person, he is in conflict with people like Teresa. After Teresa took office, Marcus was severely punished by Teresa several times, so he was very unhappy with Teresa. Since Marcus didn't know, Kai didn't ask much, and he turned to ask about Matthew. "Why do you say that working with Matthew is Teresa's trick on me? Is there anything wrong with him?" Kai only knew some general information about Matthew, but he didn't know the details. "You haven't heard of it yet, right? That's the plague god. It turns out that in addition to Matthew's bad personality, the most unacceptable thing about Matthew is that he works too hard. Other police officers in the detective department are also desperate, but Matthew is unique. Because in the eyes of many people, he is not desperate, but looking for death. For example, Once, Matthew found a drug deal, but he didn't report it. Instead, he rushed into the transaction site and started a gunfight with a buyer and seller. He just rushed in. His partner couldn't stop him. In the end, his partner had no choice but to rush in. As a result, Matthew killed 3 drug dealers by himself and scared away other drug dealers. But his partner was shot. In short, this kind of situation is not uncommon, which makes Matthew hate him in the detective bureau. Being a police officer is a job, and even if they really die in the line of duty, they don't want to die because of this situation. This is completely being dragged to death. But, is this a problem for Kai? Of course not. On the contrary, Kai is completely happy to see Matthew's approach. Isn't it just harvesting criminals? Kai has no psychological pressure to do it. Is that so? Forget it, let's not talk about this. You should be more careful in the future. At most, you can apply for a partner after a while. Mike didn't seem to hate Matthew as much as others, so he decisively changed the subject. The police didn't particularly dislike Kai, and although Kai wasn't a social person, he wasn't an autistic person either. He just liked to be quiet, and he had no problem getting along with people. When you arrive at a new place, you naturally have to build a good relationship with your new colleagues. So the group of people got along quite well, and even agreed to go to the bar after get off work to have some fun. Just when a group of people were planning where to hold the welcome party in the evening, suddenly Teresa walked in. "You guys, get fully armed in 10 minutes, and then follow me." After saying that, she turned around and left. The group of people were confused. Fuck. Trouble is coming. It was Marcus, the old man, who saw something. It was indeed a big trouble, a bank robbery. A group of thugs armed with submachine guns robbed the Standard Chartered Bank at 022 Archer Street in Chicago. The group of thugs had a very sophisticated plan. Because Standard Chartered Bank needed to repair the office area on the second floor today, they notified half a month in advance that they would close early at 3 p.m. today. So the robbers dressed up as maintenance workers, hid their weapons in toolboxes and swaggered into the bank. Then they used a beam laser to destroy the bank's surveillance cameras and cut off the bank's external communications. They cut the phone lines and used signal jammers to disable landlines and mobile phones. Then they locked the bank door with iron chains. Because they had been notified in advance, their actions did not attract the attention of the police and passers-by. Then they robbed all the hostages and threw them into a room. Then they first robbed all the cash on the counter and then started to work on the vault. As a result, things turned out to be like this. A detective from the Detective Bureau planned to go to the bank to apply for a loan today. The original appointment was 2:45, but he had something urgent to do, so he had to be 10 minutes later. He had called the bank's business manager in advance. Because they were old acquaintances, the other party was willing to wait for him. After all, it was not a very troublesome procedure. The previous procedures had been completed and only the final signature was waiting. But when he arrived, the bank was locked. He looked at the time and found that there was still 1 minute until 3 o'clock in the afternoon. There was no reason for it to close so soon. So he called the bank manager, but the call went through. He felt strange at the time, but he didn't care too much, just thinking that the other party was playing a trick on him. But just when he was about to leave, he suddenly saw 2 robbers walking through the door with guns. This made a big fuss. The detective at the time might have been too nervous, so he drew his gun to warn. I really don't know where he got the confidence from, thinking that his Glock could fight against the submachine gun on the other side. So he was beaten to pulp. A policeman was beaten to death, which is something that all Chicago police cannot tolerate. Sometimes the police are really like gangsters. For example, if they lose face, they must get it back. If the gangs don't do this, no one will be afraid of them anymore. The same is true for the police. If the police ignore the fact that their people were beaten to death by the gangsters and do not respond effectively, it is basically an admission to all criminals that the police here are cowards. At that time, more and more policemen will be attacked. Criminals know that the police on the other side are cowards, so they naturally dare to resist. So when facing cases of assaulting police, basically all policemen in the world have the same attitude: whoever jumps will be killed. In short, because of this incident, the Chicago police immediately went out. We must defeat this gang of robbers. However, as mentioned above, the police resigned due to the gangsters' hegemony in Chicago. Although the Chicago police also responded by absorbing more young people into the police force, the decline in their quality is inevitable. So the Chicago police lost face. Not only did they fail to catch the robbers, but they also let the robbers catch a hostage and rush out of the police's encirclement, and drove away with the Chicago police. At this time, Teresa stood up and told her superiors that she would earn back the face that their detective department had lost. After learning about the incident, Marcus and several other old policemen severely greeted Teresa's poor mother and repeatedly emphasized that they had to have an indescribable relationship with the innocent mother. Shouldn't HBT do this? Why let their detective department do it? This bitch just wants to steal the credit? Marcus thought so. On the contrary, Kai admired Teresa's approach, because things should be done this way. Whoever loses face should win it back. Of course, this is also because Teresa, the head of the operations department, was wearing a bulletproof vest and was going to lead the team to seek revenge on the robbers. Anyway, at least this woman is really brave. What are you going to do? She is the leader. Unless you plan to let your wife and children starve, Mike said casually while inserting the magazine into the Plisabon tactical vest. Then suddenly he screamed as if he saw a ghost. Holy shit. Fake, man. Are you sure you are not kidding? Kai raised his head and replied in a bit of confusion. What's wrong? Others also looked over, and their reactions were similar to Mike's. Because they all saw Kai's gun, a modified M1911. The barrel, slide and magazine of this gun have been obviously modified. The gun body is longer than a general 1911, and the magazine is also a 10-round capacity .45 magazine. A muzzle brake is installed on the muzzle. However, this is within the acceptable range. People who use guns for a long time will make some modifications to their commonly used guns. Although Kai's is a little exaggerated, it is also within the normal range. But Kai's other sidearm was a bit too much. A modified Magnum Eagle. It was also modified, the gun body became a little longer, and the magazine became a 10-round 9mm magazine. This thing is not used for combat at all, the recoil is too large, and it is not very practical. The key is that for the police, this level of killing weapon is really a bit too powerful. The first priority of the police is to subdue the criminals, and they will only shoot to death when they have no choice. Oh, it's better to be prepared. It's better to be prepared. Kai only remembered at this time that he was no longer in GA Town. In GA Town, he was the boss and could carry any gun he wanted. Even if he patrolled with a Barrett, no one would say anything about him. But now this is Chicago. The others were not shocked yet. When they arrived at the place to pick up the car, a group of people were stunned again. Damn, there are actually people driving this kind of car to work? Can afford this kind of car and still be a shitty policeman. Matthew, get in my car, it's fast enough. Kai could only pretend not to see it. He let Matthew take his car as if nothing had happened. Matthew didn't care, and Kai was right, Kai's car was indeed fast. Sheldon's Cobra 427 was originally a racing car, naturally fast. Chapter 344 Welcome to Chicago. Report position. Kai held the steering wheel and stepped on the accelerator to increase the speed. With the roar of the engine, the speed instantly soared to 160. Even a man like Matthew who didn't care about his life grabbed the seatbelt in fear. Damn, this is the main road. There are cars on the lane, and a car accident may happen at any time if they drive like this. The others were also shocked by Kai's wildness. They originally set out together, but Kai's Cobra 427 left them behind in a blink of an eye. Teresa, who was leading the team at the back, cursed Kai's ancestors in her heart. She thought Kai would be a troublemaker from the beginning, but she didn't expect him to be so troublesome. He disobeyed orders on his first day at work. She clearly said that everyone should follow her, but in a blink of an eye, Matthew and Kai ran away. It would be fine if nothing happened. If something happened, she, the supervisor, would definitely take the blame. Kai waited for a long time but didn't hear any movement. He turned his head and saw Matthew's eyes were wide open, his teeth were clenched, and he looked lost and frightened. Hey, Matthew. Report position. Kai wanted to laugh when he saw Matthew's expression. He thought this guy was really not afraid of anything. Matthew began to come back to his senses. He saw the smile on Kai's mouth and his face turned black. His intuition was very sharp. He knew that Kai was laughing at him. Although he knew that this kind of ridicule was not malicious, it was just a harmless joke like friends exposing each other to deal with embarrassing things. But he was still unhappy. But how to say it? Although Matthew likes to immerse himself in his own world, he is not an aggressive person by nature. He is just not good at expressing himself. When he experiences changes, he becomes even more closed. He will only respond to misunderstandings and malice from the outside world in a simple and rough way. This is also the reason why he always resorts to violence, because he can't explain and is unwilling to explain. But for this kind of harmless teasing, Matthew will not overreact, so he can only hum in frustration. Bronzeville, near the monument to the great northern immigrants, Bronzeville is one of the few prosperous and safe areas in the South City of Chicago. After African Americans fled the oppression in the southern part of the United States in the early 20th century, many southern blacks went north to the Great Lakes region, and many of them settled in Bronzeville. There are many amazing Victorian and Romanesque buildings here, and with the emerging culture brought by blacks, there are many public art exhibitions here, such as Alice and Sar's Monument to the Great Northern Immigrants and the Victory Monument. This is the face of the entire South City of Chicago. Now a group of robbers are playing Grand Theft Auto here, completely throwing the face of the Chicago government on the ground and stepping on it. What's more terrifying is the incompetence shown by the Chicago police in this incident. Damn it, the robbers actually ran from Archer Street in the city center to Bronzeville in the South City. This is across half of the city of Chicago. If this kind of thing happened in China, let alone other things, senior political and legal officials, the director of the Municipal Public Security Bureau, and the director of the Branch Bureau, one by one, will be held accountable and leave. Even the mayor and senior city officials will be criticized. The nature of the accident was too serious and too bad. I understand. Sit tight. Kai looked at the navigation and stepped on the accelerator again. The Cobra 427 roared like a beast again, turned into a shadow, and rushed to the destination. This road scared a lot of pedestrians. According to statistics afterwards, when they arrived at the scene, the police station received almost 230 calls, all of which reported them for dangerous driving. Hee-haw. Tommy Vercetti opened the car window with President Reagan's headgear, leaned his upper body out of the car, holding the AK-47 in his hand, screaming and firing at the sky. He loved this unbridled feeling. Pedestrians and vehicles on the road hid when they heard the gunshot, fearing that they would be shot to death without knowing why. This terrifying feeling made Tommy even happier. Tommy was born in Italy. He immigrated to the United States with his parents when he was a child. When he grew up, he didn't learn well and joined the mafia. In 1991, Tommy's boss asked Tommy to kill someone in Manhattan, New York, and he was sentenced to 15 years in prison. This guy was born restless. He would not sit in jail properly even if he was in prison. So he did not get a commutation in his entire 15-year sentence, let alone parole. After 15 years in prison, he found that the times outside had changed. Although the mafia he used to belong to was still there, the boss and the top leaders had all changed. There was no place for him in the gang. His 15 years in prison were in vain. He was unwilling to start from the bottom again, so he simply left New York and started his own career. In addition to being in jail and making trouble, he did not do nothing in prison. After all, prison has always been a place where talents emerge in large numbers. He made many friends in prison, including not only many gang members, but also some lone rangers with great skills. For example, Randy Custer, who drove for him. This guy has been in prison 9 times for illegal drag racing. But to be honest, his driving skills are absolutely unique. The key is that he is brave. As long as he is given a car and a bottle of liquor, he dares to drag race in front of the White House. Then there was Mick Rory, the heatwave. He was a blasting expert and arsonist. He had mental problems and wore a thick fireproof suit even in the hot summer. But it was undeniable that he was a genius. In the previous robberies, they were able to destroy the safes in the fastest time, all thanks to him. Then there was George Harkness, an Australian. He was quite normal. He just liked money and was proficient in all kinds of weapons. Although Australians were rude, he was the most normal person in the team anyway. Then there was Dominica, their technical advisor. Speaking of this black guy, Tommy himself felt amazing. Tommy always thought that he probably wouldn't have a chance to deal with those high-level intellectuals in his life. But he didn't expect to meet one. Dominica came from the Dominican Republic because his parents named him after their motherland in order to let him remember his roots. This kid lived up to his parents' expectations. He had good grades since he was a child and was admitted to MIT when he grew up. But this kid has a quirk, that is, he likes to steal things. He is not short of money, but he just likes to steal things. As a result, he was thrown into prison because of too many thefts. His work and life were ruined. In prison, this kid was handsome and skinny, so he became the first choice for many big guys to pick up soap. Tommy really didn't do anything good in his life, but I don't know what happened that day. I accidentally saved this kid, saved his ass, and protected him, so that he didn't suffer in prison. After coming out, Tommy found this kid and wanted him to join. To be honest, Tommy was not sure, but this kid agreed without even considering it. This guy is a top hacker, and many high-tech troubles belong to him. The only drawback is that his skills are very useless. He needs special protection. As for Tommy, he is naturally the boss, responsible for making plans, scouting, recruiting people, etc. There are a total of 10 people in their group. Except for the above-mentioned backbones, the others are cannon fodder. Once the operation is over, if they are not caught by the police, they will definitely be killed. It is much better to divide it among 5 people than 10 people. In order to cultivate tacit understanding, they also robbed several banks before, but because it was not in a big city like Chicago, the impact was not too great. Now they feel that their cooperation is very tacit, so they plan to make a name for themselves. Tommy robbed the bank for money, of course, but not all for money. He was willing to join the mafia and kill people to get promoted, just to make a career, but he was unlucky and spent 15 years in prison for nothing. He wanted to become famous and become a well-known big star. It was a very strange idea, but that's what he thought. So he was very arrogant. After the robbery plan was accidentally interrupted, he didn't panic at all, but started to break out according to the pre-planned plan. He met many gangsters while in prison, so he had plenty of guns and ammunition. The modified bus they used to escape was full of ammunition for a small war. He was not afraid of the police at all. Tommy. The police have surrounded us, Dominica interrupted his boss's happy moment. Really? Where are they coming from? Tommy was not panicked at all, but asked with interest. From all directions, Dominica had hacked into the police station's communication signal a long time ago, so he could get the police's action plan in time. But the defense in the north is weaker. We can break out from there. Dominica operated on the computer for a few times and saw the police deployment clearly. There were the least number of police in the north, and because it was close to the lakeside area, it was more prosperous, and it was difficult to complete the road control quickly. They had enough time to break out from there. No. We can't go from the north. There's Lake Michigan over there. Running away from there is definitely a death sentence. Although Tommy was very arrogant, he was actually very careful and knew that running north was definitely a death sentence. First of all, the north side near the lakeside is where Chicago is prosperous, and all kinds of rich people live in the lakeside area. Although it seems that there are not many police blocking there now, in fact, if there is real danger, the Chicago government will be the first to go crazy. Moreover, how can they escape to the Michigan Lake? On the water? That is even more suicidal. Other police can just send out the water police to deal with them, and on the water. Can they still run faster than the water police boat? Then where should we run? Dominica was a little anxious. Although robbing a bank is exciting, Dominica is not willing to go to jail for it. Don't worry, I have a way, I always have a way. Tommy had already thought of all the possibilities, so he had already thought of the escape route and method. They only need to enter the public housing area in the South City, where he has already planned a series of escape plans through his connections. As long as they enter there, the gangs there will cooperate with his plan to create chaos. At that time, they can completely break up and switch to other means of transportation to escape, and the bus they are in now and the weapons and ammunition on it will all be dealt with by the local gangs. This is one of the additional conditions. Let's turn and go to Robertello. The Robertello community is the largest public housing community in Chicago. In the 1950s, a large number of blacks came to Chicago from Arkansas and Mississippi in the southern United States. A large number of homeless people poured in, seriously threatening social stability. However, white politicians in Chicago did not want blacks to pour into their communities, so they built a batch of new public housing in the south of Chicago. The largest of them is the Robertello community. These black public housings have a characteristic, that is, they are very magnificent, and each unit has a large number of households. The principle of public housing is that in order to spend the least money to accommodate the most people, each unit of the public housing is filled with people. For example, the Robertello community has 25,000 households, and each contract can accommodate at least 3 people. That is to say, at least 75,000 people can live in one community. And that is also a place that the police dare not easily set foot in. These complexly structured buildings can become a strict fortress to the outside world, and provide a large number of opportunities for gang members to set up organs and secret passages inside. In addition, the people here are generally hostile to the police, and no one will tip off the police. This is undoubtedly the best place for Tommy to escape. Once they enter there, they will be safe. As long as they change their outfits and act separately, the chance of escape is really not too high. At this moment, the sound of propellers suddenly came from the sky. Tommy immediately grabbed the hostage, came to the car window, let the hostage block himself, and then observed the air. If there is anything Tommy did not do well in this operation, it is that he took too few hostages. Or the cooperation is not tacit enough. When they heard that they were discovered, a group of people panicked and only thought about escaping. If Tommy himself was not sober, there might not be even a hostage. But it doesn't matter. A hostage is still a hostage. As long as the hostage is in hand, the Chicago police will not dare to attack. They can deal with it. Look, in order to prevent being sniped, Tommy used the hostage as a shield. There is a helicopter with CPD printed on it in the sky. It is obvious that the police are chasing them with a helicopter. Tommy also saw a fake gun on the helicopter. But it doesn't matter, this is also within his expectations. Heatwave. Take out the stuff and teach these guys a lesson, okay? Heatwave Mick Rory has a fascination with anything that can produce explosions and flames. As he spoke, Mick Rory brought out a polyethylene box, in which lay a FIM-92 Stinger anti-aircraft missile that Tommy bought from a friend on the street. Although the Stinger is equipped in large quantities in the U.S. military, in fact, this shoulder-fired anti-aircraft missile is really famous in the hands of other countries. This missile is very simple to operate, and only one person is needed to complete the launch mission. In addition, this missile has the advantage of being very cheap. Since each missile only costs $30,000, it is very suitable for poor countries or guerrillas. Of course, the Stinger is still not as good as the RPG, after all, the RPG is cheaper. But the reliability and hit rate of the Stinger are still better. This time Tommy bought a total of 3 warheads just to deal with this situation. Fire in the hole. With Mick's warning, the Stinger missile dragged a line of fire and rushed towards the helicopter in the air. The helicopter over there also tried its best to dodge and defend. Their intention to launch missiles was too obvious. Before the missile was launched, the helicopter began to lift its nose, then made a sharp turn, and then the machine gun on the side began to fire. This time, thanks to the pilot's superb skills and good luck, the missile decelerates more when turning than the plane. The helicopter dodged the first time, and when the missile made a sharp turn and attacked again, it immediately made a sharp turn, allowing the missile to explode in time. If the Stinger missile does not hit the target, it will self-destruct after reaching a flight time of 20 seconds, but luck will not favor them at any time in place. Mick quickly launched the second missile. This time, the helicopter had no time to dodge, and the machine gun on the side was also very unlucky and did not hit the missile. Boom! A helicopter was destroyed and people died. This is not the end. There was another helicopter following behind this helicopter, but this helicopter was even worse than the police helicopter. It was an interview helicopter of a Chicago TV station. When the police helicopter in front exploded, the interviewing reporter on the helicopter was still yelling something crazy at the camera. This group of media will do anything to get ratings. Even when the police helicopter was shot down, they didn't return to the base and kept beeping not far away, which increased the attention of the gun. Then they were shot to the death. The ratings of this TV station are expected to explode. The camera not only recorded the helicopter of the Chicago police being blown up by a missile, but also recorded itself being hit in the face by a missile. At this time, Kai and Matthew were also about to enter the battlefield. Fuck, is there going to be a war? Is it necessary to be so exaggerated? Looking at the 2 helicopter wreckages falling in front of him, Kai felt the madness of the big American city for the first time. Damn, it's just a bank robbery. Is it necessary to take out the rocket launcher? Matthew shrugged and said one more sentence. This is Chicago. Welcome to Chicago. On the other side, some people on the robbers' side also thought that this was too exaggerated. Fuck. You are crazy. Those are just reporters. Why did you shoot them? Australian George Harkness was indignant at Mick's behavior. This Okamura man was not as crazy as the others. He thought that it was enough to scare the police, and there was no need to kill all the reporters. Mick didn't care about his accusation at all. Now the guys will broadcast our escape live, and then they will tell the police where we are going. Can't you shit them to scare them? George thought Mick was talking nonsense. Those were just reporters, not Rambo. It would be enough to just shit them a few times. Why make such a big deal? At this time, Tommy stood up and interrupted the quarrel between the two. Tommy could not say that he supported or opposed Mick's approach. He just felt that at this time, unity was more important than anything else. Stop arguing. Someone is coming up, get ready to meet the enemy. Tommy felt that the sports car came at the right time. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 345, American Force Stop! Exclamation mark. Fuck. Who the hell is that? The commander-in-chief of this operation is Harold Cooper, deputy chief of the Chicago Police Department. At this moment, this middle-aged black man smashed the intercom in his hand in the command car. They have made a detailed plan, but a sports car actually passed through the police's interception and ran behind the criminals. If something happens, he, the commander-in-chief, will definitely bear the brunt. Now this case has alarmed all the media. If there are casualties in public, the Chicago Police Department will be completely wiped out. At this time, a young policeman on the side heard something from the headset with a strange face, and then looked at Cooper hesitantly, wanting to speak, but not daring. What do you want to say? Harold Cooper, a big shot on the Chicago Police Department, is a representative of the hardline faction. His advocacy of crime has always been merciless and uncompromising. He is also a typical grassroots hero, who rose step by step from a policeman. He has a solid foundation. Although he is only the deputy director, he is actually the first person under the director. He hates evil and is famous for his iron fist and ruthlessness. He is very popular among the lower-level police and has a high prestige. That's our man. What? Cooper didn't react to what the policeman said for a while. The people in that car are ours. Cooper took a long time to digest this information, and then asked in disbelief, really? Who? The deputy director could hardly imagine that the action plan had been notified to various action teams long ago, but now someone actually defied his orders. What are the police? They are disciplined forces. They are not gangsters who do whatever they want. If they don't listen to the orders of their superiors, who are they going to listen to? Cooper decided that after this incident, the disobedient idiot will definitely be kicked to the sewage plant to look at the sewers. The policeman looked at Cooper again, wanting to say something but stopped. It is not difficult to know the identity of the people in the car, because they have to show their identities to pass the police roadblocks, so it is not difficult to find them. Speak, it's Matthew. Well, hearing this name, Cooper was speechless. As mentioned before, the reason why Matthew can cause trouble everywhere and not be kicked out of the police station is because someone cleans his ass for him. Unfortunately, that person is Cooper. It was Cooper who chose Matthew to be an undercover agent, and I won't talk about what happened afterwards. In short, Cooper always felt that it was because he was not well prepared that those people had the opportunity to take advantage of him and let Matthew's family suffer tragedy. The reason why Matthew became addicted to drugs and even became what he is now is ultimately because of him. So Cooper, who has never been partial to the law in his life, faced Matthew who violated his principles more than once. He knew that Matthew was a good policeman. It's just that the world is too unfair to him. Cooper also knew that Matthew would go crazy and die in order to escape. He wanted to use death to escape this miserable world. But Matthew's inner pride did not allow him to commit suicide, so he wanted to die as a policeman. Cooper was hopeless about this. But at this moment, the policeman said, "There's another person, there's another one." Who is it? Cooper thought that if he couldn't punish Cooper, then punishing the other person as an idiot would be good. At least he could calm down. It's a new guy, called Kaiwane. Well, this person can't be punished either. Although Cooper hates evil, he is not an idiot after all. This person is someone Tony Stark personally asked to take care of. Even if Cooper is stubborn, he won't touch Tony's people. Chicago's GDP still depends on Stark Group to increase. What are they going to do? Cooper muttered to himself. These two people are not ordinary people. Cooper knows Matthew very well. In addition to having extremely sharp and powerful observation, judgment and logical reasoning ability, this guy is also very capable. Otherwise, he wouldn't have tried to die so many times without dying. As for Kai, Cooper has read his information. If he hadn't verified it from many sources, he would have thought that someone gave him a fake document. It's really too fierce. Of course, the policeman didn't know what these two people were going to do. Fortunately, Cooper didn't really want to ask him. Let the nearby snipers keep a close eye on the movements of these two people. If there's an emergency, send reinforcements immediately. Yes, the young policeman was a little surprised. Why did Chief Cooper, who was generally recognized as the most difficult to talk to, seem to be particularly gentle today? Matthew, have you ever seen an American forced stop? Kai's speed was too fast. Matthew was extremely focused, fearing that the car would overturn. In addition, it was a convertible and the wind was too strong, so Matthew didn't hear what Kai said. What? Matthew shouted at the top of his voice. Hold on. Kai didn't have time to explain and stepped on the accelerator directly. The Cobra under the seat buzzed and rushed towards the bus where the robbers were riding. The robbers on the bus saw the sports car behind them speeding up again, and they immediately reacted. Two robbers leaned out of the window with their upper bodies, holding submachine guns in their hands, and fired at Kai and the others. Fuck, Matthew was originally startled by Kai's sudden acceleration. Now seeing the robbers on the opposite side shooting at them, Matthew was even more frightened and quickly shrank his head. But as soon as he lowered his head, he felt a huge centrifugal force throwing him outward. If he hadn't been wearing a seat belt, Matthew felt that he would definitely fly out of the court like a baseball that hit a home run. What the hell are you doing? Although he was not thrown out, his head was still hit. Sorry, Kai apologized him sincerely while driving the Cobra to move around and avoid the opponent's bullets. Relying on Kai's dynamic vision, Kai was able to avoid most of the bullets, but many bullets still hit the hood of the Cobra. The aluminum-titanium alloy body made the Cobra's body strength worthy of recognition, but the hood was still beaten to a mess. Fuck. Bastard. This is my new car. Kai was furious when he saw his new car being smashed. Although he didn't like the shape of this car very much, he always felt that it was a bit sissy. He preferred the muscular appearance, tough lines, and tall motor vehicles like pickup trucks and Land Rover. But the problem is that no matter how much he doesn't like it, it's still a new car. Even if a new bicycle was scratched on the same day, it would make people feel unhappy. Not to mention that this bicycle is worth millions of dollars. The angry Kai was naturally not so easy to talk to. He was seen steering the wheel with one hand and reaching his other hand under his ribs. He pulled out his domineering magnum. Bang, bang, bang. He fired 4 shots at a time. The huge gunshots could be heard even by people 1 kilometer away. The driver on the opposite side was also an experienced driver. When he heard the gunshots, he immediately twisted the car body twice. Although the bus twisted twice, the amplitude of the movement was very large, which caught the robbers inside off guard. They were all hit by inertia, especially the 2 idiots who stuck their heads out. One was thrown out of the car and fell on the road. He slid dozens of meters before stopping. It was obvious that he would not survive. But Kai's bullet still failed to hit the car body. 2 bullets missed directly, and the other 2 hit the rearview mirror, blowing it out. This scared the driver. Kai was a little embarrassed and felt a little ashamed, so he simply stood up, put one foot on the steering wheel, held the gun in both hands, and aimed at the rear wheel of the bus. But his action scared Matthew half to death. The driver actually let go of the steering wheel when the car was driving at a speed of 180 miles per hour. Is he going to commit suicide? Matthew rushed over and grabbed the steering wheel. Although he was not afraid of death, he had never thought of leaving the world in this way. Kai didn't care about this. He was confident that he could control the steering wheel even with his feet. He was staring at the bus that was moving in a real snakeskin. The power of the Desert Eagle really scared the gangsters on the opposite side, especially the driver Randy Custer. Just now, 2 bullets hit the rearview mirror next to him. One bullet blew the rearview mirror away, and the other hit the side of the car door, directly blowing off a large piece of the car door. Some of the iron pieces also cut him, especially a piece of iron cut his eyebrow bone, which almost ruined one of his eyes. The blood blocked Randy Custer's vision, and coupled with the injury, it was difficult for him to grasp the direction for a while, and the car body began to sway. Now even if the robbers wanted to fight back, they couldn't do it, and they couldn't even stand steadily. Randy wiped the blood from his eyes desperately while trying to control the car body. Just when the car body was about to regain stability, he heard a loud noise, And then the car body shook, and the whole car flipped over completely out of control. Bang! After a loud noise, the bus slid on its side on the road for dozens of meters, and finally hit the guardrail on the road and finally stopped. This was naturally Kai's masterpiece. He shot the rear wheel of the bus with a shot, and the entire rim exploded, which caused the bus to flip over. Kai saw the bus flip over and shook his head a little dissatisfied. He just wanted to force the other party to stop, but he didn't expect it to flip over. He hoped that the hostages were okay, otherwise it would be a big trouble. Kai opened the door and went down. He put the Desert Eagle back into the holster, pulled out the M1911 from his back, and slowly approached the bus. CPD, Chicago Police. Listen, everyone inside, put down your weapons and crawl out. Let me see your hands. Otherwise I will shoot. A big city is a big city. It cannot be as unruly as GA Town. Kai cannot shoot first without being sure that the other party has the ability to fight back. And he must also show his identity. Bang! The robbers in the bus are obviously not easy to mess with. Obviously, they have come to this point, and they heard Kai's identity, but these guys still shot back. Since the other party shot, Kai naturally would not be polite. He didn't even dodge. The muzzle of the gun instantly pointed in the direction of the bullet and fired 3 shots in a row. The robbers inside were all beaten badly. It was good enough that they could fight back. As for the accuracy, forget it. Kai's 3 bullets shot through the glass of the bus, and then saw the cracked window stained with blood. Hearing the gunshot, Matthew didn't care about the vomiting that was already in his throat. He immediately pulled out his gun and came to Kai's side, pointing the gun at the bus. CPD. Listen to the people inside, put down your weapons and crawl out. Let me see your hands. Otherwise I will shoot. Kai issued another warning. Wait. We are coming out. Don't shoot. This time someone responded. I will come out right away. Don't shoot. Slowly. Don't make any extra movements. Kai was just about to say no extra movements when he saw a woman with a tearful face coming out of the bus. Her mouth and hands were covered, and there was a wound on her head. It should have been caused by a collision just now, but it seemed that she should be fine. It's good that she is fine. It's good that she is fine. If something happens to the hostages, it would be a big loss. This woman looks like a bank employee. There is a label on her chest, and her name is Emily. It is impossible to tell what she looks like. There is no way. Her makeup is all smudged, and she looks like a ghost. Naturally, there is no way to talk about how she looks like. Put down the gun. Otherwise I will shoot her to death. Tommy hid behind the hostage and shouted to Kai and Matthew without even showing his head. Kai and Matthew looked at each other and did not move. Facing a group of gangsters, dropping the gun would kill people. Tommy immediately put the gun to the temple of the female hostage and shouted, "Put down the gun." The female hostage was scared to death, and her tears made her makeup more blurred. I don't know how much stuff she put on her face. Kai and Matthew had no choice but to throw away the gun. After all, these guys just used rocket launchers to shoot helicopters, and even the TV station's interview helicopter was not spared. Kai and Matthew had just dropped their guns, but they didn't expect that the gangster would not give up. He was still hiding behind the female hostage and shouted to Kai, "You still have a gun. Throw it out too." I didn't expect this guy to remember that Kai still had a gun. Most people don't have this psychological quality to remember the difference between the previous gunshot and the previous one in this situation. There was no choice. Kai pulled out the Desert Eagle from his ribs and threw it on the ground. This is right. Tommy was relieved. Then he shouted to the bus, "Come out." Then the gangsters climbed out of the bus one by one, including Tommy. There were 7 people in total. Kai narrowed his eyes and looked at the 6 robbers, and said loudly, "Hey, bastards. You can't run away anymore. Why don't you surrender honestly? Then we can plead with the judge and count it as your surrender." Tommy looked at his carefully organized team, and there were only a few people, especially Randy Custer, who as their driver. He was carefully selected. Now the 5-man team has become a 4-man gang, and the remaining 3 are cannon fodder he recruited. "Shut up, cop. If it weren't for you, we would have run away long ago," Tommy shouted irritably. Then he ordered Mick to help the injured Dominican to find a car. "Mick, take Dominican to find a car. Let's get out of here." But just when he turned his head to look at his companions, his head appeared from behind the female hostage. Although only the temple and the area above were exposed, it was enough for Kai. He quickly pulled out another gun from his waist, a Chiappa Rhino revolver. Matthew was watching Kai take out his gun, and within 1 second, he fired 6 shots, knocking down 6 armed bandits. Especially the bandit who was holding the hostage, who was shot in the temple and killed. 4 of the other 5 were shot on the vital parts, and Kai seemed to let the remaining one go on purpose, not hitting the vital part. The only one left was the only black guy who didn't have a weapon in his hand, Dominican. And the bandit who didn't die was the one who was supporting the black guy, Heatwave McRory. It was also because of the black guy that Kai let that guy go. After all, the guy was standing with a black guy, and Kai was not sure if he would hurt him. Among all the people present, Kai could see that only the black guy didn't have a life on his hands. Such a person does not deserve the death penalty. Seeing that all his companions were knocked down, the black guy was very smart and lay on the ground with his hands on his head. At this time, Matthew still hadn't recovered from the shock. Seeing Matthew looking at him stupidly, Kai spread his hands and said, "What? Who said you can't carry 3 guns?" At this time, the Chicago police who had been paying attention to this place finally arrived, just like in movies and TV shows. They always show up at the end. As soon as the police arrived, the female hostage over there started crying loudly. She was actually scared to death just now. She saw with her own eyes that the gangster who held her hostage was shot in the head, and most of the brain was still on her face, back of the head and back. She swore that she had never experienced such a disgusting and horrible thing in her life. She was so scared before that she forgot to cry. Now seeing the familiar police uniform, she couldn't restrain herself anymore because she realized that she was safe. Chapter 346 Fighting and Resignation. "Hey, brother, you look awesome today." Kai and Matthew were welcomed as never before as they returned to the police station. Especially Marcus, who gave Kai a big hug. The other detectives also applauded. Kai smiled and greeted everyone. At this time, he had to accept the face given by others no matter what. But Uncle Matthew was different. He walked back to his desk without saying a word in front of everyone. The others were a little embarrassed, but it soon passed. Because they were basically used to it. This is why no one likes Matthew even though he is so good at fighting. He is too unsociable. You can't even say he is proud, because he seems to be blind and completely ignores the kindness of others. Kai apologized to others with a wry smile. After all, he is his partner. Others didn't care, but just kept praising Kai for his bravery. For the police, having a colleague who can fight is definitely a good thing. After all, police are dangerous jobs, and no one can guarantee whether they will need the help of such a tough guy in the future, so it is very necessary to have a good relationship. Moreover, in a violent organization, being able to fight is an advantage in itself, and everyone will admire such a person. From this, we can also see how bad Matthew's character is. Marcus and his partner Mike are particularly enthusiastic. Marcus even invited Kai to their party at home, and others cheered. Although Kai doesn't like messy parties, others are also well-intentioned, and he has no reason to refuse. So he began to discuss with Marcus and the two of them on which day to have the party. As a result, before they said a few words, there were suddenly shouting and fighting sounds from the other side. A group of detectives immediately ran over to see who was so brave and dared to be so arrogant in the operations department of the General Detective Bureau. As a result, as soon as they ran over, they saw a blond middle-aged man fighting with Matthew. There was also a group of detectives cheering on the side. Matthew seemed to have some reservations. Although he was fighting with a man, he was actually holding back and did not show his true strength. So from the scene, Matthew was at a disadvantage. He was beaten badly. Kai couldn't stand it anymore. No matter what the reason was for the two of them to quarrel like this, it was too ugly. But Kai was stopped before he could even get close. "Hey, men, that's a personal grudge, you'd better not get involved. They are adults, let them solve it themselves." Although the guy said so, his expression was extremely arrogant, as if he was looking for trouble. Kai glanced at him, then pretended to look around. He said, "This is the operations department of the Detective Bureau. I don't care where the hell you are from. Now, get out of here immediately, or I will arrest you immediately." Kai looked at the people in front of him with a playful look. The guy threatened by Kai, with a very artificial "I'm so scared" look on his face, raised his hands and backed away. "Oh no. You want to arrest us? Ha ha ha." He laughed exaggeratedly, as if he had heard something very funny. Then he suddenly stopped laughing and punched Kai in the cheek. As a result, before his fist touched Kai, he was grabbed by him. Now you have another crime in addition to illegal trespassing. Assaulting a police officer. Kai completely ignored the police badges on their belts. The man wanted to retract his fist, but his fist seemed to be clamped by a clamp, unable to move, and he was so embarrassed that his face turned red. Damn, the man didn't know whether he was angry at Kai's nonsense or felt embarrassed, so he was ready to curse. As a result, Kai twisted his arm just after he said a word. His forearm was completely dislocated and limp, which looked very serious. But in fact, the injury was not serious. But in the eyes of others, it was not the case. They just thought that Kai was too cruel. Kai might not know these people, but they knew that these guys were all from the intelligence group of the Detective Bureau. When the guy's companion saw that his people were at a disadvantage, he immediately planned to rush over to save face. But when the people in the operations department saw it, they immediately stopped. No matter how hard Kai's hands were, he said one thing very correctly: this is the operations department. It is their territory. It is a matter of principle for these people from the intelligence department to come here and make trouble. So they rushed over, and as Kai said, they were illegally invading. And they even attacked the police. With such a title, everything is easy. What? You said they are also from the detective department? They are also police officers? Who the hell cares? Anyway, they didn't see it. They only saw a group of unknown guys breaking in and attacking the police. Of course, they are brothers in the department after all, so they can't be cruel, so most of them are just pretending to hug them. Otherwise these guys sitting in the office would have been beaten so badly that even their mothers wouldn't recognize them. The commotion here was very lively, but it didn't affect the protagonists of the incident at all, Matthew and the blonde middle-aged man, who were still fighting passionately. Kai couldn't stand it anymore, so he went up and grabbed the blonde middle-aged man's neck and threw him against the wall of the office. Boom. Then the blonde middle-aged man fainted quickly. The others were also scared by the loud noise and stopped fighting. Who else wants to fight now? Kai looked around. He didn't like this atmosphere very much. A group of policemen were like gangsters, and they actually ran to other departments to fight. It was simply inexplicable. Kai's style was too decisive and rude, which frightened everyone in one fell swoop, and no one dared to make a fuss. That's good, Kai nodded with satisfaction, and then said to Marcus, Marcus, please detain these suspects first, and wait for the boss to come back and let her deal with it. Marcus was quite satisfied with this job, because it was obviously looking for trouble for Teresa. He was already very unhappy with this black bitch, so it was just a good opportunity to make her happy. He may not know that it is not a good thing to treat your boss like this, because your boss can always be more capable than you to deal with people. But Marcus didn't care about this. He was already fed up with Teresa. He and Mike had clearly made such a great contribution, but because of some bullshit rules and regulations, not only did they not get any credit, but they were scolded by her. How is it? Are you okay? Kai looked at Matthew leaning against the overturned desk and constantly wiping the bloodstains on his head and face, and picked up a box of tissues from the ground and threw it over. Matthew raised his head, spit out a mouthful of blood foam, and shook his head. You shouldn't meddle in other people's business, we are partners. You just decided this morning. Have you forgotten? I am not the kind of softie who stands still when my partner is bullied. Matthew was silent for a moment, shook his head, and said, I won't be like that tomorrow. Kai raised his eyebrows and looked at Matthew. Why? Just because of this? No, because of the more terrifying darkness. After saying that, he didn't care about Kai's reaction, stood up and walked out. Kai was confused. What the hell? Is it going from science fiction to fantasy? Teresa came back quickly. She had been in the detective bureau. Just now, she was caught by her boss, Chief Cooper, and criticized. He said that she couldn't control her subordinates, and that she was disorganized and undisciplined. But Teresa was also bitter in her heart. She never thought that she was just gathering two troublemakers together, but she didn't expect that 1 + 1 was greater than 2, and it brought her unprecedented trouble. But fortunately, the whole thing ended successfully, except that the female hostage repeatedly proposed to sue the Chicago Police Department. Teresa was also troubled by this matter. From a certain perspective, the hostage was just trying to scam people. He wanted to make a fortune from the Chicago police. This was originally a very absurd thing. The police saved you, and you still want to sue the police? Even from the American point of view, it is very immoral. But if you look at the hostage's experience, the Chicago police are really not so righteous. The hostage complained to the Chicago police, that is, Kai, that when the robber used her as a shield, he actually shot directly. He didn't consider her safety at all. If the bullet was slightly off, she would have to say goodbye to the world with the robber. Of course, this cannot cover up the successful conclusion of this matter. The robber accepted the sanctions, the hostages were safe, and all the robbed money was recovered. Even if there are some flaws, there is nothing unacceptable. As for the female hostage, she may get some compensation, but don't think about more. In short, although Teresa was criticized, she is still acceptable. In fact, she couldn't accept it, but there was nothing she could do. She couldn't do anything about those two troublemakers. As a result, before she was scolded enough, someone reported that there was a group fight in the detective department. What's worse, the operations department also arrested a group of people from the intelligence group, on the grounds of assaulting police and illegal invasion. This made Chief Cooper laugh on the spot. People from the intelligence group of the detective department were actually charged with illegal invasion in the office building of the headquarters, and assaulting police. Cooper felt that this was the most refreshing and unconventional reason in his decades of police service. And Teresa was also crazy, and of course more importantly, the head of the intelligence group also came to her angrily. The matter ended up in a mess. Although Teresa wanted to strangle Marcus and Kai who were causing trouble, she had to stand up to support her men in the face of the anger of the intelligence group. Teresa is a woman with aspirations. She hopes to be like Cooper. Step by step from the detective department to the director of the General Bureau, although Cooper is still only the deputy director, most people are sure that after the director steps down, Cooper will take over. If she has aspirations, she must gather people's hearts. Why does she make things difficult for Marcus and others? Because she hopes to build a team that is efficient, disciplined, and has excellent combat effectiveness. Old-timers like Marcus must be dealt with neatly. No matter how much credit you have, you must work under her command, instead of doing things without paying attention to orders. Similarly, when your subordinates are in trouble, you must firmly support them. Otherwise, who the hell is willing to work for you? Just the salary of a policeman? Or is it because she is a high-ranking official? Use both kindness and power. Use both kindness and power. With power, kindness is also indispensable. So even if the people in the intelligence team almost smashed her desk, she remained unmoved. If she was not afraid of getting angry and completely falling out with the intelligence team, she would have really let the people in the intelligence team stay in the detention room for 48 hours. You came to my department, beat my people, and didn't let me fight back. The head of the intelligence team also knew that his people were not doing a good job. Even if there are personal grudges, can't you leave the police station and settle it? They actually fought at the police station headquarters. But for the same reason as Teresa, he had to support his own people. These days, once people's hearts are scattered, it's hard to lead a team. Just when the two were deadlocked, Matthew, with blood on his face, walked in as if no one was around, left a letter of resignation and turned around and left. Teresa and the head of the intelligence team were confused. But because of this, the two heads could be calm. After all, Matthew's resignation was an explanation. What else can they do? Fire the entire operations department? This kind of thing is just a matter of face. If you have face, you should stop while you are ahead. If you really make a big fuss, it will not be good for both parties. Matthew didn't come to work the next day. Kai went to Teresa and asked why Matthew resigned. Teresa didn't bother to care about the reason. If it wasn't for Director Cooper, she would have approved Matthew's resignation on the spot. So she only told Kai that Matthew was only temporarily suspended. I believe he will come back soon after he thinks it through. As for Kai, that's it, no need for a partner, since he's so strong, just let him be a free man, whoever needs support, let him do it. She was too lazy to care, and she couldn't care, as long as she didn't cause her any more trouble. Kai could do whatever he wanted. Kai felt a little speechless about such a result. He didn't have any ill feelings towards Teresa in essence. Kai would tolerate people who were willing to work, even if the methods made people a little unhappy. Kai didn't see Matthew being like that, and he didn't care. When they left Teresa's office, a group of colleagues immediately came over. How is it? Did Teresa scold you? Mike laughed gloatingly. Mike and Marcus are both extroverts, very familiar with people. Of course, Kai didn't hate them. It's just that it's difficult for Kai to be as familiar as them. No, I just asked about my future work arrangements, at this point. Kai suddenly thought of something. Marcus, how many years have you worked in the detective bureau, huh? Why are you talking about this? Marcus felt that Kai changed the subject a little too quickly. He wanted to find out if Teresa was about to explode. Tisk, idiot. Kai is new here. Mike misunderstood that Kai wanted to find out about some things in the detective bureau. After all, as a newcomer, it is necessary to be familiar with the environment. This kind of thing should be done by Kai's partner, but who asked Kai's partner to be Matthew, and Matthew resigned. Oh. No problem, I have been in the detective bureau for 13 years, and I am more familiar with everything here than my own home, Marcus said. Then can you help me find out what's going on with Matthew? Kai was very interested in Matthew's words, more terrifying darkness. Is there really some supernatural power at work? Chapter 347 Party. Marcus immediately used facts to tell Kai what seniority meant. He didn't even need to check, and he told Kai a lot of gossip about Matthew. It turned out that the reason why Matthew was beaten up yesterday was very simple, because he slept with someone else's wife. What's worse is that the blonde middle-aged man was Matthew's former partner. The guy with the green head is called Martin. Woody Martin. He was originally from their operations department. He transferred out of the operations department about 3 years ago. The reason was that he couldn't stand Matthew. But before that, he and Matthew had a good time. At that time, the two of them were called the best partners in the entire Chicago Police Detective Bureau. They solved many cases together, the most famous of which was the cult corpse abuse case. In that case, they not only shot the murderer directly, but also rescued several children imprisoned by the murderer. This battle made the two famous. Martin is the other extreme of Matthew. He is cheerful and smooth, and is very popular among his colleagues in the police station. Whether it is his superiors or others, he has a very high evaluation of him. But it was from that time that a rift appeared between the two. Matthew always felt that there were still doubts about the case, but Martin was content to enjoy the promotion and salary increase, and began to ignore his own work. After that, the two had a big fight, and then officially broke up. Martin applied for a transfer to the intelligence team, and Matthew continued to sink. It was just like that, and the two of them would be like that, and maybe they would nod their heads when they met again. But for some reason, Matthew actually got together with Martin's wife, which made Martin completely out of control. He was popular, and his colleagues in the intelligence team thought that Matthew's behavior was too much, and they all supported Martin. Then he was suppressed by Kai. Kai felt a toothache when he heard these bullshit. What the hell is this? Of course, it is not easy for Kai, an outsider, to get involved in such things. However, Marcus said before that Matthew has been investigating the case a few years ago, which made Kai very interested. Is this what he meant by more terrible darkness? Do you know what he is investigating? Kai asked Marcus. Who knows? When Marcus heard this question, he looked around in a very exaggerated way, and found that no one noticed him, so he quickly lowered his body and whispered, "It is said that it is related to some powerful people. At least I know that Matthew once caused trouble for the bishop of the Chicago diocese. For this, the superior scolded Matthew and ordered him never to harass the bishop again, although the United States is considered a Protestant country. In fact, Catholicism has a very strong influence in the United States. According to statistics, there are about 51 million Catholics in the United States, accounting for about 1/5 of the total adult population of the United States, and there are more than 17,000 Catholic parishes. It is conceivable how much influence a bishop of a large diocese has. The weight of this bishop alone is enough to make ordinary police officers despair. As for what he is investigating specifically, I don't know much. He is always mysterious and no one knows what he is going to do." Marcus was actually very curious about what Matthew was investigating for a while. But this guy was more cautious than expected, and no one knew what he was busy with every day. Forget it, let's not talk about him. By the way, my sister is coming back from Miami today and is having a party. Do you want to come? Marcus obviously didn't want to talk about Matthew much, because the case he was investigating was too big. His superiors had warned him several times not to make trouble on this, otherwise it would be very troublesome. Of course, I will be there on time. Turning his head, Kai picked up the phone. Hey, old man. How are you doing recently? Oh, Kai, I thought you had forgotten about me, an old man. What? Do you want to drink? William's magnetic voice that could make the announcer ashamed came from the other side of the phone. To be honest, Kai always felt that William had chosen the wrong career. He shouldn't be a policeman. He would definitely become a legend in the industry as an announcer or a voice actor. His voice is so peaceful and kind that it can touch the deepest part of your heart. His voice would definitely be a big hit if it was used in a documentary. Kai likes this black old man to chat and drink. His voice and his experience are very trustworthy. During this period, if Kai is free, he will find this old man who is not old at heart to drink and chat. Oh, by the way, William finally chose to postpone his retirement. The Chicago police naturally welcomed this. Apart from anything else, his experience was a rare treasure for the entire Chicago police. You can drink anytime. You should know the location of my house. You are welcome anytime, Kai said with a smile. Okay, let's get back to the point. I need you to do me a favor. Help me check something. Kai always cared about Matthew's words more terrible darkness. He seemed to be foreshadowing something. Out of curiosity as a policeman, Kai felt it necessary to check and see what secrets the cult corpse abuse case was hiding. Well, is it troublesome? William did not refuse Kai. Just as Kai especially liked to drink and chat with him, William also had a good impression of Kai. Because he could always feel a kind of calmness in Kai that he could not see in other people. William was an absolutely rational believer and believed that only such people were suitable for the job of police. It's a bit troublesome, so I need you to check secretly. Since the matter involved a bishop of a major diocese, it was definitely not a small matter. Don't underestimate the power of Catholicism in American society. There have always been many cases of Catholic priests sexually assaulting minors, but in the American media, it is rare to see these cases being caught and not let go. Many times, those criminal priests will not be punished by law. They will get away with it for many reasons and transfer to another parish, and then the matter will be over. Then Kai slowly told William the whole story. So that's it. I know, William said at last. Kai didn't say much, because he knew that William would definitely take this matter seriously. First, it was because the fire in William's heart had never been extinguished. He was always the Chicago policeman who pursued justice. Another reason was that William, like Kai, was an atheist. This is rare. In the old school blacks in the United States, basically all are Catholics. In fact, among the Catholics in the United States, Hispanics and blacks have always accounted for a large proportion, while whites only account for 1/3 of the total Catholic population. At night, Kai drove his Cobra 427 with Kelly to the South Side. As we all know, the South Side of Chicago is a concentrated black community with poor public security. But don't imagine the entire South City as a place where bullets rain down every day. In fact, there are many safe communities in the South City, such as Hyde Park, Jackson Park Heights, Kenwood, and Beverly, which are all quite safe communities. Marcus's home is in Hyde Park, which is close to Lake Michigan. The environment is very good and the scenery is pleasant. The University of Chicago and the Museum of Science and Technology are both located on the edge of Hyde Park, and part of the beautiful Jackson Park is also located within the boundary. On the shore of Lake Michigan, not only does it bring beautiful scenery to residents and tourists, but you can also run or ride a bicycle along the 18-mile-long lakeside. It can be said that Marcus's home is quite good. When Kai arrived with Kelly, who was dressed in a formal dress, the small garden behind Marcus's house was already full of people. But when Kai showed up with Kelly, everyone looked at the man and woman with their mouths wide open. They were all dressed casually, only Kai and Kelly were dressed as if they were going to a cocktail party. Kai was okay. If he didn't wear a uniform, he would dress neatly most of the time. A suit has always been his first choice for daily life. Although it was a bit heavy, it didn't look out of place. It was just that Kelly's evening dress was a bit, in short, it was abrupt. Kelly was embarrassed. She wanted to leave a good impression in front of Kai's colleagues, so she had to dress so heavily. But the young woman reacted quickly. When she saw a group of people looking at her with strange eyes, she immediately grabbed the hem of her skirt. With a swish sound, the evening dress immediately turned into a short skirt, which was much better. A princess instantly turned into a hot girl. Marcus' wife Teresa, this is a bit embarrassing. Marcus' wife and his boss have the same name. Forget it, let's use different Chinese characters to distinguish them. Also stood up very decently and pulled Kelly to talk to her about some topics between women. Hey buddy, seeing Kelly leaving with a wasp waist, Marcus immediately walked over with an expression that all men understand. He said with envy, is she an adult? Hey, brother, I have to say, you really impressed me. Kai smiled a little awkwardly, not knowing how to say this. After all, it is not easy to explain that he has a girlfriend who is much younger than him. Mike also came over at this time. Wow. She is such a hot chick. How did you meet her? Mike is known as the #1 lover in the police station. This guy is not honest even when he sees a psychiatrist. He slept with his psychiatrist in less than 2 hours. Everything happened just like that. I actually can't react a little bit, Teacher Kai said. Marcus obviously didn't believe it. Why do you rich boys like to play police games so much? Listen, if my dad can leave me a lot of money, I won't be a policeman. Living a life of drunkenness and dreams, changing girls every day, isn't it nice? This guy thought Kai was the kind of rich boy who used money to pick up girls. But his words obviously offended Mike. You know what? I've heard enough of your bullshit. My family is rich. So I should apologize? And, Nico, don't compare you to us. I never pay for sex with girls. And, are you sure you know who your dad is? Oh, calm down. I don't think we need to quarrel about this. Kai stood between the two of them as soon as he saw them quarreling. He didn't expect that the relationship between these two guys, who had been partners for 6 years, would be so fragile. But unexpectedly, Kai's intervention made the two of them embarrassed. In fact, this is their daily life. Marcus is the kind of good man who earns money to support his family. He values his family more, so many times he is not very motivated. After all, if he dies, his family will go bankrupt immediately. Houses in Hyde Park are not cheap. The mortgage alone is enough for Marcus. Not to mention that Marcus has 4 children. Black people generally like to have many children. We are just joking. We are always like this. Sorry. Kai was stunned, and then laughed. He had heard of this kind of thing before. Some people like to fight each other as soon as they meet, but they actually have a good relationship. It's just that he had never seen them before, but he didn't expect to see a couple now. Soon the atmosphere became better again, and others joined in the chat. There was no theme, just a lot of talking. Until Kai accidentally said that his car was not bought by him, but was given to him by Kelly. Everyone looked at Kai with an expression of I want to beat him to death. Really? Marcus scratched his head with both hands and said in disbelief. For a guy like him who is only 29 years old but looks like 40 years old, it is hard to understand that such a hot girl would pay for Kai. This does not conform to his values. Kai shrugged his shoulders. There is nothing to be embarrassed about. Of course, this is also based on the fact that Kai himself is not short of money. Who would think too much because his girlfriend handed him an apple? In Kai's opinion, the car is really nothing to his wealth. On the contrary, if Kai was a poor guy, he would not accept such an expensive gift. He is a male chauvinist and it is difficult for him to tolerate being a gigolo. Others followed suit. They had no ill intentions, but just thought that Kai made a lot of money. A girl who can afford a Cobra 427 is definitely not from an ordinary family, and she is so beautiful. Damn the winner in life. What are you talking about? Can I join in? At this time, a black girl came over, obviously curious about the excitement just now. Kai, this is Sydney, my sister, Marcus immediately introduced proudly. Seeing Sydney, Kai believed what Mike said just now, because these two people definitely can't have the same father. Apart from anything else, Sydney's height is much taller than Marcus. Why do I feel insulted? Marcus saw Kai's eyes and easily understood what he meant. Sydney immediately smiled and hid her brother. Sydney, you work for the DIA now, DIA? I used to hate meeting DIA people the most, because every time I met a DIA agent, it meant big trouble. Kai smiled and shook hands with Sydney, and then immediately said, but seeing you, I feel that meeting the DIA is not a bad thing. Sydney was amused by Kai's compliment. Of course, most of this was indeed flattery. Sydney was definitely a beauty according to black people's standards, but Kai couldn't appreciate her. It wasn't because of her skin color, there were many beautiful black people. But her facial features were too tough, especially her eyebrows and eyes. From the perspective of Oriental people's aesthetics, she looked more masculine than Marcus. Unexpectedly, Kai's polite compliment immediately made Marcus nervous. In his opinion, both Kai and Mike needed to be on the blacklist of vigilance. Mike was not to be mentioned. From Marcus's perspective as a good man, Mike was undoubtedly a jerk, and a scumbag who didn't like to take responsibility. Kai was even more terrifying. He could actually make a girl pay for him. This was much higher than Mike's level. Mike could only cheat on her body, while Kai cheated on her money and sex, and finally lost both his money and his life. His reputation was damaged. However, Kai could understand Marcus's nervousness. If he had a sister, he might be even more exaggerated than Marcus. But what's interesting is that Kai actually saw a subtle change in Mike's expression. Could it be that this guy? Everyone was laughing and joking here, and no one expected that the next moment, Kai's bad luck would come true. Marcus' wife Teresa handed the phone to Mike. Mike just put the receiver to his ear, and was immediately frightened by a roar and took the phone away immediately. "Okay, boss, maybe you're saying get over here right now." There was another roar. Then he hung up. "Okay, maybe not." Mike shrugged and put down the phone. "Hey, guys, get your ass up, we're going to work. It looks like another bad luck." Oh. The party was in full swing, and it was certainly unpleasant to be interrupted. But they didn't know that this incident was not just a trouble. Chapter 348 Police Station Robbery. When a group of people rushed to the police station, the entire detective bureau was sealed off. This made the people who were not nervous at first put away their playful mood immediately. It was definitely not a small matter for the police station to seal off the police station by themselves. Seeing this, Kai could only let Kelly stay in the car first. In this situation, he could not take Kelly in, which was too unprofessional. "Honey, I think you have to stay alone for a while." "What's wrong?" Kelly asked with concern. In fact, the girl didn't care what happened at all. She was more concerned about whether this thing would delay their world of two people today. They had already agreed that after the party, Kai would take her to the lake for a yacht, just the two of them. There was no need to say more about what happened later. It shouldn't be a problem, Kai had just arrived. Even if there was any trouble in the police station, it would probably have nothing to do with him. Of course, if Martin, who was wearing a hat, could get over it and committed suicide in the police station, that would be another matter. However, Kai didn't think Martin would do that. He was already 40 years old and not so irrational. After comforting Kelly, Kai walked into the police station. From the moment they entered the gate, the atmosphere inside the detective bureau was very bad. People from the Internal Affairs Department had begun to take over the internal security of the detective bureau. People from the Internal Affairs Department kept coming in and out. Even the interrogation room inside the detective bureau was requisitioned by the Internal Affairs Department. All the police officers who were interrogated were the police officers on duty in the police station tonight. Kai had just walked to the vicinity of Teresa's office when he heard Teresa's sharp and deafening roar. "This is our operations department's case. We don't need the Internal Affairs Department to intervene. You are overstepping your authority. You have no right to interfere with our case. You have no right to interrogate my people." Overstepping your authority? Inside the police station, a whole ton of drugs disappeared in the evidence room. Do you think there is no insider who tipped you off? Is it possible? Are all the people in your operations department dead? I have every reason to suspect that there is a traitor among you. Kai approached the office and poked Mike beside him with his elbow. "What's going on?" Mike seemed a little depressed, and said in a muffled voice, "Marcus and I destroyed a drug dealer's base some time ago and seized a ton of number 5 heroin. We originally put it in the evidence room and planned to hand it over to the Drug Enforcement Administration after the case was over, but I didn't expect, those bastards actually stole all the drugs from the ventilation duct in the evidence room. Number 5 heroin is currently the purest, with a purity of up to 99.9%. This thing is considered a semi-finished product. Although the purity is very high, it can kill people if you smoke it directly. It needs to be processed before it can be circulated on the market. Generally speaking, the purest goods on the market are about 25%, which means that this ton of number 5 can become 4 times as much as it needs to be processed. You can imagine how harmful it is, but what makes Kai feel strange is why he didn't hear any news. After all, this is a very significant achievement. As long as it is announced, the entire detective bureau will benefit from it. At this time, Marcus also came over. "Humph, this woman has always felt that we violated the rules and regulations and suppressed our credit. Now, what's going on?" "Huh?" Marcus made a blowing motion. "It's all gone in an instant. Our entire department is going to suffer now." Marcus was right. In this kind of situation, if the real traitor cannot be found, then the entire department may be fired. There is no way. A whole ton of drugs was lost in the evidence room of the police station. Is there anything worse than this? This is terrible. I mean finished. Everyone here will be fired. You know, what's worse than this is that my mortgage will take another 30 years to pay off, and I have children to raise. Fuck. Marcus suddenly saw Kai looking at him. "Oh, don't worry. I'm just, complaining? Well, I'm complaining. I really envy you. You guess you just got here, most likely nothing will happen. Oh, by the way, there's our master Luo Rui, he doesn't have to worry either, he's from a rich family." Hey, Marcus, can you always blame the rich for the reason you're a poor guy? You're poor because you're a loser. You can't blame others, loser? Who? Me. Marcus pointed at himself and said in surprise, "If it weren't for the damn expensive college tuition, maybe you would have to call me Mr. Marcus Burnett today." "Sir, forgive me, it's still daytime, not suitable for dreaming." Just as the two were bickering as usual, a white woman in a business suit walked out of Teresa's office. Her face expression was very calm. She seemed to know Kai, and when she saw Kai, she actually nodded to him as a greeting. Kai was a little surprised, but still nodded politely, although he was still puzzled. Teresa soon followed him out, but the expression on his face was stinkier than a toilet that hadn't been cleaned for a month. Even from such a distance, one could see the aura of keep away from strangers. "Teresa, I don't want to say anything else. You must know very well what kind of pressure a headline that a media will rush to report will bring to the Chicago Police Department. No, absolutely not. I will recover the drugs before that." "That's great, then start investigating from the bureau. There must be a traitor, I will definitely find it out." She turned around and left, but when she walked to Kai's side, she suddenly said to Kai, "Oh, by the way, Mr. Kai Wayne, I forgot to congratulate you on joining our Chicago Police Department. Thank you very much." After saying that, the woman twisted her waist and left. It's not to mention that although this woman looks a little mean, her figure is really amazing. The dark blue suit that was originally very vulgar doesn't look out of place on her. If Teresa's expression was not so ugly, Marcus and Mike would have whistled at Kai. In their opinion, Kai had flirted with another girl. Although she was a little older, who the hell cared? Anyway, if they had the opportunity to have something happen with Triss, the popular person in the Ministry of Internal Affairs, they would not hesitate at all. There was no other reason, just because it would allow them to brag. In almost every police station in the world, the Ministry of Internal Affairs is a department that other police officers hate and fear. In the eyes of many police officers, the people in the Ministry of Internal Affairs are equivalent to the GIA, and their guns are specifically aimed at their own people. Although it is a bit biased to say this, the Ministry of Internal Affairs is indeed a police department that exists to supervise the police. The objects of their investigation do not involve any civilians, but only the police. As a result, ordinary police officers naturally don't like the Ministry of Internal Affairs. In Chicago, the Ministry of Internal Affairs has risen to another level. As we all know, the corruption of Chicago police is extremely serious, and there are many cases of police knowingly breaking the law. This has also led to the fact that every mayor and police chief who is determined to rectify the police force will pay attention to the Ministry of Internal Affairs and let them eliminate the internal worms. This also led to the fact that the authority of the Chicago Police Internal Affairs Department became very important. The Internal Affairs Department is also a police organization. Like all police officers, they also have performance appraisals. How does a police officer get promoted? Of course, it depends on the merits. If you handle more major cases and have a high crime-solving rate, you will naturally be promoted. The same is true for the Internal Affairs Department, but the objects of the merits are different. The Internal Affairs Department targets the police. So, in the eyes of many police officers, those people in the Internal Affairs Department are mad dogs. As soon as there is a little bit of trouble, they will go out like crazy. Just like the police see criminal suspects as criminals, those people in the Internal Affairs Department see other people as black police. But the police can't do anything with those people in the Internal Affairs Department, so they can only use the same method of spiritual victory as IQ. For example, I slept with a woman in your Internal Affairs Department, so what? The fantasy ends here, because there is still a woman to face. Teresa. Teresa felt that this year was really unlucky. She was promoted to police inspector with great difficulty. If she took the next step, she would be able to look up to the chief of the detective department and become police inspector Teresa. At that time, her future would be much broader. Because at that point, she would no longer be a simple police officer, but a politician. But since she became the head of the operations department, her luck seemed to have left her. A bunch of vicious cases followed one after another, and she didn't catch a single murderer. That's okay. The people under her are all bastards. Marcus and Mike are a pair of natural troublemakers. Let's not talk about anything else, just talk about this drug seizure case. Why do you think Teresa is unhappy with them? These two bastards, without her consent, actually found other detectives from the detective department to cooperate privately and raided the drug dealer's base. That's okay. Anyway, the arm was broken in the sleeve, and it couldn't be seen from the outside. But these two bastards made a big fuss every time they caught a thief. They started a gunfight at the drug dealer's stronghold. That was a public housing community in the South District. There were people everywhere. They and the gangsters fired thousands of bullets in a public housing complex, destroying 10 houses. Then came the reserved program, speeding. These two black guys, Teresa's words, simply hated everything with wheels. They caught the criminals, but they crashed 10 cars and turned a tanker truck over. The municipal department is still complaining to the police department that the tanker truck messed up a street. In short, they brought at least a 6-digit bill to the police department for catching the thieves. Teresa still remembers the look the head of the Ministry of Finance gave her. If it weren't for the 1 ton of number 5 drugs, she could have swallowed these two guys alive, so in order to suppress them, Teresa turned a blind eye to their contributions. Damn, now they are already Nezha's mind. If they continue to praise them, will they make a big fuss in heaven next? You guys come with me. Perhaps because she was so angry, she didn't make it clear who was following. Anyway, Kai thought she called him and followed Marcus and Mike into the evidence room. The evidence room is the most heavily guarded place in the police station besides the robbery room. In fact, both places were built by the same construction company and are equally safe. There are 3 doors to enter the evidence room. The first is an electronic door guarded by a guard. Although it is a fenced door, it can only be opened from the inside. If you want to open it from the outside, the chief and deputy chief of the detective department need to open it at the same time. The second door is an anti-theft iron door, which is also electronically controlled. There is no way to open it without a password. There is also a guard inside, but no one is on duty at night. The innermost is a safe door built according to the standard of a bank vault, with a thickness of 70 centimeters. Welcome to visit the nightmare. Teresa's originally dark face really turned black at this moment. She opened her hands to show Marcus and the others the miserable state of the evidence room. She also saw Kai, but ignored him. Strictly speaking, the evidence room wasn't too bad. At least the 3 doors were all in good condition. That's why the guards on duty didn't feel anything unusual all night. Then Teresa pointed to an open compartment and said, "See? Do you see anything wrong? Remember this room?" Marcus and Mike knew what happened, but they still couldn't believe it when they arrived at the scene. Here, remember? Does it look familiar? Here, right here, there should be something like silver bricks with red labels on them, about this high, remember? Aha, now they're all gone. Fuck. Teresa couldn't help but swear. Listen, you two, we're in big trouble. Super big trouble. You just heard it. If we can't find the drugs, you, and everyone else can have a happy ending. Go home and play by ourselves. Kai spoke at this time. He didn't want to listen to this nonsense. Because it was unnecessary, everyone knew the consequences, and solving the problem was the key. Did any information remain at the scene? Finally someone among us said something useful. Teresa didn't know whether to mock or agree. Anyway, she got back to the point. No, nothing. These people had a very detailed and perfect plan. At 3:20 yesterday morning, just under the viaduct near the police station, a bastard in police uniform was beaten to death. Someone called the police to report an attack on police officers, so all the staff in the bureau were withdrawn. Except for the necessary personnel. There were no police officers in the bureau. Then they hacked into all the surveillance cameras on the top floor through the network cable. All the surveillance cameras that night were still. After that, they broke into the police station and knocked out the police officer on duty in the monitoring room. Then, Teresa walked to a ventilation duct, pointed to the fallen fence at the exit of the ventilation duct and said, "They came in from here and transported all the drugs out." Everything happened very quickly. There was no trace. Except for 2 police officers who were knocked out and a fence that was broken, there was no extra loss. Is the policeman who was killed a fake? That's right, Doflamingo, a Mexican, entered Chicago illegally, a typical bastard, did all kinds of bad things, but he's just a nobody. A couple of people have already checked his relationships, but I don't think it's useful. Since they dared to dump his body there, They wouldn't be afraid of finding out something through us or him. Although Teresa was angry, her mind was still clear. All of this was planned very carefully, and even if there was even a slight mistake in one link, they would be finished, so it was naturally impossible to leave such a big flaw. Okay. Then I guess the original owner of this batch of goods can't help me, right? Kai said following Teresa's thoughts. The news just came in that our protagonist in court next month has died in prison. He died in a gang fight in the prison. The unlucky guy was stabbed into a honeycomb with a toothbrush and died on the spot. The prison doesn't even know who did it. Well, then I don't have much advice to give. You can only look for information on the street. They are very smart. They know how to use fake police to attract the attention of the police and mobilize all of them. Then they entered the police station without causing any casualties. They must understand that if a real police died, it means that all the police in Chicago will bite them tightly. They know the nature of this matter. They will not let the goods stay in their hands. They will definitely sell this batch of goods as soon as possible. By then, we will have nowhere to check. Go to the street to collect information. Such a large batch of goods must be sold in a short period of time. It is impossible that there will be no movement. Check who in Chicago is capable of taking on such a large batch of goods, or see if there are any big players entering the market during this period. Teresa was very amused by Kai's meddling. She knew Kai's excellent performance in the previous 7 deadly sins cases, so she still recognized his ability. So she didn't say anything in the end. Did you hear that? She said to Marcus and the others. I don't care what you do. This is your case. Now, it's up to you to continue investigating. Kai, you don't have a partner now, so you can support them. The Bureau can cooperate with you in whatever you need, but I remind you that if we don't want the group to go back home, we'd better hurry up. We don't have much time. At most 3 days, the FBI and DO will intervene. By then, we will become the bad guys, and the government needs someone to be held responsible for this. Unfortunately, we are the best scapegoats, so I don't care what you do. You just need to do what you should do, but you must act quickly. After saying that, Teresa left. She needed to go upstairs to buy more time and make a detailed report on the whole thing. Okay, guys, we are temporary partners now. Really, Kai, I really want to say that I'm honored, but the current situation doesn't look good. I hope this is not the last time we work together. Mike shrugged and said self-deprecatingly. Chapter 349, Strange. That night, Kai and Kelly still had a private time together. After all, he had just arrived and many things had not yet been fully developed, so for the time being, he could not do much. In addition to the agreement with Kelly, Kai went home early. When Kai came to the police station the next day, he was refreshed and saw a very spectacular scene. Most of the detectives in the police station were sleeping on their desks in various postures. Obviously, these guys did not go home overnight and stayed in the police station all night. Ahem, everyone, if you don't want to be caught by Teresa in the office to greet your mother, you must get up and work quickly. Kai also knew that it was a bit too much to leave a group of colleagues at home to spend time together last night, so when he came in the morning, he deliberately found a good dessert shop and ordered dozens of coffees and donuts. Especially donuts. This thing is irresistible to Americans who love sweets. Compared with other snacks, most police officers will choose donuts as snacks. After all, it is high in calories, high in sugar, convenient and practical with one hand, and very cheap. More importantly, the 24-hour store of this thing is the most common in the United States. The police who need to work overtime at midnight need this kind of stuff the most, and they become its loyal customers over time. Of course, Kay will not buy those common goods. The Charlie and Jerry Donut Shop that Kay chose is an elite shop with a history of more than 75 years. Their donuts are crispy on the outside, soft on the inside, and rich in fragrance. The sugar paint and flour have a perfect golden ratio, which is sweet but not greasy and makes people eat it non-stop. Among them, the most popular ones are the vanilla bean donut and the maple bacon donut. Only 300 of these two classic donuts are made every day, which is very difficult to buy. Of course, more importantly, its taste is as touching as its price. A set of 6 donuts costs $78. This price is too crazy. But others are at this price. You can buy it if you want. A group of people were originally full of resentment when they were woken up by Kai. After all, they were either screwed into the interrogation room and interrogated all night yesterday, or looking for clues everywhere. They had no time to rest. They finally made it to dawn and had a little rest, but they were disturbed by Kai again. It would be strange if they didn't have resentment. But the aroma of donuts immediately made them forget to complain, and they all took the donuts and ate them desperately. That thing is really delicious. Kai handed a donut to Mike and Marcus and asked, "How is it? Did you get anything? Get? Does another murder count? Did you find the person who installed the ventilation duct?" "Well, we found his house last night. The person has been dead for 3 days. The body has rotted. This is also thanks to the fact that the temperature in Chicago is not too high. Otherwise the body that has been left for 3 days would definitely be enough to make them drink a pot. That guy is a gambler and owes a lot of debts. It is obvious that he was bribed by those people and then silenced. When they found the guy, his throat was cut, the blood was drained, and a dagger was nailed to his arm. The dagger has been taken for testing. Hopefully, there will be some results, but the hope is slim." "What else?" And Mike's mind was still groggy. After thinking for a while, he said, "I have arranged for someone to inquire about it and see if there are any new faces who have spent a lot of money to have fun recently. In addition, I have also found some experts in the underworld to see if I can get some information from them." Mike found an informant of his own. Although he called her an informant, she was not much different from a lover. She was a girl whose brother was captured by Mike himself. Mike then asked her to be an informant and collect some information in exchange for reducing her brother's sentence. The girl's name was Max. She was familiar with many people from all walks of life and had a wide network of contacts. More importantly, she was familiar with many brothel owners. It was best to let her inquire about this kind of thing. "I hope there will be progress." Kai said so, and then he asked, "Is there anything I can do next?" Marcus glanced at Kai and heard the hidden meaning in his words. "What? Do you need help?" "No, I have something to do. If you don't need my help, I want to deal with things here first." Kai received a call last night. It was from William. This old man was so efficient that even Kai was surprised. According to him, he got some undisclosed information from an FBI friend and saw a clue. So he called Kai immediately. Kai planned to go to William first today to see what the darkness that Matthew mentioned was. Marcus and Mike looked at each other. Although they didn't have anything that Kai needed help with, the Bureau was now faced with such a big case and everyone was on edge. But Kai still had to go to do his personal business, which was a bit too much. So even if they didn't necessarily need Kai's help, they would still be unhappy. Seeing their expressions, Kai felt it necessary to explain. "It's Matthew. No matter what, he is still my partner. Now he suddenly quits. It's too embarrassing for me to be alone. I want to find him and see if I can persuade him to come back, okay, but I think it's difficult." "That guy is a freak," Marcus said. "Based on your information, I found the case that Matthew is investigating. I have to say that this guy is a real man. Look, this is the case that Matthew and his partner Martin handled back then, cult corpse abuse case." "Yap," William said as he took off his glasses. Kai took the file that William handed over. There was a big red seal on the file, "Top secret." "Where did you get this thing?" "It's illegal." The red seal on it indicated that the confidentiality level of this file was very high, at least it was not accessible to people like Kai and William. But now William took this thing out, which only meant one thing: William did not get it by legal means. "I have a friend who happens to be in charge of these files. Don't worry, this is a copy, there will be no problem. My friend is a professional. As a legendary police officer in Chicago for 45 years, old William's connection should not be underestimated. Moreover, people like him would not be foolish enough to believe that formal procedures can handle all problems. He has many channels in his hands. He has lived long enough and naturally knows many people of different identities and backgrounds." Kai opened the file, and William also gave him a summary. Back then, they found a cult from the corpse abuse case, a cult organization that believed in the King in Yellow. "I won't tell you about the rest, you have it all in the files. They found the murderer of the first case and shot them dead, and rescued 2 girls and a boy. The boy died, and the other girl was injected with an overdose of hallucinogens and could not be rescued, so the case ended. But I found a suspicious point. The King in Yellow, Kakosa and a scarred man were mentioned many times in the documents they described, but there was no progress in this regard afterwards. In addition, the murderer in this case, Ledoux, is considered a serial killer and is related to at least 2 murders. And he is also a cult member," William said as he took out several other case files. "I think the matter is not that simple, so I searched the archives again to see if I can find other gains. Unexpectedly, I found something wrong in the missing persons file. Kai immediately took the files and found that they were all cases of missing women and children. At first glance, these disappearances do not seem to have any connection. Most of them disappeared in different places and at different times. Apart from the fact that they were women and children, there was no intersection. Remember you told me that Matthew harassed the Archbishop of the Chicago Diocese? I looked it up and found that this bishop once presided over a charity project. It was called the SYNOPSIS Project. The original intention of the project was to allow children who could not afford to go to school to study with the support of the church. But the project suffered a heavy blow at the beginning. Their first school was quickly closed because it involved children, but this did not affect the development of the entire project. The Archbishop opened more and more schools, but this is not the point. The point is that when I combined the locations of the schools opened by the SYNOPSIS Project with the locations of the disappearances, I found that those disappearances all occurred within the school. Your new partner seems to be in big trouble. William put down his glasses and said, a little depressed. If my guess is correct, there is definitely more than just one bishop involved in this matter. So many missing cases have never been reported in society, and no law enforcement agency has investigated them. Even the local police did not pay much attention to them. They just reported them as ordinary missing cases and then let them go. This is not normal. If there are too many missing people, someone will definitely notice it. But now no one cares, and no one even knows about these things. This is not something a bishop can do. There are many people involved behind this case. William held the coffee cup, as if he wanted to use the heat of the coffee to warm his heart. What's wrong with this world? It's so crazy that I almost don't recognize it. I even start to miss the old times now. Even the Ku Klux Klan is not as crazy as these people. Kai silently flipped through all the case files and put them away. I don't know what's wrong with this world, but I know that this matter will never end like this. I will take care of it. Don't get involved in this case anymore, and don't tell anyone about this case. Leave it to me. William opened his mouth, seeming reluctant. Hey, old man, your old bones can't stand such a storm. It's time for young people to dominate the world. You'd better stay behind and provide support. After saying that, he left directly and coolly. On the interstate highway leaving Chicago, Matthew drove his red pickup truck with a dull expression. Matthew has been in a bad state recently. He feels that someone is spying on him wherever he goes. This feeling has been tormenting him. But he knows that it is not an illusion, and someone is indeed watching him. And he also knows why. Because of the case he is investigating. After the case that made him and Martin famous, Matthew has been puzzled about what happened that year. He had heard the words King in Yellow, Carcosa and Scarface from more than one person, but the problem was that when they found Ledoux, Martin killed Ledoux in a fit of impulse, which cut off the clues. What happened in Ledoux's lair was completely different from the version they told others. They lied. They told others that they had a fierce gun battle with Ledoux and Ledoux's accomplices and finally killed them. But the fact is that their arrest was very smooth, so smooth that they caught Ledoux and his accomplices. But when Martin saw the miserable state of the children kidnapped by Ledoux, Martin exploded and shot Ledoux to death. In order to help Martin cover up the facts, Matthew had to kill Ledoux's accomplices and set the scene to look like a scene after a gun battle. Although this made them successful, Matthew always knew that they did not complete the case. He still had no idea what King in Yellow, Carcosa and Scarface meant. Until 3 years ago, when he was interrogating a robbery case, he heard the King in Yellow and Carcosa again, which made Matthew realize that he still had things to do. So he started an investigation again, but halfway through the investigation, he was suppressed by the top leaders, and then he was under surveillance. During these 3 years, he tried many methods himself, but still made no progress. This made Matthew understand that everything he had was under the eyes of others, and he had to make changes. If he wanted to seek justice for the victims, he had to get rid of all surveillance. Leaving the police station was his first step. And the second step was to get rid of surveillance. Leaving Chicago was a good start. Just as Matthew was thinking about it, a siren sounded from behind the car. Matthew glanced at the rearview mirror and found that it was a state police car. The police car kept signaling Matthew to pull over. Matthew frowned, but still did it. After the car stopped, 2 state police officers in police uniforms got out of the police car, one white and one Latino. They held the handle of the gun with one hand and approached from both sides, shouting slowly, "Please put your hands where we can see them. When they came to the car window, the two state troopers asked Matthew to show his driver's license. Matthew picked up his driver's license and handed it over, asking, "What's the problem?" The white state trooper took his driver's license, compared him with a photo on the driver's license, and said casually, "You are speeding." Matthew remembered clearly that his speed was not fast, not even more than 60 kilometers. This made Matthew alert. The two state troopers were obviously looking for trouble. "Okay, get out of the car," the white state trooper outside the car door said. Matthew got out of the car as he asked. The two state troopers stepped back immediately, and their right hands had already unfastened the buckle of the holster, saying, "Now we suspect that you are carrying prohibited drugs. Please put your hands on the roof of the car and cooperate with our inspection." Matthew understood that these two people definitely had malicious intentions. Just as he was about to fight back, there was a burst of roaring engine sounds on the road. A Cobra 427 roared towards them, and the speed was at least over 120 kilometers. The two state troopers immediately put back their half-drawn pistols. Obviously, this was not a good time to take action. They planned to wait until the Cobra left before making any plans. But the terrible thing was that the sports car was parked right next to them. "Hey, Matthew. I finally found you, Kai," Matthew asked in confusion. "I think we need to talk." Kai didn't even look at the two state troopers, and said directly to Matthew what to talk about. "Talk about the king in yellow." Kai's words made Matthew's face change immediately, and the two state troopers also changed their faces. After hearing Kai's words, they immediately drew their guns and shouted, "Police! We suspect," but before they finished speaking, the two state troopers swallowed back what they were about to say. Because Kai drew his gun faster than them, Kai's two guns were pointed at their heads before they could aim at the two people. Kai shook his head and said to them, "Want to see whose gun is faster?" Matthew also moved here. He kicked the state trooper next to him on the knee. When the state trooper fell down, he kicked him on the butt, kicked him like a dog, then pressed his knee on his back, handcuffed the state trooper's hands, took his pistol, and controlled his hands. Finally, he handcuffed him with the state trooper's handcuffs. Another state trooper was just about to rescue his companion when the cold muzzle of the gun was pressed against his temple. "Don't move, you are assaulting a police officer. It's a felony." The state trooper wanted to intimidate the other party. "Really? Don't you know that we are also police officers?" CPD Headquarters Detective Bureau Chief, Kai Wayne. "Are you going to continue to pretend to be a police officer? Please pretend to be a police officer a little more professional next time." Kai just came over and found that these two people were fake police officers. There was no other reason, just because of the license plate. Illinois police cars are government vehicles. There will be Ill exempt under the license plate, indicating that they are Illinois government vehicles. Chapter 350 Respectable. "What do you want to talk about?" Matthew couldn't help asking in Kai's car. The two guys pretending to be state police were arrested by the Chicago police. These two people are indeed not state police, or they are not state police now. They did work as state police before, but they resigned 3 years ago. The resigned police actually drove a fake police car and ran out on duty with guns. That's fine, but they also planned to do something bad to the Chicago police. No matter what, this is a major case. Don't say that Matthew has resigned. He has resigned, but the police station has not approved it yet. So he is still a policeman. Killing policemen, this kind of case is definitely not a small matter no matter where it is. Kai smiled, threw what William found to Matthew, and then told Matthew William's previous guess. After that, Matthew was silent. First of all, he never thought that the case would be much more terrible than he thought. According to Kai's preliminary estimate, there are more than 30 victims. This is just a preliminary screening. If the screening is serious, I don't know how many more victims will appear. What's more terrifying is that so many people have disappeared in Chicago and the surrounding areas, and not only has the media not reported it at all, but even the police have not responded at all. This is not normal. This is not the power that a bishop can have. Secondly, he suddenly felt a sense of sadness. He was going to put his life and death and future aside to investigate this case, but in the end, the case that he thought he had to pay everything for was investigated in just one day in the hands of others. What is this? Isn't his life and death and future too worthless? But soon, Matthew threw these irrelevant feelings aside. Then let's report it immediately. As long as we have these things, we will definitely catch them all in one fell swoop. Matthew was very excited. He felt that what he owed to the victims in the past could finally be paid off. Over the years, Matthew has not dared to see the surviving girl because he knew that Adu was not the real murderer, he was just an accomplice. But in order to cover up the fact that they shot Adu, they had to stop the investigation. Martin forgot all that, so Matthew looked down on him. This is also the reason why Matthew and Martin parted ways in the end. Martin enjoyed his promotion and salary increase with peace of mind, but Matthew couldn't, because he owed those people. Of course, this was not the reason why Matthew cheated on Martin's wife, that was a complete misunderstanding. Martin's work attitude not only made Matthew look down on him, but his private life was a mess. This guy cheated 7 years ago and had a cold war with his wife for a while, but some time ago, this guy cheated again. No, it should be said that he cheated for a long time. It was not until recently that his wife found out. In order to retaliate against Martin, Martin's wife found Matthew and seduced him. At that time, Matthew took some drugs because of depression. He couldn't control himself. In short, Matthew didn't think Martin was innocent, but he didn't think he was really innocent. So when facing Martin's trouble, Matthew held back. Report? Are you serious? Kai said while driving, turning his head. Matthew was stunned, then smiled helplessly. This was the first time Matthew smiled in front of Kai, but his smile was full of bitterness. He still had the thinking of a policeman. Indeed, is reporting useful? Did he bring a bunch of information to the higher-ups before, hoping that they would approve him to investigate the archbishop? But what was the result? He was scolded and then ordered not to touch this case again. Now it was just a repetition of what happened before. It might even be worse. He had only found out a little bit, and someone came to kill him. If he really handed these things in his hand, what awaited him would be even more terrible revenge. What should we do then? Watch those people get away with it? Matthew asked. That's not that easy. If I didn't know about it, it would be fine. Now that I know about it, it's impossible to just let it go. Kai had already thought about how to deal with this matter. The whole story of this case was basically a group of bored people who went to believe in a cult and then secretly kidnapped children and women to perform some evil rituals. And this cult was quite powerful, so it suppressed all of this. Religious issues in the United States are always very sensitive. The first batch of North American colonists were Protestants who were excluded from Britain and continental Europe. In order to prevent religious persecution, the United States stipulated at the beginning of its founding that the United States should not have a state religion or religious persecution. This was originally a good thing, but now it has become the best soil for the development of cults. In the United States, because of religious freedom, all kinds of messy cults can appear openly, and such cults are often not easy to touch. Once touched, these people will talk about religious freedom and religious persecution. The key is that in this era of political correctness, they use this as an excuse, and many people will habitually support them regardless of the facts. The government is often restrained because of political correctness, which has also led to the rampant cults in the United States. There are many cult organizations. The government clearly knows many of their criminal activities, but it is helpless. For example, a cult organization in Tennessee used the religious cloak to start an underground money house business on its own territory. This underground money house is different from the general underground money house. They not only launder money and engage in usury, but also provide custody services for many criminals, such as some arms and drug transactions. Some arms dealers and drug dealers will put the goods in the basement of their church. They have made transactions there, and the buyer comes to them to pick up the goods. What they did was above board. The FBI tried to destroy this cult several times, but they relied on private and religious land to make the FBI look bad. They even sued the FBI for religious persecution, saying that they violated the principle of religious freedom. Not only did the Supreme Court issue an injunction to the FBI, prohibiting the FBI from harassing them again, they also received a large amount of compensation. You can imagine how rampant these cults are. What's more, a large church like the Catholic Church is involved. The Catholic Church is the largest church in the United States. Although there are more Protestants in the United States, Protestants do not have a strict organizational structure like the Catholic Church. Protestants advocate that anyone can talk to God directly without going through priests and churches. Protestants are very loose. Cult plus Catholicism? This combination is really desperate. What do you think? Of course I'll find a tall person to take the blame. But it's not possible now. We must find solid evidence, otherwise no one will be willing to help me. Kai knows someone in the FBI and believes that such a big case must be of great interest to the FBI. The FBI is the least fearful law enforcement agency. They are not afraid of big cases. They can handle it. Of course, it does not mean that the FBI is necessarily fair and honest. On the contrary, as a bureaucratic agency, the FBI is more dirty than any other law enforcement agency. But the problem is that the cult in front of us seems to be limited to the vicinity of Chicago, which is much easier to deal with. As long as it does not involve a national organization, the FBI is still very courageous. This kind of case first has a great influence, and secondly, the power behind it is not too big, so the FBI can handle it. That's why Kai asked the FBI to take the lead. In short, you can't leave the police station now. The identity of a policeman is particularly important to you. With this identity, those people can't do anything to you. Matthew had just submitted his resignation letter, and then someone came to his door to ask for his life. In this case, Matthew had only two best responses. One is to disappear. As long as he no longer appears in the sight of that group of people, I believe that those people will not spend too much energy to deal with Matthew. The second is to still maintain the identity of a policeman, so that those people will be afraid to act rashly. The identity of a policeman is not big, but it is indeed troublesome. Once Matthew was killed, the Chicago police had to give an explanation no matter how reluctant they were, otherwise all the police officers would not agree. And this cult is very mysterious, and few people know about them. From this, it can be seen that they are unwilling to be exposed to the public eye, that is, they will not risk angering all the police and deal with Matthew at will. Matthew fell silent. He left the police station, of course, because of this case. But he was also disappointed with the police station. Didn't he report this case to the police station? He did. But what was the result? This was far from what he expected of the police station. Kai may have seen Matthew's concerns, and he said, "Don't think about those things. The police are just to catch bad guys. You just need to live up to your identity." Matthew finally nodded. When Kai appeared in the police station again with Matthew, it really caused a sensation. Who in the police station didn't know about Matthew's weird temper? But such a freak was actually brought back by Kai honestly. Teresa was delighted and troubled when she saw Matthew. Matthew's ability was beyond doubt, but his temper was also beyond doubt. His thorny nature was too deeply rooted in people's minds. "Don't worry, I'll be watching him, and he won't make trouble again," Kai comforted her. Unfortunately, Kai's comfort did not make Teresa feel relieved, but more upset. This was what she was worried about. Judging from the style of solving the robbery case last time, Kai was not much better than those problem children. But apart from this, Teresa also found that Kai was not as thorny as she imagined. Teresa comforted herself in her heart. "Okay, I'll just pretend that I never received this." Teresa threw Matthew's resignation letter to Matthew. Since Matthew was not going to leave, she couldn't drive him away. After all, there were big men behind him, and Director Cooper was also Teresa's supporter. She didn't need to offend Director Cooper over such a small matter. "But, I warn you, don't make trouble for me again. Otherwise, I won't be able to get through it, and neither will you." "No problem," Kai said with a reliable smile. Teresa looked discouraged, because she might not be able to get through this hurdle, let alone the future. "Forget it, go help Marcus's group. This matter concerns the jobs of all of us, including you. Don't think that you can sit back and relax just because this matter has nothing to do with you. I can tell you responsibly that if I have to leave, I will kick you out before I leave. So get the drugs back honestly." After leaving Teresa's office, Matthew still looked so awesome. "Where do you live?" Kai asked. "Why, since they are targeting you, your current residence is not safe," Kai suggested. "Why don't you stay at my place?" Hearing Kai's suggestion, Matthew's body suddenly froze, and he could hardly maintain his awesome expression. Damn, could this guy be? Matthew was not overthinking. After all, Kai's proposal was too twisted. In connection, Kai had always looked up to him. He helped him quit drugs when they first met, and then helped him solve the trouble caused by Martin. This time, he not only saved him, but also invited him to live with him. To be honest, now that I think about it, it is indeed a bit gay. In the United States, people value private space. Generally speaking, few people will invite their colleagues to live with them. After all, work is work, and life is life, unless you want to have some super friendship. No need. Kai heard that Matthew's tone was a bit strange, turned his head and found that he had a weird face. How could he not understand that this guy was thinking wrongly? Fuck, what the hell are you thinking? I have a girlfriend. And you don't live in the same house with me. Kai bought a manor. In addition to the main building, there are 2 ancillary buildings, which also have guest rooms. It's just that my house is big, and it's a bit empty for just the 2 of us. Hearing this, Matthew was a little embarrassed, but still a little worried. This time it was not because of Kai, but because of his own reasons. After all, his reputation, he was with his former partner's wife. Although there is no such thing as seducing a second wife in the United States, this behavior is still very despised and vigilant. Matthew was famous for his sharpness when interrogating, but he was embarrassed to say it at this time. Kai said with a smile, although I don't know what's going on between you and Martin, I believe my girlfriend and I am willing to believe you. Kai also investigated the whole story of this matter. In fact, there is no need to do any detailed investigation. This big gossip has spread throughout the police station. Martin's wife seemed to feel sorry for Matthew, so she took the initiative to tell others that she did that to retaliate against Martin and seduced Matthew. Now the couple has started the divorce procedures. If it weren't for knowing this, Kai would never bring a guy who seduced a second wife to his home even if he was determined. As for why he was so nice to Matthew, because in Kai's opinion, Matthew was more like a policeman. It should be said that he was more like an Oriental policeman. Most American policemen just regard being a policeman as a job. There are very few people who can, like Matthew, risk their life and future to investigate a case. In the Oriental culture that emphasizes dedication and self-sacrifice, many policemen regard their work as a mission. They do not simply regard being a policeman as a profession to make a living. To be honest, even if it was Kai in his previous life, he was not sure if he could do what Matthew did. Such a person is undoubtedly respectable. If possible, why not give him a hand? Even if it was just for the word policeman, Kai felt that he should not stand idly by. Just when Kai was taking Matthew to find Marcus and Mike, the 2 ran out of the police station like they were chased by dogs. Kai grabbed Marcus and asked, "What's wrong?" There was a murder at the Governor Hotel in Chicago, and one of the victims was very likely Mike's informant. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.